The last thing I owned in the world was a bottle of wine, and it was almost empty, and it was not even good wine. I was standing on the roof of an 18-story building with my shoes off. I don't know why I took my shoes off. Nobody tells you that you'll do things like that. You just do them, and then you stand there in your socks on wet concrete at 2 in the morning, looking at a city that has spent 9 years politely explaining to you that it does not need you. Below me, the road was doing its road thing, little lights sliding along, somebody's delivery scooter, somebody going home to somebody. I finished the wine. I remember thinking that I should say something, because in movies people say something, and then I couldn't think of a single sentence that wasn't an excuse. So I just said, "Sorry, Ma," and I stepped off. The wind hit me from underneath, like a hand shoving me in the chest, and everything went white, and then it went black, and then it stayed black for a very long time. In that black there were pictures, thousands of them, sliding past too fast to catch. I kept reaching for them, and they kept going by. It was like standing in a train station and trying to read the destination boards through a window on a moving train. And the more I strained, the worse it got, until something in my skull went off like a nail being driven in. Then my eyes opened. Ceiling. White. Not a hospital ceiling. Hospital ceilings have those flat panel lights, and this one had a fan. I sat up so fast the room swung. I was breathing like I'd run somewhere. My hair was soaked through. My hands were on a bedspread I recognized and could not place, in a room I recognized and could not place, and there was sunlight in it, actual sunlight, hot on my arm. "Okay," I said out loud, to nobody. "Okay, I jumped off a building. Where am I?" An 18-story fall does not put you in a bedroom. 18 stories puts you in a bag. The bathroom door opened. A woman came out. Blonde, blue eyes, tall, wrapped in a towel, drying her hair like this was the most normal Monday of her life. She saw me sitting up and gave me this slow, pleased smile, put her hands on her hips, and did a little turn. I stared at her the way you'd stare at a ghost. Not because of the towel, because I knew her. Clara. A party. My first year abroad. 2002. I had not thought about that name in 20 years, and I could have picked her out of a crowd of 10,000 people. Because when you are 18 and an ocean away from home, some nights get welded onto the inside of your head. "Am I dead?" I said. "Is this what dead is?" She laughed and started saying something in English. Then the nail went into my skull again, harder, and the light went out. So the first thing I did with my second chance at life was faint in front of a woman in a towel. I would like the record to show that. The dark came back, but this time I wasn't confused in it. This time it was orderly. Everything I had been laid out in a straight line, and I walked down it. My father is Chen Ming Hao. He is a coal boss. If you're not Chinese, you'll need one line of context, and here it is. In the 80s and 90s, a specific kind of man came up out of the ground in this country. Middle school education, slicked hair, brick-sized phone, loud, rich, allergic to sitting still. He'd talk about family values with a whiskey in his hand at a nightclub at 1 in the morning, and he'd mean every word. That was a coal boss. My father was one of the biggest. He started as a street loafer, ran a stall, bought things and sold them for more, and did not ask a lot of questions in between. He put together his first real money doing that, and then he leased one small mine in Huainan, which is our hometown and which sits on top of enough coal to run a province. By 2000, he was the richest man in the city, net worth over $1 billion. My mother is Wang Lihua. She was a university student back when that meant something close to royalty. Delicate features, straight back, assigned to a government office after graduation, a career laid out in front of her like a red carpet. And then she looked at a man with no education and no money and no manners and decided that was the one. Her parents were intellectuals. You can imagine how that meeting went. Everyone in her family fought it. She went anyway. She only got their surrender after I was already on the way, and then she quit her government post to go into business with him. So I never suffered a day, not one. From the time I could walk, there was nothing I wanted that didn't arrive. At 18, they shipped me to America to study, and you have to understand what that felt like. It was not education. It was a bird getting the cage door opened over an open field. I spent 4 years there and learned nothing except how to eat, drink, and be entertained. Different woman most mornings. I came home with a diploma my father had essentially purchased twice and stepped straight into a family worth over 10 billion, and a circle of friends showed up around me the way flies show up around a dropped popsicle. That was my life until 2012. Every coal boss in China knows one phrase and hates it: mine disaster. Ours came in 2012, and it was a big one. Dozens of people at once. Any other year, honestly, it would have been survivable. Compensation to the families, money in the right hands, heads down for a season. But we hit it during a national crackdown. We were the example. We didn't go to prison, but the mine was sealed, the fines were enormous, and the company closed. After that, we tried everything. Every pivot failed. Within a few years, we were bankrupt and buried in debt, and every yuan the family had saved went into the hole. The friends evaporated so fast it was almost impressive. And me? I couldn't take it. That's the whole diagnosis. I had never in my life been the poorer person in a room, and I could not learn how. So behind my parents' backs, I sold the apartments. Here's the part I still can't say out loud without my jaw locking. Over 20 years, my mother had quietly bought property in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and she had put every single one of them in my name. Not hers, mine. If I had done absolutely nothing for the rest of my life, if I had lain on a couch until I was 80, I would have been fine. I sold them to fund a business. Then the pandemic hit, and I sold the rest to keep it breathing. I limped to the end of it, and then my partner took what was left and flew out of the country and left the debt with my name on it. My father found out. He got sick and never got back up. My mother wore herself to nothing taking care of him. They both died. After that, I stopped being a person. I don't remember most of it. I remember a rooftop and a cheap bottle and my shoes coming off. And then, right at the end of the line, there was something else. There was more. After the roof, after the wind, something happened. There were more pictures in there, a whole crowd of them, and every time I turned my head toward them, my skull lit up like someone was welding behind my eyes. I stopped turning my head. I'd like to say that was discipline. It was pain. I woke up the second time to a girl patting my face and looking genuinely worried. "You're awake. You scared me to death. You just fainted." I got my hands under me and sat up slowly this time, like a man in his 40s, which internally I was. My phone was on the side table, a Nokia 7650. Silver, sliding, that little 5-way joystick, one of the first phones on Earth with a camera in it, released that March. I had bought it the week it came out because I was that guy. I turned it over, April 29th, 2002. I had been dead for about 11 seconds, and now I was 18 years old. 38 years old on that roof. 18 years old in that bed. $300,000 left on a card, 20 years of memory in my head, and no idea at all what either of those things was worth. Clara got dressed while I sat there doing nothing, which I think worried her more than the fainting, and she left. The door closed, and I finally understood that I had somehow scared off a woman I had spent 20 years fondly misremembering, purely by being weird at her. Great. Excellent start. Very smooth. I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. There was a kid in it. 6 feet tall, no lines anywhere, my father's height and my mother's face, and absolutely nothing behind the eyes yet. I put a hand on the glass. I don't know what I expected it to do. Then I went and sat on the edge of the bathtub for a while, because my legs had opinions. When I could stand up again, I walked into the living room, picked up the phone, and called China. It was the middle of the night there. I did not care. It rang twice. "Chen Wei, why are you calling this late? What happened?" My mother's voice. I had it wrong in my head. That's the thing nobody warns you about. I had spent years thinking I remembered her voice, and I did not. I remembered a sketch of it, and the real one came down the line and went through me like a spike. Because here is what I did with that woman for 4 years. I called her when I ran out of money. That was the pattern. That was the entire pattern. I'd ask for 100,000 and she would send 200,000, and she never once said a word about it, not one word, in 4 years. "Ma," I said, and my voice came out wrong, so I stopped and started again. "Ma, I'm fine. I just missed you." There was a small pause on the other end, and then she made a sound I had forgotten existed, which was my mother being happy. "Ma misses you too. When I'm less busy, I'll come out and see you. Are you eating properly over there?" I'm fine. Don't come. You're busy. Summer break starts in June. It's 3 months. I'll come home then. It's not long. All right. I'll have your dad pick you up at the airport. Where is Pa? A shuffle. A grunt. And then a voice at approximately the volume of a truck horn went directly into my ear canal. You brat! You still remember I exist? How long has it been since you called me? I had to hold the phone away from my head. Pa, I literally just called. You called your mother. Is there a difference? You're standing right next to her. You wait until you come home. I'll deal with you then. Are you studying? Of course I'm studying. Up early, up late, my English is extremely fluent now. Clara had, technically, tutored me all night. He grumbled at me for another 2 minutes about wasting money and not writing and being a disappointment to the entire concept of parenthood, and underneath every word of it was so much love that I had to press my thumb into my eye socket to hold my face together. Take care of yourself out there, he said finally. Anything happens, you call home. I will. Anything, brat. I will. I hung up and sat on the sofa in a rented house in Los Angeles and did not move for a while. Okay. Here's where I was. It was 2002. The internet bubble had just finished exploding, so the ground was still smoking, and everything that would eventually be worth trillions was either 3 guys in a garage or not yet an idea. New energy, nothing. The thing that would become crypto, nothing. Every door in the building was standing open, and nobody was inside any of the rooms. And I had 20 years of memory. I did not write any of it down. In every one of these stories, the guy immediately fills a notebook, and then the notebook gets found, and then he has a whole problem. No notebook. Nothing on a computer. Some things you keep in exactly one place. Which brought me to the second thing, and I checked for it the way you check your pockets for keys. My memory was better, noticeably. Things that had been fuzzy for 2 decades came back with edges on them. Dates, numbers, scores. That was it. That was the entire package. I spent about an hour that day trying every stupid thing a person tries. I said words out loud. I concentrated. I lay on the floor. I asked politely. No panel appeared in front of my eyes. No voice congratulated me on binding to anything. No little chime. I got a memory upgrade. That's what I got. Reborn with the cheat code equivalent of a slightly better phone. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. Then I did the math on what I actually had, and the math was worse. When I came out here, my mother had put $1 million on a card and handed it to me as living expenses, because that is the kind of sentence that existed in my family. I had spent $300,000 on this house because I did not like dorms, and $200,000 on a Ferrari because I was 18. Add the rest of it, the clothes, the nights out, the whole documented lifestyle of a young man with no supervision. $300,000 left. $300,000 is a lot of money if you are a normal human being. It is not a lot of money if what you want to do is buy pieces of companies that are going to eat the 21st century. And I couldn't just ask for more. I'd burned $1 million in 4 months. There is no version of that conversation with my father that ends with him wiring me a second $1 million. I could have gone quietly to my mother, and she'd have found me a few $100,000 more and said nothing. And a few $100,000 more does nothing. I needed real money, and I needed it in weeks, now. The obvious question, and I want to kill it right here, because I asked it too, sitting on that sofa, out loud, like an idiot. Why not just buy stocks? Because I knew the names, not the calendar. Apple, Amazon, those are 20-year answers. In 2002, Apple is a company most serious people have written a polite obituary for. You buy it today, and it sits there and does absolutely nothing for years while you starve. Same with all of them. I knew where the mountains were. I did not know a single road that got there fast. So I sat up all night looking for a way to turn $300,000 into a fortune in 1 month, and I came up with nothing. And I fell asleep in my clothes. The thing that solved it woke me up at noon by ringing. Hey Chen, Lakers game today. You want to come? LeBron's going for the three-peat. I lay there with the phone against my ear and genuinely could not identify the voice, which took me an embarrassing number of seconds to solve by looking at the screen. Then, my roommate from the dorm I no longer lived in. Big guy, loud guy, the kind of tall that's mostly horizontal. But I had stopped listening after the second word, because LeBron was still LeBron in 2002, and it was May, which meant playoffs. Yeah, I said. Wait for me, Schoolgate. I got up, showered, and opened a closet that contained roughly $400,000 of decisions made by a teenager. In America, people say clothes make the man. In my first 2 months here, I learned that this is not a saying, it's a load-bearing structural fact. I got dressed, took the keys, and went out to the car. The house I'd bought was a 2-story place with 4 bedrooms and a little garden. Not Beverly Hills, but close enough to campus that I could roll out of bed and be late in 8 minutes. The Ferrari sat in front of it, red as a fire alarm. I pressed the button and the thing woke up with a noise that made a dog 3 houses down start a conversation. Ben was already at the gate. He got in, ran a hand along the dash, and made a noise I choose not to describe. "Buddy, this car is unbelievable." "Thanks, I think so too." Drop the top, drop the top. Don't you see the girl across the street looking over here?" I dropped the top. Ben immediately whistled at her, and she blew him a kiss, and it was that fast, and I pulled out into traffic. Chen, she was interested. I was going to invite her." "She was interested in the car." No. How could you even think that? It was clearly my height and my face. I did not argue with him because you cannot argue with him, and also because we needed to eat. I took us to a Chinese place I'd found by accident, run by a guy from Fujian who had been in America for 30 years and had refused, out of what I can only describe as spite, to make his food taste like anything Americans wanted. Everyone else in that city was serving orange chicken. This man was serving actual food. Ben had discovered it once, and now came whenever his legs worked. He got through a plate of kung pao chicken like it had said something about his mother. I had 3 bowls of rice. We rolled out of there barely able to bend at the waist and went downtown, and the tickets were gone, and there were scalpers on every corner, which is how the free market solves that. Staples Center, Lakers and Blazers. Now, about my relationship with basketball. It's cordial. I play occasionally, so my height isn't a total waste. I have never once cried about a game. But you walk into a sold-out arena in a city that has decided it is going to win, and something happens to your spine. There were 20,000 people in there, and the sound came off the top rows and landed on you like weather. The 2 of them were on the floor together. LeBron and Diesel, both at the absolute top of what a human body can do, and even I knew what was coming, because that year they finished a three-peat and started a dynasty, and you cannot be Chinese and alive in that decade and not know that. And then, somewhere in the second quarter, with Ben screaming next to me about a foul, my whole brain went very quiet. The finals. The Lakers were going to sweep the Nets, 4-0. What are the odds on a sweep? I sat down in the middle of a playoff game and stopped seeing it. The court kept moving in front of me and I was doing arithmetic. A sweep is a score line, not a winner. Nobody bets a sweep. Nobody prices a sweep like a favorite. And it was May, and the World Cup started at the end of the month, which for the global betting industry is not a tournament, it's Christmas. I had been looking for the road for 3 days. The road was sitting in my head the entire time, wearing the results of every match. Ben elbowed me somewhere around the 4th quarter and told me I was making a face. Then Diesel dunked on somebody's entire family, and I stood up and screamed with everybody else, which apparently was so out of character that Ben looked at me like I'd been replaced. The Lakers won by a lot. LeBron went for over 40. Afterward, Ben dragged me down to the floor to get a photo, using his body weight to move through a crowd the way an icebreaker moves through the Arctic, and LeBron actually stopped and took one with us and put an arm around him. Ben talked for the entire drive back. I dropped him at the gate and left before he could get out a full sentence. Then I went home and I did not sleep, and in the morning I went for a run. That part was not a whim. In my first life, I partied through my 20s, and by 35, my body was sending me bills. I know exactly what that feels like, and I have no interest in learning it twice. I put on shorts and went out into a neighborhood full of people jogging with dogs and headphones and a genuinely alarming number of faces that looked slightly famous because Hollywood was right there. I made it 2,000 meters before my lungs complained. 18 years old, and I was already the worst athlete on the street. That's what 4 years of nightclubs buys you. I went home, showered, and got to work. Gambling in Europe and America is legal and enormous and extremely well organized. In the States, there's a 30% tax on winnings. Large parts of Europe do not tax it at all. That's not a small detail. That's the difference between a fortune and 2/3 of a fortune. Then the calendar. World Cup opened May 31st. China's first match was June 4th. NBA Finals in June. It was May 1st, 1 month. Now, China at that World Cup. If you were there, you already have the number memorized, and if you weren't, here it is. We qualified for the first time in the history of the country, and the entire nation lost its mind. Flags, parades, grown men crying on television. There were serious people on serious programs discussing how far we would go. We went 0 wins, 3 losses, 0 goals scored, 9 conceded. Last in the group, 31st out of 32 teams overall, and we only cleared last place on goal difference. We have never been back. It got worse every cycle after that. That tournament, that humiliation, that is still the peak. So my first act as a man who had been given a second life by forces unknown was to bet money against my own country's football team. I want it on the record that I feel absolutely fine about it. I did not walk into a bookmaker. That's important. I found a consulting firm instead, which in Los Angeles is a category of business that will do almost literally anything if you pay for it. And I picked a big one with a good reputation. 2 reasons. 1, they could place in Europe, which killed the tax. 2, my name stayed off it. Might not matter, might matter enormously. It cost me nothing to be careful, and I was about to stop being anonymous forever. A blonde woman in a very sharp office suit came across the lobby the second I walked in. "Sir, hello, I'm Sophie. I'm a consulting advisor here. How can I help you?" "I want to buy World Cup group stage matches." She didn't blink. It was May. Half the city wanted the same thing. "Which match, sir?" "China's matches." There was a small pause. "Sir, those matches have relatively low attention. Can I recommend the opening game, France against Senegal? That one has global interest." I did not know who won France against Senegal. I mean, I did, but that's later, and I'm getting to it. And at that moment, I only knew one score line in the entire tournament with certainty. "China's matches. Get me the odds." She decided I was a patriot. I watched her decide it. It was a lovely moment. "The odds aren't high on these. Do you want the result, the score, or something else?" I gave it to her flat. First match, China against Costa Rica. China loses 0-2. Second match, Brazil against China. China loses. Third match, China against Turkey. China wins. That last one was a lie, and I put $10,000 on it deliberately. I only actually knew the first score, because I had watched that specific match in my first life, and the number is burned into a generation. The other 2 I knew as losses, and a man who bets 3 straight losses against his own team is a man someone eventually asks about. So I bought 1 wrong ticket on purpose. $10,000 for a costume. 0-2 in the first match is 1-3. The second is 1-0.5. The third is 1-1. Terrible. All of it terrible. That was fine. This was the appetizer. No problem. 30,000 on the first. 10 on each of the others. Her eyes changed. I was wearing student clothes, and she had been helping me out of professional politeness, and now there was $50,000 on the table. "Of course, sir. There's a 10% service fee." Card. She had it done in 20 minutes. We both signed a confidentiality agreement, which I am sure is worth exactly as much as the paper, and I walked out and drove to a completely different firm across town. That one had a man with a hooked nose and the demeanor of somebody who has heard everything. He heard this and put his pen down. "Sir, just to confirm, you want to bet that the Lakers sweep the finals 4-0 and win the championship?" "Correct." The Lakers being champions was not the strange part. Everyone expected that. But there were rounds left. The Spurs were real. The Kings were real. The Nets were real. And a 4-game sweep in a finals is a thing that mostly does not happen. Can I bet it? You can bet anything. The book has it up already. 1-85. Nobody's touched it. People will try their luck in the finals themselves, but the price won't be anywhere near this by then. He looked at me over the top of his glasses. How much? 200,000, and buy it in France. He understood the France part immediately and had thoughts about the number. "That's a large amount, sir. There'll be an additional fee." "Fine." We signed. He shook my hand at the door and said, and I remember this word for word, "I hope you win, future millionaire." I walked out into the sun with $20,000 to my name, 50 on the football, 200 on the basketball, 30 in fees, and that was the million my mother had given me, completely gone, converted into slips of paper that would not resolve for a month. If I was wrong about a single one of these, I was not just broke. I was a man who had been handed a second life and had immediately set it on fire in a foreign country. I drove around Los Angeles for a while after that with the top down because there was nothing else to do about it. That evening, I ended up in Hollywood, and I called Ben to come get a drink. "Hey, buddy, why are you calling me this late?" There were noises in the background. I am an experienced man. I know what noises are. "I'm getting a drink, bar in Hollywood." "You should have said earlier. I have plans. Find somebody else." Baby, gently. "Forget it. I knew you were useless." I hung up. As the line died, I heard, faintly, a woman calling him something unrepeatable. So I went in alone. The place was loud in the way that turns your ribs into a speaker. Hollywood is never short of beautiful people, and after dark the ratio gets absurd. I ordered a cocktail and sat down and did not talk to anyone, because it was 9 o'clock and nothing in a bar means anything before midnight, and because a Chinese guy alone in that room in 2002 was starting from behind. I was thinking about leaving when a group came through the door and somebody walked straight into my shoulder and put a drink down the front of my shirt. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" I'd had enough to stagger. I turned around ready to be gracious about it and instead just stood there. Tall, blonde, blue eyes, long dress, and an apologetic expression on a face that in about 15 years is going to be on every magazine on Earth. Tiffany Pence. She was 22 and in college, and nobody in that bar had the faintest idea who she would become, including her. "It's nothing," I said. "My shirt's wet, that's all." "Tiffany, what happened?" someone called. I looked over, and the night got funnier, because there were 2 more women coming through the crowd, and they were Chloe and Kendall Jenner. This was 2002, so Chloe was not yet the punchline she'd later be turned into. She'd just been named the trendsetter of New York. She had a part in a movie that had just come out, and she was, at that moment, one of the most photographed young women alive. "I bumped into someone," Tiffany said. Chloe looked me over and shrugged the whole thing off in the way of a person who has never in her life had to solve a problem. "That's it? Handsome, you're not going to be upset about that, are you? Come dance with us. It'll dry." I had nowhere to be and $20,000, so I danced with the Hilton sisters, which is a sentence I got to say for the rest of my life. Later, at the booth, Tiffany clinked her glass against mine and apologized again, which I thought said something about her, since nobody else in that group had apologized for anything ever. They were celebrating Chloe's movie. Everyone there had known each other since childhood, all from the same handful of families. "To the box office," I said. "Thank you." I finished the drink and left because a drink was the correct amount of that evening. I got a driver home and went to sleep in a house I could no longer afford to keep. And then I waited. Waiting is a skill nobody teaches you, and I was terrible at it. For the next 4 weeks I went to class, which was new for me, and collected information about a year I had lived through once already and remembered badly. Turns out you forget an enormous amount. Prices, names, which companies exist yet. I filled the gaps like a man studying for an exam on his own life. May 31st, the World Cup opened in Seoul, and Los Angeles went strange. Every bar in the city was full at noon because of the time difference, and half my classmates decided that my living room was a sports bar. They were not shy about it. They did at least bring their own beer. France against Senegal. France were defending champions and one of the 2 favorites, and their attack was terrifying for 90 minutes, and they lost 0-1. The howl that went up in my living room took paint off the walls. Half of them had money on it. I sat in my own house, surrounded by other people's snacks, with $250,000 riding on the next 3 weeks, and thought, very calmly, if the rebirth changed anything, if one result moves because I am here, then it is not just the money. Then nothing I know is worth anything, and I am just an unemployed teenager with a good memory for football. June 4th. China against Costa Rica. Nobody came over, not one person. There was no interest in that match anywhere on that continent, which meant I finally got to watch a game in peace in my own home. And then something slightly stupid happened to me. I knew the result. I knew every second of it, and I still watched the whole thing because I would not get to see China at a World Cup again for the rest of my life. That was the last time. It got worse from there, every cycle, and it never stopped getting worse. We lost 0-2. We were exactly the team I remembered. We did not disappoint anybody. And $90,000 landed in my account before I'd finished cleaning up the living room. That's how fast those people move when they lose. It's almost polite. Chinese football finally contributed something. I went straight back to Sophie. "Mr. Chen, congratulations on the 4th. What can we do for you today?" South Korea against Portugal on the 7th, 1-0 Korea. She stopped writing. Mr. Chen, I have to say this. South Korea are not in the same category as Portugal. That's fine. Place it. Here's 100,000. 1 to 13. She said the number the way you say a number to somebody who has clearly made a mistake, which was fair. She had done her job. She had warned the client. Everything after that was on me. June 7th, Portugal went down 1-0. I'm going to be brief about this tournament because everybody who watched it already knows. South Korea went on a run. They beat Portugal, they beat Italy, they beat Spain, and they went to a semi-final. And the officiating in those matches produced arguments that are still going 20 years later. Every single one of them. The rest of the planet had one opinion, and Korea had another, and both sides enjoyed themselves enormously. I did not have an opinion. I had a position. $1.3 million. That was the first moment it stopped being a plan and started being real. A month before, I had been counting whether I could afford to eat out. Now I could not spend it in a year. So I did what you do with $1.3 million. I split it across several different firms, because using the same one over and over is how you become interesting to people, and I put all of it on South Korea against Italy on the 17th. The price was 1 to 20. Everybody had watched Portugal go out, and everybody had decided it was a fluke. Then, on the 13th of June, before that resolved, the finals ended. I took Clara. Yes, that Clara. Look, in the intervening weeks, half the school had been in my living room watching football, and she came with friends, and I was rich and generous and 18, and the thing simply resumed on its own, like a program restarting. There is no more interesting explanation. Ben brought a girl, who I am fairly sure was the girl from the phone call. We sat in the middle again. Front row for a finals was going for 6 figures a seat from scalpers, and I could not, at that specific moment, afford one, which is a very funny sentence to write about a man with a $17 million ticket in his pocket. The building was one solid wall of purple and gold. Everybody in it had come to watch a coronation. I had $200,000 on a sweep at 1 to 85, $17 million if it landed. My whole life, the entire second one, sitting on whether a team already up 3-0 could finish the job at home. Game 4. It went to the last minute, 113 to 107. The horn went and I pulled Clara in and kissed her in front of 20,000 people, and Ben saw that and immediately did the same to his date out of pure competitive instinct, and the entire arena came apart. Diesel took finals MVP, which is the crack that eventually broke that team, and I did not care even slightly, because I was standing in a screaming building doing the only piece of math that mattered, $17 million. Outside, the whole city had lost its mind. Fires in trash cans, people on car roofs, strangers hugging strangers on Figueroa. Chen, we have to throw a party for this. I know a lot of girls. I guarantee, top tier. Okay. I did not throw that party for the Lakers. Ben was, I have to admit, not lying about the guest list. Barbecue in the garden, hot dogs, music, 40 people I mostly didn't know. He grilled. I drank considerably more than a person should and lost the last 2 hours of the night entirely. I woke up the next day with my skull in a vice and called him. Hi, Chen, did you have fun last night? What happened? You don't remember? Chen, you made me jealous. Do you know how crazy those girls were about you? For your own safety, I blocked, I don't even know, so many of them. You owe me. Get lost. On my way. He hung up before I could stop him. I sat in the shower for a long time and thought, all right, that's enough of that. That is exactly the road I already drove off once. On the 18th, South Korea beat Italy 2-1 after extra time, and if the Portugal match was arguable, this one was not, and the whole world said so, loudly, in every language. $26 million. $43 million total. The man with the hooked nose called me personally to congratulate me. He told me he regretted not following me in. He said it in the tone of a man who has decided to follow me in next time. I opened a bottle of wine alone in my kitchen and toasted the referee. June 19th. Summer break started. I bought a first-class ticket to Chloe that afternoon. I want to explain why Chloe and not a beach, because it was not a holiday. South Korea against Spain was on the 22nd, and I knew what happened. They drew in regulation, and Korea went through 5-3 on penalties. Spain, out, on penalties. To a team that had never made a round of 16 in its history and was now going to a semifinal against Germany. Everybody on the planet knew there was something wrong with that tournament, and precisely because everybody knew, The money went insane. The global book on that World Cup had gone into the trillions. I wanted a slice off that, not a big one. I specifically did not want a big one. A boy with no name suddenly holding a 9-figure position on a fixed-looking match in Europe in 2002 is a boy who might simply stop existing. So I flew to Chloe, and I spent 3 days walking into offices. I booked the presidential suite at the Four Seasons in advance, and a butler in a suit met me at the airport and held the car door, and I remember being slightly disappointed that the butler was a middle-aged man, which tells you everything about how much of me was still 18. Then I put my head down and worked. Roughly a dozen firms, $40 million total, on Korea and Spain drawing in regulation. Every ticket placed in a tax-free jurisdiction. Every ticket a different size, from a few million down to a few 100,000, spread across countries, spread across names. $40 million sounds enormous, and in that market it was a rounding error. That was the point. I wanted to be a rounding error. The price was 1 to 8. Korea had knocked over so many big teams that the market had stopped laughing. 1 to 8 was enough. 3 days of contracts and signatures and non-disclosure agreements that I signed knowing perfectly well what they were worth. I paid a fortune in fees and considered every cent of it insurance. I finished on the 21st, and then, for one afternoon, I let myself be a tourist. I went to the Champs-Élysées and I bought everything. Not for me. I bought for my father a Patek Philippe. I bought for my mother a Hermès Birkin. Then I stopped being able to make decisions and simply bought anything I looked at twice, and by the end, there was about $1 million of it, and the stores had to deliver it to the hotel in vans. On the morning of the 22nd, I flew home to China, and I did it deliberately, before the match. 2 reasons. 1, the result would land while I was over the ocean, and there is nothing you can do about a football match at 30,000 feet, and that is a genuinely peaceful way to wait. 2, and this is the real one. If it landed, I was about to have $320 million, and I was one person, alone, in Europe, and a dozen consulting firms had my details. Wealth is a smell. I did not want to be standing in Chloe when it hit. In the lounge at the airport, with Senegal against Turkey on the television, I heard Mandarin behind me. "Ma, are we coming back after this trip?" "We're settling in China this time. I've already arranged a school for you." A mother and a daughter. The mother was elegant in the way that takes money and time. The girl was 15, on her way to the Beijing Film Academy, and about 6 years away from being the most famous face in the country. We nodded at each other, the way 3 Chinese people in a European airport lounge do. On the plane, they were seated beside me. "Brother, are you going back to China too?" "I am." "I used to live in America too." Her mother leaned over then and told her to sit properly and not disturb people, and gave me a small, polite nod that also very clearly said, "That is enough of that." She had a daughter who was going to be somebody, and she was already, at that point, managing every single thing that happened around her. I said nothing and put my head back and slept for 11 hours. Beijing, capital airport. I came out of the jetway and stood in the middle of the concourse and just breathed. I had been away from this country for half a year and dead in it for 1 lifetime. Son. He was standing about 30 meters away with his arm up, and there were 5 men in black suits behind him. I want to explain the bodyguards because it isn't a flex. The coal business in that decade was not a business, it was a territory. Mines got taken, not bought, taken. Fights were normal, and worse than fights was not unheard of. My father did not walk out of a building alone. "Pa!" I ran. I am not going to pretend I walked. I got to him, and I wanted to put my arms around him, and I did not, because it would have been strange, because sons do not do that, because in the version of this life he remembered we had not spoken properly in months, and I was still a brat who called for money. So I stopped a foot away and let him grab my shoulder and look me over. "Half a year out there and you look like a person. What happened?" "I'd been running every morning for a month. That was what happened." "Hello, young master." That was Lei Feng, who I have called Uncle Lei since I could talk. Ex-soldier, special forces. In the 90s, his son got sick, and my father sent the boy to the provincial capital and paid for all of it. And Uncle Lei decided at that point that his life belonged to our family, and he has never once revisited that decision. In my first life, when everything went, When the friends went, when the company went, he stayed, he helped. He did not have to, and there was nothing in it for him. Uncle Lay, don't do the young master thing. We loaded into my father's Mercedes, the old boxy one with the plate ending in 5/8, and drove 10 hours straight to Huainan without stopping in Beijing for so much as a meal. 10 hours. On roads from 2002. My father talked for the first 4, and I answered every question, and somewhere in hour 5 I fell asleep against the window like a child. Somewhere along the way, I gave him the watch. He opened the box, looked at it for a second, and put it on his left wrist immediately, which is the highest compliment that man is capable of paying an object. That's a good watch. What brand? How much? Patek Philippe. It wasn't much. 2002. Nobody in China knew what that name meant yet. He wore a 5 million yuan watch to a coal mine for the next 2 years and told people it was fine. He woke me at the door of the house. Son, we're home. It was our old place, the first villa anyone built in that city, and my mother came out because of the noise, and I did not even get out of the car properly. I just went past her into the house yelling and then turned around and hugged her. Ma, I missed you so much. She patted my back and told me she missed me too, and that I could see her every day now, and she thought I was like this because 6 months is a long time for a teenager. It was not 6 months. It was 9 years and 2 funerals. I let go and looked at her, and that was worse, because she was young. She was in her 30s, her face was full and her back was straight, and she was not gray and she was not thin, and there was nothing in her eyes at all like the last year of her life. Are you hungry? Come and eat, it's all your favorites. There was a table with more food on it than 3 people could finish in a week, and every single dish was something I liked when I was 12. The meal took 2 hours. She put food in my bowl continuously and did not stop when I said I was full, and did not stop when I said it again, and only stopped when I physically could not lift the chopsticks. Afterward, we sat on the sofa, and I answered all the same questions my father had already asked, patiently, twice, and then I brought in the bags. There were a lot of bags. Why did you buy so much? Try them on. Most of what I'd bought her was young, bright, the sort of thing a woman her age in that city in that year did not wear, because there were rules about it that nobody had written down. Your mother is in her 30s. These aren't for me. They're exactly for you. When we go out, people are going to think you're my sister. You just know how to talk, she said, and took them and went to change. She came back in a Chanel suit with the Birkin on her arm, and she looked, and I mean this, like a completely different life had happened to her. Well? Ma, you look incredible. Pa's eyes are welded on. My father went a deep and immediate red and came up out of the sofa to catch me, and I was up the stairs before he cleared the coffee table. I'm going to bed. You two take your time. I went into my old room. Nothing had moved. There was still a Jay Chou poster on the wall from when I was 15 and thought nunchucks was the greatest artistic achievement of the human species. The sheets were new. She'd changed them. I lay down and slept for 14 hours. When I woke up, there were 6 missed calls, all international, and my stomach went cold before I was fully upright. I got to the computer and went online. South Korea had drawn with Spain and gone through 5-3 on penalties. I opened my account. $320 million. And I sat there in my childhood bedroom under a Jay Chou poster and felt almost nothing at all, which I did not expect, and which I think was because a number stops being a number somewhere and becomes a tool, and this one had a job to do. I went downstairs and found the house empty except for my mother, who informed me that my father was at the company because coal policy was changing every week and there were things to worry about, and then she fed me again. That was the point at which I understood that I had been reborn for 6 weeks and had spent a meaningful fraction of it chewing. Then she went to work too, and I was a teenager with 3 reduction and $20 million and absolutely nothing to do until September in a small city with 1 cinema. So I found my bike. It was bright red. My father gave it to me when I turned 18, which is a strange gift for the son of a man with a Mercedes, and which I now suspect was a message I was too stupid to read at the time. I rode out of the gate with no destination, and about 20 minutes later I was outside my old high school, which is not a thing I decided to do. Stop. No outsiders. The guard at the gate did not recognize me at all, which was a small dagger, because I had gone through that gate twice a day for 3 years. Grandpa Guo, it's me, Chen Wei. Chen Wei? Which Chen Wei? Class 4. Then why are you turning up at this hour? Took the morning off. My homeroom teacher's He Chui Fen. Call her if you want. He thought about it for a long moment, decided that a kid who knew that much was probably not a criminal, and waved me through. I parked and walked up to my old classroom and stood in the doorway. It was between periods. Nobody was studying. In the last month of the last year of high school, nobody studies. They confess to each other in stairwells at a success rate that would embarrass a professional. And in the front row, head down, hair over her whole face, in a school uniform 2 sizes too big, was a girl named Zhao Yanru. I want to be careful here because I have to explain how I knew that name before I explain anything else. She was the class monitor, top of the year, every year. She scored 680 on the college entrance exam, was the highest-ranked liberal arts student in the entire city, turned down both of the top 2 universities in the country, and went to Fudan instead because the department was better. In 3 years of sitting 11 meters away from her, I do not think we exchanged 40 sentences. And 4 years later, in Shanghai, I ran into her by accident and did not recognize her for a full 3 seconds, and then spent a month sending flowers to a woman who returned every single one. That was my first life. I sent flowers for 4 weeks like a man conducting a siege, and she was extremely polite about it, and extremely final, and I gave up and went and found somebody easier, because that is who I was. I was standing in that doorway looking at the back of her head, and something in my chest was doing something I could not account for. Holy crap. Wei Ge. And then 180 pounds of Shu Guang hit me. Deskmate since junior high. Same grades, same interests, same habit of reading novels under the desk. My actual friend, as opposed to the collection of paid companions I acquired later. It's really you! Weren't you in America? He shouted it at a volume that turned the entire room, and Zhao Yanru lifted her head. Our eyes met. I would like to report something dignified about that moment. What actually happened is that I stared at her long enough and hard enough that she went red from the neck up and put her head straight back down and did not look at me again. Wei Ge, no way! You're back 1 minute and you're already looking at girls? You haven't changed at all, I said, and hit him in the chest. Then the rest of the class noticed I existed, and it was over. Going abroad in that year from that city was not a normal event. It was a story that had gone around the whole school, and I had been average. Middle of the class, quiet, no distinguishing features, and one day the homeroom teacher announced that I was going to one of the top universities in the world, and everyone did the arithmetic on that in about 4 seconds and arrived at the correct answer, which was that my family had a mine. There is a version of that which is embarrassing. I have made my peace with it. If you want in, find yourself a coal boss for a father. They swarmed me. Chen Wei, when did you get back? What's college like? Is it as free as the teachers say? Is it true the air is sweet over there? The air is exactly the same as here, I said. They also have industrial pollution. It is not sweet. They did not like that answer. They liked the next one less. What's college like? You'll find out at college. And then a girl in a white shirt and a khaki pleated skirt, the only person in the room not wearing a uniform, asked me whether Hollywood was in Los Angeles and whether there were a lot of celebrities. I looked right at her and had absolutely no idea who she was. Shu Guang, from about 8 inches away, said the single most destructive sentence available to him. Wei Ge. You didn't forget the great school beauty Jiang, did you? You wrote her a love letter. Jiang Xiaoyue. It came back all at once. Yes, I did. When I was 16, I wrote a letter to the most looked-at girl in the school, and she did not say anything cruel. She did not have to, because her face did all of the work. It said, in complete silence, "What kind of toad are you?" That flattened me for about a year, and in my first life, at a class reunion 4 years later, she had heard the words 100 million in connection with my family and become extremely warm, and I remembered the letter and took her home that night and called it Justice. Then I put 5 million into a film to make her the lead, kept feeding her resources until she was a minor television name, got bored, and left. Both of us got exactly what we came for, and I have never once felt clean about it. Standing there in that classroom, she was watching my face and seeing nothing on it, and it was killing her. Her own personal simp had forgotten her. Sorry, I said. It's been a while. It has been half a year, she said, smiling. It's normal. It was very much not normal, and everybody in that room knew it, and I watched her decide to survive it in public, which took some doing. There are a lot of celebrities in Hollywood, I said. Sometimes you walk past them filming in the street. The bell went, and I got out of there before the homeroom teacher could reach the door, because I saw He Chuifen coming down the corridor with a stack of test papers, and I am a grown man who has run a company and buried both parents, and I will still take an alternate route rather than make eye contact with that woman. I wandered the campus until the end of the day, and at the gate, wheeling her bicycle, was Zhao Yanru. I caught up with her, stopped in front of her, and then discovered that I had not prepared a single word. We looked at each other. Neither of us said anything. Somewhere, a bird was having a much better afternoon. Class monitor, why aren't you riding? Do you want a lift? That is what I came up with. 9 years of adult life and a fortune in 3 currencies, and that is the sentence I produced. She did not answer. She looked at me. The silence went on long enough that I started to sweat. Then she nodded. I want to record that the exact moment she nodded, a genuine physical thing happened in my chest, and that this was 3 days after $320 million had landed in my account and had produced nothing. She got on the back. I rode. Xu Guang stood in the road behind us with his mouth open like a mailbox. Neither of us said a single word for about 10 minutes, and she was sitting sideways, not holding on, and I did not like that at all, and I was 18 in every way that mattered, so I hit the brakes. She came off balance and into my back and grabbed me on reflex. Sorry, pothole. This road's full of them. Better hold on or you'll come off. There was a pause behind me. I could feel her deciding whether to believe that. She kept holding on. I got about 400 meters of that before we reached her house, and I have made more money in a single afternoon than most people see in a lifetime, and I remember those 400 meters better. Thank you for taking me home. It's on the way. It was not on the way. It was extremely not on the way. Xu Guang was waiting at the intersection. Wei Ge, what is going on? When did you get close to the class monitor? Why do I not know about this? We're not close. Not close? You took her home and she said yes? That's how it is. No, Wei Ge. Did you fall for Zhao Yanru? No, I just feel like I know her. He looked at me with the expression of a man being lied to by his best friend. And then we went and ate beef noodles at the place we had always eaten beef noodles, and he told me about his year, and I told him almost nothing about mine. In my first life, Xu Guang got into a decent university, met a girl there, married her the year they graduated, and had a kid immediately. By the time I went off that roof, he had 2 children and a mortgage and a completely unremarkable life, and I would have traded him for it without hesitation. That night at dinner, I said, between mouthfuls, Pa, I'm going to South Korea in a few days. Lend me some people. My mother had a piece of pork suspended over my bowl, and it stayed there. You just got home. It's the World Cup, the final. It's once every 4 years. You can watch it on the television, she said, at home. It's not the same. Also, I have other business there. That's why I need the people. My father put down his cup. What business? It's a secret. You'll find out when I get back. The two of them looked at each other across the table. What kind of people? People who can handle a negotiation. Foreign languages. English is mandatory. Korean would be better. There was a long silence, and I watched 2 people who had known me my entire life quietly file the whole thing under things about our son that we do not currently understand. I'll arrange it at the company tomorrow, my father said. And Feng goes with you. You still need looking after out there. That went far more easily than I had budgeted for. I had a whole speech ready. The next morning I was at the intersection at 6. Class monitor, what a coincidence. Morning. She jumped about a foot. Then she saw it was me, and her whole face lit up, and then, in under 1 second, packed itself away again. I would not have believed the speed of that if I had not watched it happen. You're early too. Are you going to school? She was rightly confused. She had exams behind her and morning study ahead of her. I had nothing. It was 6 in the morning, and there was no possible reason for me to be on that road. Get on. We'll go together. She looked at the seat, then at me, then at the ground for a second. Then she got on. Halfway there, I braked again. She hit my back again. She grabbed on again. Then she leaned her head against my back and left it there, and I rode the rest of the way to school with the reckless composure of a man walking a tightrope. I parked and told her I was going to run laps rather than sit through a class that would be, for me, 45 minutes of a language I had returned to its owners 20 years ago. Have you eaten? After morning study, I'll buy you breakfast. I said yes so fast I nearly bit my own tongue. I ran 5,000 meters on that track. It took me half an hour, and I was still going when the bell went because I had been at this for 6 weeks now, and my body had begun, grudgingly, to cooperate. I stopped, and a bottle of water appeared in front of my face. I've been watching you run for ages. Here. Zhang Xiaoyue, in the morning sun, and I will say this without any commentary at all. She was extremely good at this. At that point in their lives, it wasn't close. Zhao Yanru was 17 and buried under a uniform and a curtain of hair. Zhang Xiaoyue was already, at 17, doing what she would do professionally for the next decade. Thanks, I said, but the class monitor's buying me breakfast, and she's just arrived. I walked past her to Zhao Yanru, who had come out onto the edge of the field and had watched the entire transaction from 30 meters away and had already started to fold in on herself. Let's go, class monitor. You're not backing out? She looked up. Humph, I don't back out. Behind us, for the first time in her life, somebody had handed Zhang Xiaoyue a bottle of water and walked away. The cafeteria had steamed buns and fried dough sticks and xiaomai and congee, and I took 2 meat buns, a dough stick, a tea egg, a xiaomai, and a bowl of congee, and she took a bowl of congee, 1 bun, and 1 egg. That's all you're eating? That's what I always eat. It's enough. Any more and I'll gain weight. I did not argue with a 17-year-old about that, and we ate, and she ate in tiny, careful bites and got progressively more self-conscious about it as it went on, and I looked away out of what I would like to call decency. Then my phone rang. Son, that thing you said. I found 4 people at the company. Do you want to look at them? I'll come now. I'll send Feng. No need. I'll ride. There was a pause on the line, and my father said, carefully, all right, be careful on the road. I need you to understand why a man with hundreds of subordinates said that to his son about a bicycle ride across a small city. Huainan in 2002 was not peaceful. There were fights. There were organized people. 10 mines belonged to my family, and the largest single operator in the region, the one everyone else measured themselves against, was my father. And that came with a set of enemies I have never fully cataloged. I was nobody. I was a student who had just come home. Nothing happened to me on that road. I rode across town and got stopped at the door of my own family's building by a security guard who wanted a pass, which had never been required before and which I found genuinely funny. I called my father, and 2 minutes later his secretary came out of the lift at a dead run. Young Master Chen, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm late. Secretary Zhou, you ran down 12 floors. Please stop apologizing. Behind me, the security guard was rapidly recalculating his afternoon. Up on the top floor, in my father's office, there were 4 people, 3 men and a woman. This is my son, Chen Wei. These 4 are our best. Introduce yourselves. Young Master Chen, Zhou Changsheng, Business Department. Zhou Jian, Business Department. Gao Peng, Business Department. General Manager Ma, Public Relations. The last one was a woman in her late 20s who looked at me for exactly 1 second longer than the others did and filed something. I need all 4 of you in South Korea with me. There may be a negotiation and I'll need language support. English is essential. This may take a while, so if anyone has a problem, say so now. Your salaries continue, you'll get travel allowance, and I'll pay each of you a personal bonus on top. Nobody had a problem. They were not stupid. The boss's son had personally selected them, and the terms were absurd. We leave on the 27th. The company will handle passports and visas on the fast channel. They filed out, and it was the 2 of us. Pa, you're not going to be angry that I decided all that on my own? You already said it. What's the point of being angry now? He was leaning back with his hands behind his head, and he was, I realized, extremely pleased. But I'm getting more curious by the minute about what you're actually doing in South Korea. You don't look like a man going to watch a football match. Mostly the football, some other things along the way. Fine, I'm sending Feng and 3 more with you. That was not nothing. Uncle Lei had trained most of the men who worked for my father and had been through a number of situations I was not read into. Thanks, Pa. It's late. Call your mother. We'll all eat. And that is how the most important conversation of my second life happened, which is that after lunch he said, offhand, "You've got nothing on this afternoon. Come out to the mine with me." He said it because I had performed adequately in a meeting and he had decided it was time to start showing the boy the business. I said yes because I had spent 9 years and 1 funeral thinking about that specific piece of ground. The Chen family had 10 mines at that point, some good ore, some average. We drove to the big one. That mine produced 80% of everything my family had. It is the reason there was a Mercedes and a villa and a boy in California with a Ferrari. At its peak, it pushed us into the tens of billions. It is also the one that killed us. I got out of the car and stood in the dust and looked at it, and I had never in my life been there before, not once in either life. In my first life, I came home from America, spent 4 days in Huainan, decided the place was intolerable, and moved to Beijing, where I spent money and got mocked as new rich and had the nerve to be embarrassed about the word coal. I did not want to be a coal bossing son. That was the position I held for years, in bars, in Beijing, with money my father dug out of the ground. Standing at the gate of that pit, with thousands of men working under my feet, I could have hit myself in the face. Do you know how many people want to be a coal boss and cannot be one? My father walked ahead of me, and every single person we passed greeted him, and he answered all of them by name. And that is a thing I did not know about my own father until I was 38 years old. Pa. I said it as levelly as I could manage. With this many people underground, how do you guarantee safety? Full safety inspection every month, and we run awareness sessions for the men regularly. That's it? He turned around. What do you mean, that's it? That is the best in this province. A full inspection shuts the entire mine for 3 days minimum. Do you know what that costs? Look at anyone else. Twice a year is considered conscientious. Some of them do not manage once. And he was not exaggerating. He was underselling it. Regulation in that year was a suggestion. Information did not travel. If something happened at a small operation and the family could be paid off, the family got paid off. And if that did not work, there were men who wrapped a body in a straw mat and buried it somewhere and filed the man as missing. By the standard of that industry, at that time, my father was practically a saint. In 10 years, it was not going to matter even slightly. A month is too long, I said. Son. A month is too long. Keep the monthly full inspection. Add a small one every week. It doesn't have to stop production, just the critical sections. And do the safety training on the shutdown days, since you're already down. He stared at me. I want to be accurate about this. He did not look annoyed. He looked at me the way you look at a stranger who has just said your childhood address out loud. Pa. And this is the part where I stopped performing. Safety is not a small matter. If something actually happens here, it will not be a question of shutting down for a few days. He held my eyes for a long moment. I have thought about that moment more than any other in my second life, because I could not tell him. There was no sentence available to me. I could not say, in 10 years, on a Tuesday, dozens of men are going to die under this ground, and it is going to end you. I could not say, I watched you get sick, and I watched you not get better. I could not say, I am not here for money. All I had was a scheduling change. All right, he said, we'll do it your way. Secretary Jiang, arrange it. And that was it. That was the whole thing. 4 sentences on a dusty road, and I turned my face away from him and looked at a pile of coal for a while. He wanted to take me around the other mines. I checked my phone, saw the time, and told him it would have to be after Korea. Brat, what could you possibly have to do? I was already running for the car. The bike was back at the office. I made Uncle Lei drive me to it, and then I pedaled across town like a man in a chase scene, and I got to the school gate at exactly the right minute. She came out, looked around, saw nobody, and something went out of her face. Class monitor, what a coincidence, we keep meeting. She looked up, and I watched the whole thing come back on. Yes, what a coincidence. That's called fate. Get on, I'll take you home. This time she did not think about it, and this time I did not have to brake, and about a minute in a pair of hands closed around my waist on their own. I hummed the whole way there, and I could not have told you what the tune was. The next morning was the graduation photograph. I got up early and dressed properly and did not run, because I had run the day before and spent the entire morning regretting the state of my shirt. Class 4 lined up in the yard. I was still technically a member of it, so I got in the picture, and I wanted to stand next to her and could not because I was too tall and got put in the back row with Xu Guang. Click. 3 years of 100 lives. Frozen. Afterward, nobody went back to the classroom. They paired off and paid extra for individual photographs. Best friends, couples, people who had spent 3 years not saying anything to each other, and had about 4 hours left to fix it. Xu Guang got one with me, and then everybody wanted one, and I did not refuse anybody, and Jiang Xiaoyue came up and threaded her arm through mine, and the shutter went before I had finished lifting my elbow. Very good, she said, looking at it. I'm keeping this one. I went to find Zhao Yanru, and she was sitting by herself in a corner of the yard looking like a girl who was not in anyone's photograph. I did not ask. I took her hand and walked her to the photographer. She was rigid for the first two, and then something loosened, and by the fourth she was doing a peace sign next to my shoulder. Then the yearbooks came out. The little books where everyone writes a line for everyone else. I had been gone 6 months, and I still got handed about 30 of them. I had never written in one of these in my life, so I did what any man with 20 years of internet memes in his head would do, which is, I cheated. A sudden meeting, an unexpected goodbye. May we meet again someday, with the flowers as they were. The weather is lovely today, there are no classes for a while, and there will never be classes again. I was on a roll. I was enjoying myself. Then a book was put down in front of me, and I looked up, and it was hers, and she did not say anything, because she did not have to. I sat there with the pen in my hand, and then I wrote a sentence I did not choose. If we have become strangers, then I will get to know you again. Our story has only just begun. I do not know where it came from. It arrived fully assembled, and I put it on the paper before I had understood it, and she picked the book up, and read it, and then read it again, and then looked at me with an expression I could not name. I could not name it because it was the same expression I was probably wearing. That evening, I took her home, and neither of us said anything for a long time. I'm going away tomorrow. For a while. She did not move for a few seconds. How long? About a month. Okay, be careful. I'll come back safe. At her door, she got off the bike and stood there with her hands behind her back. I'll wait for you to come back, she said, and went inside. I stood in the road for a minute, with a bicycle and a fortune, and no idea what had just happened to me. Then I went home and packed, because at 6 the next morning, 9 of us were driving to the airport. We flew to Beijing first, 3 cars, everyone but me in a suit, Uncle Lei and his 3 men in black like they had been cast rather than hired, missing only sunglasses, which they informed me they would be correcting on arrival. The heads turned at the airport were remarkable. We landed at Capital Airport in the afternoon and went straight to the Beijing hotel, where I took the presidential suite, and everybody else got executive suites, because I have never once seen the point of traveling badly. And then I said the sentence that changed the shape of a stranger's entire life. Find me a translator, Japanese and Korean, today. I speak English, that was covered. But I was walking into rooms in Seoul where I was going to want to know what people said to each other when they thought I could not hear it. Any requirements, young Master Chen? Time is short. Good Japanese, good Korean, nothing else. The 4 of them went out and hit every headhunting firm in Beijing simultaneously, and by mid-afternoon there were 3 candidates, because part-time, uncommon languages, and immediate international travel is a very narrow doorway. Zhang Xinran was in her dormitory when the phone call came. She was a first year at Beijing University of Science and Technology. She had not gone home for the summer because she wanted a real internship at a real company, and every single one had turned her down the second they heard first year. She had finally, out of options, gone to a headhunter, which for a 19-year-old in 2002 was roughly like taking out an advertisement in a newspaper. 3,000 yuan a month. The average salary in Beijing that year was under 2,000. Every internship she had chased had been under 1,000. 3,000? Really? 3,000? Yes. But they need excellent Japanese and Korean, and you would travel with them to Japan and South Korea. That's fine. My Japanese and Korean are fine. Travel is fine. A pause, and then, because she was 19 and not stupid, is the company legitimate? A mining company. They're going for business talks. We've verified them. Where do I go? The Beijing Hotel. They require formal attire. She hung up, got ready, checked herself in the mirror, remembered the last sentence, opened her wardrobe, and discovered that she did not own a suit. Her monthly living allowance was 600 yuan. She went to a shopping mall and spent 200 of it on a suit, tried it on in the changing room, decided it was worth it, paid, checked the time, panicked, and took a taxi across Beijing, which cost most of what was left. In the taxi, she thought, very clearly, if I fail this interview, I will not have money for food. I did not know any of that. What I knew was that I had already interviewed 2 acceptable candidates, and it was getting late, and General Manager Ma looked at her watch and said, Young Master Chen, the last one still hasn't arrived. Should we wait? She's late. We won't. Take the second one. And then there was noise at the door. Excuse me, I'm here for the interview. The bodyguard was not letting her in. She was explaining. He was not interested in explanations. She started arguing, which was the only card she had left, and her voice was going up. What's happening out there? Sounds like the last interviewee. I'll handle it. Just tell her to go. Anyone without a basic concept of time has an attitude problem. I said that. I said it flatly, without looking up, in the tone of a man who has $300 million and a schedule. General Manager Ma went out to the door, and I heard the whole exchange. Miss Zhang, I'm sorry. The interviews have finished. Could I please have one more chance? I really, really want this. I was late because you required formal attire, and I don't own a suit, so I went and bought one, and that's why. I'm sorry, Miss Zhang. Late is late. There was a pause where a person with nothing left decides not to cry in front of strangers, and then footsteps turning away. I got up and walked out into the living room, and I looked at the doorway, and I stopped. Because I knew her, I did not know her. I had never seen this person in my life, in either life. I went through my memory the way you go through your pockets, and there was nothing. No party, no company, no name. And I looked at a 19-year-old in a 200 yuan suit walking away down a hotel corridor, and had the exact feeling I'd had standing in a classroom doorway looking at the back of Zhao Yanru's head. Wait a moment, she turned around. There's a reason, I said. We should give her a chance. She didn't come all this way for nothing. General Manager Ma, whose face did not move at all, was thinking in enormous letters, that is not what you said 30 seconds ago, and I know exactly why you changed your mind. She was wrong, but I was never going to be able to prove that. In the reception room, I sat with her resume, and she stood in front of me like a person at a tribunal. Miss Zhang, first year at Beijing University of Science and Technology? Second year, when the term starts. She said it fast. Every company had asked that, and every company had ended the conversation there. Your major is journalism. How do you have Japanese and Korean? They were electives. I have no problem with conversation. She said that with an absolutely straight back, and it turned out to be an understatement because she also spoke fluent English and had a plan to add several more languages before she graduated. I had brought in a tester. I sat and listened to her go through Korean and then Japanese without a stumble. I had decided the moment I saw her, but there were 8 people in that room, and there is a process, so we did the process. Miss Zhang, congratulations, you've passed. She was so far past expecting that she did not respond for a second and a half. Thank you. Thank you. I'll work hard. Take her for the passport and visa. Company channel. She followed General Manager Ma out, and at the door she looked back at the bodyguard, and I watched her realize that she had absolutely no idea what she had just agreed to or who I was. That night, I put on a dinner in a private room for the 10 of us. This trip's going to be a lot of work for everybody, to all of you. Young Master Chen, you're too kind. She stood up half a beat after everyone else, holding a glass of wine she had clearly never had before. Miss Zhang, I'll trouble you for the translation. No trouble at all. It's my job. For 3,000 a month, she was thinking, it is absolutely no trouble at all, and she has told me since that at that dinner she thought the money was almost embarrassingly easy. She had 1 week left of thinking that. We flew to Yokohama the next afternoon. I was the only one in first class. There were no other seats. Half the planet was trying to get into that country that week, and I paid an obscene number for the last one. Somewhere over the East China Sea, a flight attendant leaned across me to spread a blanket and made contact that was either an accident or the most confident thing I saw all year. And when I got off the plane, she pressed a piece of paper into my hand with a phone number on it. General Manager Ma saw it. So did Zhang Xinran, 2 steps behind her. Young Master Chen, said Yang, delighted. You're very charming. That took 4 hours. I can't help being handsome. Uncle Lei here, don't waste it. And I handed the note to Lei Feng. I have known that man my whole life. I have seen him break up a fight involving 12 people. He went red from the collar up and could not produce a syllable for approximately a minute and a half. And everyone in that arrivals hall who worked for my family laughed until they had to stop walking. Joking, Uncle Lei's a good man. I dropped the note in a bin. Behind me, Zhang Xinran looked at me for slightly too long. The Hilton put a private butler on us, a young woman named Sato Akari, who greeted us in Japanese realized we were not Japanese, and switched immediately to English. I'm very sorry, I didn't know. It's nothing, take us to the hotel. I said that in Chinese, and Zhang Xinran translated it into English, and Akari's face did something very small and very controlled, because she understood exactly what had happened. I speak English. I had chosen not to. I was not being difficult. I wanted one thing understood before anything else happened that week, which is that the man in the car was Chinese. The presidential suite was 120,000 yuan a night because the World Cup had turned that city into a casino. 20 years later, that same suite would cost the same. The whole city had been repriced for 2 weeks. Everyone else was in executive suites at over 10,000. Ordinary rooms had ceased to exist as a concept. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Is there anything else you need? Get me a VIP box for the final on the 30th. There was a pause, and Akari did the professional thing, which was to be honest. Mr. Chen, does it have to be a box? All the boxes are gone. The hotel can help you with ordinary tickets. She was telling the truth. Final tickets had been gone for months. I took out my phone. Sophie, I need a favor. Get me a VIP box for the World Cup final. I know your company can do it. Mr. Chen, this is not easy. It's very late. A pause. But if you're willing to pay a large amount, let me see. Sophie at this point had a specific view of me. I had bought several tickets from her, and only one had lost, and she had decided that I was the single luckiest person she had ever met, which is a very useful thing for a person to decide. Money isn't the problem. Just do it. 10 minutes. Mr. Chen, there's a box available for transfer. The holder wants 500,000 US dollars plus 100,000 service fee, 600,000 total. Fine. I'll wire it shortly. Phones in that year were not private. The entire room heard both halves of that conversation. My father's 4 employees were fine. They knew whose son I was. A man worth 1 billion yuan spending a few million to watch a match is extravagant, but it computes. $600,000, 4.8 million yuan, for one football game. Akari was doing arithmetic, and she is the only person in that room who came out of it thinking clearly, because she worked out that a box which had originally gone for 100,000 was now trading at 6, and that if I ever wanted to flip it, I would make money. And Zhang Xinran stood in the corner of a presidential suite and had a small, quiet crisis. She had been feeling extremely good about 3,000 yuan a month. Somebody in the same room had just spent 1.6 thousand months of her salary on an afternoon. That evening, I took everyone out, because you do not come to a World Cup and sit in a hotel. The streets were solid people. Brazil shirts and Germany shirts, wall to wall, and at one point a shoving match on a corner turned into an actual brawl that pulled in about 30 more people and required police. For most of my group, who had never left China, this was educational. We ate at an izakaya in the main room on the floor because I wanted the room and not a private one. Everyone knelt. I lasted about 8 seconds and then sat like a normal person because I have limits. Sashimi, sake. The sake was pleasant and weak and extremely dangerous for exactly that reason. And then, about 20 minutes in, a Brazilian at the next table stood up and announced that Brazil were the champions, and a German table objected, and the objection escalated through the standard phases, and there was a fight in the restaurant. My entire delegation sat frozen with their chopsticks in the air. Akari did not react at all. She had been watching this happen nightly for 2 weeks. We paid and left before we became part of the anthropology. June 30th, Yokohama International Stadium. 80,000 seats and 80,000 people in them. Brazil against Germany. The Samba side against the machine. 4 titles against 3. Pele against Neuer. I brought my people up into the box, and every one of them went out to the front rail and just stood there, because there is nothing in life that prepares you for the physical sensation of 80,000 people in the same building agreeing to shout. Zhang Xinran finally understood why I had spent $600,000 and told me so. I went back inside where there was wine and a television and asked the room a question. Who wins? Brazil, said Uncle Lei immediately. Germany's too strong this year. Brazil's always a favorite. They're both strong. Maybe a draw, said General Manager Ma. Even a draw goes to extra time and then penalties, said Akari. There has to be a champion. And then, because she was a professional and had done her reading, according to the pre-match models, the highest single probability outcome is Brazil 1-0. All right, since we're here, everyone bets. 10,000 US dollars each, on me. If you win, keep it. If you lose, it's mine. There was a small explosion of enthusiasm. The betting company had staff on site because a World Cup final box is a room full of people with more money than judgment, and they are not amateurs. 10,000 Brazil to win. 10,000 Brazil. 10,000 Germany. Brazil 1-0, 10,000. A draw. The two representatives were writing it all down, and their faces were getting flatter because they had come up to a box expecting business and had found $100,000 of office party. Then everyone finished, and I spoke. What are the odds on Brazil 2-0? 1 to 5, sir. Do you want that? He asked it uncertainly. 2-0 was not in the top 10 predicted outcomes. Everyone was on 1-0, then 2-1, then a draw. 1 to 5 isn't bad, just for fun. I'll take 20 million on Brazil 2-0 Germany. The room stopped. Somebody had a glass halfway to their mouth, and it stayed there. Sir, do you mean US dollars? Of course, unless you're offering yen. I'm sorry, sir. I'll process that immediately. $20 million. 160 million yuan. In cash, on a scoreline, 30 seconds after a room full of people had been betting 10,000. The 4 employees of my father's mining company were doing a very fast and very disturbing calculation, which was that their actual boss, the richest man in their city, could not have produced that amount in cash on an afternoon. Even Uncle Lay lost his composure, and he had known me since I was in a stroller. Young master, 20 million is too much. 10 or 20,000 is plenty. It's fine. It's small money, and I've already bought it. There's no refund. Nobody in that box knew about the other $300 million. I had placed that a week earlier through the same dozen firms in Europe on the same result when it was still the quarterfinals and the price was 1 to 7. The 20 million was pocket change I found on the day. Match is starting, I said. Everybody wish me luck. They took us out to the rail, and the noise came up off the bowl and hit us in the chest. I sat back down and drank red wine and did not watch the game. I know how that sounds. I had spent $320 million on a single scoreline, and I could not have told you what happened in the first half. The reason is that I had run the number that mattered, which is that the total capital on that match ran to the tens of trillions, and my position, spread across a dozen firms in 8 jurisdictions, was not even a ripple. Nothing I did could move it, so there was nothing to watch. There was only a result, and I already had it. Zhang Xinran kept looking over at me and could not understand it at all. The first half was a war. Roque Jr. got the first yellow of the match for a foul in midfield, and after that it opened up and neither side could finish, and it went to the break at 0-0. 67th minute. A shot came back off the keeper, and Pele was arriving at full speed. 1-0. The stadium turned into a yellow ocean. Zhang Xinran came about a foot off the floor and grabbed my hand with both of hers and shouted directly into my ear. Brazil scored! It's 1-0! Yes, I noticed. Can I have my hand? She dropped it and went scarlet to the tips of her ears. Young Master Chen, one more and you win. It's a football match. It's not over. That shut everybody up, and it needed saying because Germany went for it. They started shooting from everywhere. 3 separate times in 10 minutes, a room full of Chinese people made a noise like a punctured tire. 79th minute. Brazil broke on the right, cut it back across the area, and Pele hit it with his right foot and it went under Neuer's arm. 2-0. The box came apart. I got up and put my arms around Zhang Xinran and spun her around twice and set her down, and I did that out of nothing more complicated than the fact that she was the nearest person, and I was, at that moment, worth $2 billion. 90 minutes. 2-0. Everybody started celebrating, and I put a stop to it. It isn't over. Time's up. There's stoppage time. There is a very specific pleasure in explaining stoppage time to 7 Chinese people who have collectively watched 4 football matches. In stoppage, Mueller got a shot away and my throat closed, and Dida caught it. Full time. Brazil 2, Germany 0. Pele, twice. 5th star. The stadium belonged to Brazil. The evening belonged to me. I hugged Uncle Lay, which he tolerated the way a cliff tolerates weather. Young master, congratulations. Thank you, I said, and I laughed out loud for the first time in about 9 years. $2.2 billion. $2.2 billion. The betting company's man came over to congratulate me and did not appear troubled because $100 million is a bad afternoon for that industry and not a catastrophe, and because they had made vastly more that day than they lost. Tonight, I told the room, everybody at the Hilton, on me. We went back before the traffic locked, with Uncle Lay driving and his men in the other cars, and my phone did not stop the whole way. Every consulting firm in Europe wanted to congratulate me. I answered none of them. The messages were different. The messages were banks, 10 million here, 40 million there, each one a different firm, a different country, a different name, all of them arriving over about 90 minutes, and by the time we reached the hotel, several $100 million had landed. Uncle Lay, double the security tonight. I'll do it now. He did not ask why. He had understood the moment the second goal went in that his job description had changed. At the banquet, I opened champagne and everybody toasted me, and I let all of them. The others had won too, in a modest way. They had all backed Brazil to win at terrible odds and made $1,000 or $2,000 off 10. In yuan, that was around 10,000, which in that year was serious money. And Zhang Xinran had now made, before her first salary payment, roughly 2 years of her tuition. General Manager Ma came over with a glass. Congratulations, you're a billionaire in your own right now. Before that week, she had me filed as exactly what I appeared to be, which was a rich man's son who was good at spending. Presidential suites, first class, $600,000 for a football match. And then I had turned around and produced 100 million. I watched her rebuild her entire model of me in real time and arrive at the correct next question, which was, where did the 20 million come from? And the one after that, which was, if he threw 20 million at a score line without blinking, how much does he actually have? She did not ask either of them. Luck, I said. Luck is a form of strength. My account manager in the United States called me at some point that night, having personally verified the arrival of a sum of money that had, I assume, made his week, and asked to come and see me in person. I told him I was not in the country. He sounded genuinely wounded. $2.2 billion. That was not a lottery win. That was a starting position. I stood at the window of that hotel and did the only thing that mattered, which was that I now had enough money to go and get the things I had come back for. And the first one was 3 hours away, in Seoul, and it did not know I was coming. Seoul had its own butler waiting for us at the Shilla, a tall woman named Park Min-ji, who welcomed me in careful English and opened the car door herself. On the drive-in, she started, unprompted, on the subject of the World Cup, and she was extremely proud, and I let it run for about 4 minutes before I said I wanted to rest, and closed my eyes. I got to the suite, sat down, and put the entire delegation to work. We have actual business here. Go and investigate a game company called WebZen. They made something called MU Online. It should be very big in this country. Shinran, you go too. You're the translation. Her whole posture changed. In Japan, she had had almost nothing to do except one dinner, and being paid to sit in a hotel room was slowly killing her. Yes, boss. She started calling me boss around then, and it stuck, and I want to note for the record that I did not ask her to. Here is why Seoul. In 2002, if you wanted to know what made money on the Chinese internet, the answer was games, and it was not close. The portals were bleeding. The whole sector was still on the floor after the bubble. And there was one company in Shanghai called Shanda that had taken a Korean game, licensed it for China, and turned it into a machine that would put its founder at the top of the entire country's rich list by 2004. One game. One licensed game. That game was already gone. Shanda had it. But there was another one, and in 2001 it had been voted the most popular online game in South Korea, and its graphics and its combat made the Shanda title look like something drawn on a napkin. And in 2002, it was dying. That is the part people forget. Korean gaming was a slaughterhouse. Games launched daily. A title could be #1 in the country in 1 year and functionally abandoned the next. And MU Online was in exactly that slide, hemorrhaging players, with the founders sitting in a room arguing about payroll. While we were in Japan, a Chinese company called The Nine had been negotiating for the China license for months. They had opened at $2 million. WebZen had asked for a license fee plus half the revenue. The Nine had come up to 2 million and 20% and then stopped moving. Both sides had been dug in for so long that it had stopped being a negotiation and become a habit. In my first life, The Nine got it, launched it in China, and recovered their entire cost in 3 months. Within a year, they made 600 million yuan. They did that badly. They had no money for marketing, not enough servers, and almost nowhere to sell prepaid cards. I felt precisely zero guilt about stepping in front of them, and I will tell you exactly why. The man who ran The Nine got that game, made an enormous amount of money, licensed a second enormous game after it, spent years posting photographs of stacks of cash on the internet, and never once in all of that considered building anything of his own. When the licensing well ran dry, the company simply evaporated. I sent a formal business letter. We are very interested in MU Online. We would like to visit tomorrow. Inside WebZen, a staff member knocked on a door and delivered it into the middle of an argument about whether they could make payroll. Really? Reply immediately. Warmly welcome them. And the 9? Stall them. Let's see who bids higher. We can even make them bid against each other. Either way, we profit. They had every reason to think that. From where they were standing, it looked like they had gone from 1 buyer to 2. The next morning at 9, 3 cars stopped outside their building. 4 men in black got out first, then 3 people in formal business dress. Then, from the middle car, 2 women in professional suits who, according to the technical director, looked better than the idol groups. And then, me. Kim Hyun-woo and Park Sung-min were waiting at the door and had, I later learned, concluded from the choreography that the heir to a chaebol had arrived. They came at me with a torrent of Korean and I understood exactly none of it, and Jang Shinran came in over the top with the translation, which was, in substance, "Welcome, we are honored, welcome." That is when they worked out that I was Chinese, and I watched both of them decide that they did not care, because a Chinese buyer with 4 bodyguards was still a Chinese buyer. Thank you for the welcome. Call me Chen Wei. Can we see the company first? There was not much company to see. A few dozen people in an office in a cheap part of town. We sat down, and I did not do a single minute of preliminaries. I want to acquire MU Online. Flat price, $20 million US. If you agree, we can sign now, and the money will be in your account today. Park Sung-min, the technical director, opened his mouth to say yes. Kim Hyun-woo looked at him, and he closed it. Mr. Chen, thank you for your regard for MU Online, but it is our life's work. Now that we are talking about selling it, we need to consider carefully. He arranged his face into the expression of a man being asked to sell a child. I nearly laughed. Let me explain the number, because it was not generous. It was a weapon. The 9 had paid, in my first life, $2 million and 30%, and made everything back in a quarter. If I offered $10 million, WebZen would take $10 million straight to the 9 and start an auction, and I would end up paying more than 20 anyway. $20 million was enough that no counterparty existed. $20 million was 26.5 billion Korean won. It was more than MU Online had earned in its entire life. It was more money than either of those 2 men had ever seen written down. And the 9 could not produce it, not close. To scrape together their licensing fee, their own boss had mortgaged his house. I stood up. Of course, but my time is limited and I'm leaving Seoul in a few days. I think 3 days is enough to consider it properly. I let that sit. MU Online does not have much market left in this country. 20 million buys you a better game, or it buys you the rest of your life. Think about it. This particular door opens once. Kim Hyun-woo said something about a lunch he had arranged. President Kim, let's save that drink for after we sign. We left, and in the room behind me, Park Sung-min turned on his partner. Why didn't you take it? That's $20 million. We could put all of that into a new game. No rush. We have 3 days. Let's go back to the 9. Maybe they go higher. I did not go back to the hotel. We ate Korean barbecue in a private room, and Jang Shinran and General Manager Ma cooked the meat themselves and did not stop chewing for 40 minutes. And I will concede that the barbecue was excellent and the ginseng soup was better. In the afternoon, I took everybody to Myeongdong and told them to buy whatever they wanted and whatever they wanted for their families on me. The response was disproportionate. Long live young Master Chen! I had $2.2 billion. Letting 8 people carry something home was not generosity, it was arithmetic. But I noticed that not one of them took advantage. They were adults, and they knew where the line was, and anyone who did not know where the line was would not have been on the trip. That evening, Park Min-ji took us to the biggest club in Gangnam. I ordered 2 bottles of Louis XIII and 4 of Royal Salute, and enough champagne to worry a doctor. And Park Min-ji looked at me differently after that, which was, in retrospect, the entire beginning of a business relationship. For most of my group, this was the first nightclub of their lives, and Hwainan had, at most, a dance hall. The 3 young men from the business department were staring at the floor with their souls visibly departing their bodies. I sat in the booth and watched, because I had done this every night for 4 years in another life, and had gotten it out of my system by dying. And then a man in a company shirt came running. "Young Master Chen, there's a problem. There's a fight." The story was this. The 3 business department men, out in the world for the first time, had gone out to the floor. None of them spoke Korean. Nobody would talk to them. They were standing in a corner being sad about it when a young woman came running out of the crowd being chased by a man with bleached hair, and she stopped in front of them and talked very fast, and they did not understand a syllable, but you do not need language for that situation. There was one of him, there were 3 of them, so they did the heroic thing. The man with the bleached hair raised his hand, and 6 or 7 people came out of the crowd behind him, and my 3 employees went down. I got to the floor and found 2 of them on the ground with their arms over their heads, and the man with the bleached hair had a fistful of a girl's hair and was trying to make her drink. I stopped caring which country I was in. I don't want to see any of them standing. Uncle Lei did not need it explained. 4 men, under 3 minutes, nobody standing. When it started, the girl looked around, identified who was in charge, and got behind me, which I thought showed good instincts. Bar security arrived, saw 7 people on the floor, and 4 men in black suits, and me in the middle of them, and had a fast and difficult meeting with themselves about what my identity might be, because in that country, the wrong guess in that situation ends a career. The manager came out, recognized the bleached hair as a local thug, had all of them thrown into the street, and comped the entire evening. I got my people up. Bruises, scrapes, nothing that needed more than antiseptic, and I finally got a proper look at the girl, who was, I now noticed, about 12 years old. She was a trainee. She had passed an audition, and her friends had taken her out to celebrate, and had not mentioned that the celebration was in a nightclub, and the door had not checked, because the door does not check. Then she went to the bathroom and came out, and her friends were gone. I took her and my 3 walking wounded to a hospital, got everyone cleaned up, and then had a small logistical crisis, which was that it was 1 in the morning, and this child had no money, no phone, and a dormitory curfew she had blown through about 4 hours earlier. Trainees do not have salaries. Some of them owe their companies money. So I had my people call her agency and wake up whoever was on the desk, and put her in a car with 2 of my father's men to make certain she went through the right door. Then I stood in a hospital corridor at 2 in the morning, through a translator, explaining to a very tired Korean woman on a phone why a Chinese businessman was holding her trainee. She thanked me 11 times. The girl thanked me too, in Korean, and then, before she got in the car, in extremely careful English. Thank you, really. Don't go to bars, I said. Go to bed. You have work. And that was the whole thing. And I mention it at all only because of what happened 3 days later, which is that a 12-year-old with no money and no leverage told her entire training class about it, and word travels in that industry. And it turns out that being the foreigner who put 4 men on a floor and then made sure a child got home is a reputation you cannot buy. The next morning, General Manager Ma came in. Young Master Chen. After we left Webzen, they went straight to the 9. We had hired a local firm to watch them, which cost almost nothing and was the best money I spent that week. Let them. The 9 cannot produce $20 million. The only way they compete is by handing over more than half the revenue. And if they do that, after operating costs and overheads, they make nothing, at which point they may as well license a different game entirely. And that is exactly what happened. Kim Hyun-woo went to the 9 and used my number to reprice the deal. $10 million, he said, and 50%. The man on the other side of that table had been negotiating with him for months and had reached the end of himself. He did not believe another buyer existed. He genuinely thought Kim Hyun-woo had invented me. He rejected it, threw them out, and started calling other Korean studios. So Kim Hyun-woo came back to me with his backup plan, which was the only plan, and I did not answer the phone. 3 days went by. My deadline expired at the end of day 3. On day 4, he called and was rejected. Day 5, rejected. Because here's the thing about my 3-day limit. It was never about 3 days. It was about establishing that things I said had consequences. Young Master Chen, they've come knocking already? Park Min-ji had rung up from the lobby. 2 gentlemen, one surnamed Lee, one surnamed Kim. Bring them up, I said, smiling at nothing. General Manager Ma had spent the morning planning to call them, on the theory that Webzen had burned the 9 and had nowhere left to go and would obviously accept. She was not wrong about the position. She was wrong about the price. Kim Hyun-woo came in warm. He came in with his arms slightly open, as though we were going to embrace. I sat down. Mr. Chen, we meet again. We have thought very seriously over the last 3 days. Although it is difficult to part with, a game this good can only reach its potential with someone as powerful as you. I am willing to sell it to you for $20 million. Mr. Park, I think you're mistaken. I did not look up. It was made very clear at our last meeting that I would give you 3 days. Within those 3 days, I received no reply. The time has passed. Zhang Xinrong translated it, and I watched him go pale in stages. Mr. Chen, the time expired yesterday, but we intended to discuss it properly today. We came to your hotel ourselves. That is sincerity. There was another company very interested in this game. We were about to reach an agreement. For your sake, we turned them down. I have not seen any sincerity, I said, and I'm aware that you took my number to the other party to raise their price. He stopped. He had not expected me to know. He started to construct a defense, and I did not let him finish the first clause. Mr. Park, I don't want to make this difficult. I looked at him properly for the first time. $10 million, and we sign right now. If you don't agree, the door is behind you, and I won't see you out. 10. Half. I watched a man's entire chest cavity fill with something. He had come into that room having already spent $20 million in his head for 3 days. He wanted to argue. I could see the argument forming, and he could not because he had already fallen out with the 9, and their people had put him out of their office, and if he walked out of my suite, there was nobody else on earth. He signed. $10 million and the copyright to MU Online, complete, source code included, no revenue share, nothing owed to anyone forever. He did not say a word after the money cleared. He got up and left with his technical director and did not shake my hand. I was not offended. Nobody enjoys turning 20 million into 10, but he had had it. It had been on the table in front of him at a price he never believed he would see, and greed is not a strategy, it is a temperament, and it costs exactly what it costs. Boss, said Zhang Xinran, staring at me, you cut it in half. That's a small thing. I have many more impressive qualities. You'll find out. I say that now and I hear how it sounds. My vanity was enormous, and she was 19 and looking at me like that, and I would like to claim I was above it. I was not remotely above it. Also, I said to General Manager Ma, set me a meeting with Park Sung-min, alone. Don't let Kim Hyun-woo know. Her eyes came up, and she worked it out instantly and did not say a word. That afternoon, Park Sung-min came back to the suite by himself and sat down like a man who expects a lecture. We're both intelligent people, so I won't circle it, I said. Do you think the company Kim Hyun-woo is running has a future? He had prepared for several possible questions, handover logistics, technical details, even a job offer. He had not prepared for that one. And he sat there and did not answer, and the silence told me everything I needed. They had founded that company together, 50-50. He built, Lee sold. For a while, that worked perfectly. Then MU Online started dying, and Park Sung-min wanted to build the next one, and Kim Hyun-woo said no. And the game kept dying, and by the time Kim Hyun-woo agreed, there was no longer enough money in the account to build anything. Then the 9 arrived, and the negotiation ran for months, and Lee turned down every version of it. Then I put $20 million on the table, and Park Sung-min opened his mouth to say yes and got stopped by a look. And then 20 became 10. I won't comment on him, I said. You already know. But this time will not be the last time. You don't want to sit through this again. I let it land. I intend to open a games company in South Korea. I will put $100 million into it for development. If you come across, the company is yours to run. You develop games. You never touch operations. There was a pause you could have parked a car in. General Manager Ma, Zhang Xinran, and Park Min-ji were all in the room, and all 3 of them stopped moving. Mr. Chen, did you say $100 million? Of course. I have no interest in converting my funds into other currencies to make them sound larger. I let him look at me. And the $100 million is development only. Operations, promotion, advertising, those come from a separate budget. Mr. Park, will you take the president's chair? He took a long breath, and I watched him think about a man who would not fund research and development, and I watched him arrive. Mr. Chen, I agree. And then he stood up and bowed to me, all the way down, which I was not ready for. We're on the same side now. He kept bowing anyway. In Korean business, the hierarchy is not a custom. It is load-bearing, and a man who is casual with a senior can end his social existence in an afternoon. I will be honest about my reasoning because it was not sentimental. Park Sung-min was a technical man, and technical men are controllable. He got the title of president, and the entirety of research and development, and finance and personnel went to other people. Operations, promotion, advertising, none of that was going to happen in Korea at all because the Korean market was small and my market was China. Korea builds, China sells. And there was one more reason, which was that I had just humiliated his partner in front of him, and I did not entirely trust a furious man to hand over a clean copy of a source code. Now the man who wrote it was inside my building. Chairman Park, I'll trouble you to assist with the handover. Chairman, I will make certain the complete game transfers properly. There will be no surprises. Park Sung-min did not resign immediately. He sat at his desk at WebZen for another week helping my people take his own life's work out of the building, and Kim Hyun-woo, who spent that week irritated that his technical director seemed distracted, never worked out what was happening. I rented an enormous floor in Gangnam, and it did not even need redecorating, because the previous tenant had been rich and had left. Park Min-ji handled the registration and then came and told me she wanted a job in it. She was a hotel butler. It looks glamorous from outside, and it is service work. She had watched me spend $10 million on a piece of software and then commit $100 million more, and she had done the arithmetic on where that put me relative to every company in her country that was not a chaebol, and she had decided to change careers on the spot. She got administration, not finance, not personnel. I hired her because her work plan was the most detailed document anyone handed me that month, and because she then recruited an entire company in 9 days, and because she turned out to be, by a distance, the most competent person in that building. Kim Hyun-woo, meanwhile, received Park Sung-min's resignation letter and was pleased. He had been trying to work out how to get rid of him. Have you thought about this? If you resign voluntarily, under our original agreement you sell me your shares, and because you are resigning, I can only give you $4 million. Park Sung-min owned half of a company that had $10 million sitting in its bank account. Half. He did not argue. He signed, took the $4 million, and said one thing on his way out. A company that will not invest in development gets removed by the market. That is my last piece of advice. You don't need to worry about that. He walked out of the building and got straight into a car parked at the curb, where I was sitting in the back. Is it finished? It's finished. Don't be disappointed. A new glory starts now. Chairman, I will adjust immediately. I took him to the new office and up to the 23rd floor, and the lift doors opened onto a bilingual sign, and 2 receptionists stood up and greeted him. WebZen had not had a reception desk. I put my $100 million into the account and told him not to rush the new game and to watch quality, and he brought a dozen of his own developers across with him within a week, and I never had to think about the Korean side again. We flew home on the last day of that trip, and I had, in about 17 days, made $2.2 billion, bought a game outright, and founded a company on another continent. In Beijing, I put everybody in the Beijing hotel and gave a short speech. This went smoothly. Thank you. $10,000 each. The noise started before I finished the sentence. $10,000 in 2002 for men on mining company salaries in a bad year for coal was several years of income for going on a trip. Young Master Chen is generous. Long live young Master Chen. But nobody goes home to Huainan yet. I have things to do here. General Manager Ma, take the 4 of you and register me a company in Beijing. Use the name we used in Korea, Wave Technology. It's an internet company. And rent a large space, something like Seoul. We work out of it directly. Yes, young Master Chen, we guarantee it. Money is remarkable. Every single one of them said that in unison, at volume, like a chorus. MU Online was mine. Now I needed a team in China to localize it and put it on the market as fast as physically possible, which left me and Zhang Xinran alone in a suite. Terms out, stay here, there's a spare bedroom. She thought about it for about 4 seconds and agreed, because the alternative was renting a room somewhere, and this was a presidential suite. She was extremely shy about it for about a day and a half. With nothing else to do, I let her take me around Beijing, which was very funny because I had lived in that city for years in another life and knew it better than she did, and she had appointed herself my guide with tremendous seriousness. Beijing in 2002 was not the city it became. There were cranes everywhere, and the whole place had the feeling of a building site that had decided to become a capital. She took me to the Forbidden City. She explained the Meridian Gate to me. She explained which emperors lived where. I nodded a lot. And then, walking out, she saw a roadside stall and her whole face changed. Try this. I guarantee you will never forget it. What is it? Beijing Douji. It's delicious. 1 sip and you'll never forget it. Really? Of course. My treat. Try it. She paid for it herself, out of a wallet that had, until 3 weeks earlier, contained 600 yuan a month, and handed it to me, and she was laughing before I lifted it. Doji is fermented mung bean liquid. It has been drunk in that city for centuries. It smells like something has gone extremely wrong in a cellar. I took a mouthful and sprayed it directly into her face. I would like to state that this was not 100% involuntary. She stood there in the street with fermented bean water running down her chin, absolutely stunned, and her lips started going. "I'm so sorry," I said. "I didn't mean to. That is an incredible flavor. I had no idea it was that bad." I said that while visibly failing to keep my face still. "Boss, you did that on purpose." "I really didn't." "You did." "Fine, I did it on purpose. That's what you get." And then I laughed considerably harder than she had. She came at me and I ran. She caught up with me at the entrance to a courtyard house about 40 meters down the alley, and she is 19 and I run 5 kilometers a day, so I caught both her wrists and put her back against the wall, and she stopped struggling and went completely still and turned a color, and the moment stretched out. And I looked over her shoulder at the wall she was pinned against, and there was a piece of paper stuck to it. House for sale, some details, a phone number. I have thought about this a great deal, and I want to be accurate. If I had not been an idiot with a cup of fermented beans, I would not have owned that house. I let go of her wrists and read the paper. A 3-courtyard house, directly beside the Forbidden City. You want to buy a house? I can't live in hotels forever. Then why this? Nobody wants those. She was right about that, and it is the reason the whole thing was possible. In 2002, the courtyard houses of Beijing were not treasures. They were what you saw on television, which was to say crowded, run down, one family per room, shared taps, everybody's business, everybody's business. Progress was a flat and a tower. A courtyard house was what your grandmother could not get out of. The location is excellent, I said. It is next to the Forbidden City. It will appreciate. She nodded in the way you nod when you have understood the words. The owner came in 20 minutes, took one look at us, and did not bother hiding it. "Young man, my house is expensive, and I don't do loans. It's one payment." If I didn't have the money, I wouldn't have called. If the house is good, we sign today and pay today. He decided that he had nothing to lose by showing us, and unlocked the gate. The courtyard was laid with blue stone worn smooth as a mirror. There was a small pond in the middle with lotus in flower. There was a pavilion with a stone table and stools in it, and beside the pavilion, an old locust tree that had been standing in that corner for longer than any of us had been alive. There were no tall buildings anywhere near it, because there is nothing tall near the Forbidden City, and the sky just went up and up. We walked the covered corridor past rooms laid out in a line, all wooden, with lattice carved into the windows and brass rings on the doors. Inside there was calligraphy on the walls and porcelain on the shelves. In the main bedroom, past a carved screen, there was a rosewood bed with dragons and phoenixes cut into the headboard, so large it could not have come in through a door. So, my place is all right, isn't it? Top tier in all of Beijing. 3 courtyards. Beside the Forbidden City, there's nothing else like it. He was right, and he knew it. How much? 10 million. Not negotiable. I took her hand and started walking out. 10 million yuan for a courtyard house in 2002 was not a price, it was an attempt at robbery. A very good one went for 1 or 2. Hey, young man. It's negotiable. Then he turned to her because I had gone silent and said the sentence that decided the next 20 minutes of his life. "Young lady, is your boyfriend always like this?" She lit up like a switchboard. "He's normally very good-tempered," she said. "It's your price. It isn't sincere. You should lower it." "Fine. You give me a number." She looked at me. I looked back at her and did not say anything at all. 5 million, she said, and we're taking a loss. The man's face changed color. "Young lady, you are far too good-looking to be this vicious. This is not a vegetable market. You cannot cut a price in half. You are trying to end my life." She stuck her tongue out because she had no idea what a good price was. She simply knew that when buying anything, you have it first. 9.5 million. Absolutely final. "Uncle, that's still too much. 6 million. I'm adding a whole million for you." 6 is impossible. 9. 6.5. I've come up by 1.5. I stood in that courtyard and watched a 19-year-old journalism student haggle a Beijing landlord down through 11 rounds like a woman buying cabbage. He was sweating. His voice had gone. At one point, he had to sit down on the edge of the pond. 8 million, he said finally. 8 is the floor. Below that, I don't sell. She looked at me. 8 was extremely reasonable. 8, I said, and everything in the courtyard stays. Done. Take it all. He agreed instantly, because anything valuable was already out of the house, and what remained was furniture that fitted the rooms and could not be moved without demolishing a wall. That was fine. I was not hunting antiques. In Beijing in 2002, the antique bargains had been picked clean by 2 generations of professionals. I wanted the pieces because they belonged to the rooms, and I would never find replacements. We signed, went to the housing bureau, transferred the title, and wired the money. "Young man," he said at the door, "your girlfriend has a real talent. Marry that and you can retire." That's what I think too. She went the color of a fire extinguisher and looked at her shoes. For the record, in my first life, that courtyard sold in 2004 for 10 million yuan to Rupert Murdoch and his wife, which made every newspaper in the country and personally set off a decade of price increases on every courtyard in Beijing. It went on from there to several hundred million. I bought it for 8 because a girl tricked me into drinking fermented bean water. The next morning, General Manager Ma had found me a floor in Zhongguancun. Zhongguancun, in 2002, was where half the technical talent in China physically stood. If you wanted to run into somebody who would matter in 15 years, you did not need a strategy, you needed a pair of shoes. The 52nd floor of an office building, 3,000 square meters, new fit-out, floor-to-ceiling glass, the entire district laid out underneath it. We'll take it, the whole floor. We're not doing this twice. Then I took Zhang Xinran out to walk the electronics market, which at that time was the largest concentration of computer commerce in the north of the country. I did not have a destination. I was window shopping for people. And about 200 meters in, outside a shop selling CD and DVD burners, there was a man standing on the pavement personally talking passers-by into his store. I stopped walking, because that was Ma Xiaoqian. Let me tell you where he was in his life at that exact moment, because it matters. He got into Renmin University in '92 on money his village pooled together, 500 yuan and a basket of eggs. He taught himself programming in his second year and started earning real money doing it. In his final year, he took 200,000 yuan in cash and rented a restaurant near campus, and he ran it the way a good man runs things, which is that he gave every employee a watch, doubled their wages, moved them out of a flooding basement, and forbade them from eating customers' leftovers. 2 months later, it collapsed because his purchasing staff were taking kickbacks on every ingredient, and his front desk and his chef were quietly not writing receipts. He lost every yuan. Then he worked for a foreign company for 2 years, and in '98, he took 12,000 yuan of savings to Zhongguancun and rented 1 counter and sold disc burners. He called the counter JD Multimedia. By 2001, JD was the largest distributor of that product in China with a dozen branches, and his personal net worth had passed 10 million yuan for the first time. And there he was on a Tuesday afternoon in a shirt, personally hustling students off the street because he did not consider himself too senior for anything. "What can I get you? There's a student discount." He had looked at the two of us and correctly identified a couple of undergraduates. "Do you sell computers?" "We do. Desktop or laptop?" "How much?" "Desktops around 8,000. Laptops start over 10. Depends on brand and spec." Which was, at that time, an enormous amount. The average wage in the country had not cleared 1,000 a month. A computer was a car. "If I buy a lot, what's the discount?" He straightened up slightly. "How many?" 100 desktops and 100 laptops. He did not answer for a second. That was close to 2 million yuan of business. His shop did not see that once a year. The change in him was Instagram and total. "Brother." "What are you doing with them?" "I've started a company nearby." "Then brother, you have come to precisely the right place. My shop is famous for reputation and service and better after sales. 30% off the desktops and 20% off the laptops. That is a genuine number." I took the list off him and looked at it. Complete machines and assembled ones, everything priced, all of it clear. "Still expensive. Make it better, and I'll order." He looked at my face for a while. I was very obviously 18, and this was very obviously 2 million yuan. All right, he said, through his teeth. 40 off the desktops and 30 off the laptops. And for 200 machines, I deliver them personally, and I guarantee 3 days. That is the lowest price in Zhongguancun, and I am not exaggerating. IBM for both. We settled at 5,120 a desktop and 8,002 a laptop, 100 each, 1,332,000 yuan, and he rounded the remainder off himself without being asked. I paid 100,000 deposit. Thank you, brother. 3 days, guaranteed. And I'm buying lunch today. Let's have a proper drink and be friends. Anything you need, ever, call me. Now, if that had been anybody else, I would have paid and left, because I had 2 beautiful women available for lunch and no interest in a supplier. But I wanted this man, and the road to a man like that starts with lunch. Buddy Chen, he asked over the food, what kind of company needs 200 computers? Nobody uses that many. Most companies buy 3 for the office. A games company. I have a game from Korea and I'm bringing it to China. He put his cup down. He had assumed internet. He had not assumed games. And games in that year were the only part of the Chinese internet that was not in a coma. Shanda was the proof, and everyone was scrambling to copy it. One of the portals had already produced 2 of their own titles and was doing well. Another had spent an enormous amount failing to make one and had given up and started licensing, which set that company on a path it never really left. Tags make money, he said. Even I know that game. Every internet cafe in the country is full of it. Then he raised his glass and wished my launch success in advance, and I told him that what I actually needed was people. I need talent, urgently. Could you recommend anyone? I asked it casually. I expected nothing. Actually, there is one, a junior of mine from Renmin, extremely serious about games. He was at a national newspaper and he started a website with some friends. He resigned. He's sitting at home doing nothing. I stopped chewing. That's exactly what I need. Why don't we invite him over now? He looked at me like I had suggested we go swimming, and then he called him anyway. Jianhua, what are you doing? I'm having lunch with a friend in games. Yes. I thought, you're the expert. You're not working. I told him about you and he's very interested. He wants to meet you right now. All right, we'll wait. What's his surname? I asked, and I asked it far too fast. Zhou Jianhua. He was 2 years below me, and I sat there with my chopsticks in my hand. Zhou Jianhua. In my first life, that man built a games portal, then a voice platform, then a live streaming company, and every one of them was enormous. He lived nearby. He arrived in 20 minutes, and he came in clean and pressed and considerably more put together than a man who had been unemployed for months has any right to be. He looked at me and did not believe it. Everything about my face said student. Jianhua, this is Chen Wei. He has secured a Korean game, and he's bringing it to the Chinese market. It isn't a license, I said. I bought MU Online outright for 10 million US dollars. The copyright is mine, and I founded a studio in Seoul that will keep developing it and build new titles. I watched 2 men receive that sentence. Ma Xiaotian was on the $10 million, which is 100 million yuan, and on the fact that a person who appeared to be a college freshman had it. Zhou Jianhua was somewhere else entirely, because he was a gamer before he was anything, and he knew exactly what MU Online was, and he had read online that something strange had happened to the Nine's negotiation in Korea. He was now looking at the strange thing. You actually bought MU Online? I wouldn't joke about that. I had revealed it deliberately, at that table, in front of both of them, because you cannot recruit people by describing a future. You have to put something heavy on the table and let them pick it up. My company is new, I said, but it is not short of money. I am putting 300 million yuan into it. There is a studio in Seoul as technical support. That configuration already puts it past 99% of companies in this country. What I do not have is a director for the games division. I looked at him. Mr. Zhou, would you like to build an arrow with me? He stood up. Thank you for the invitation, General Manager Chen. From today, you are my boss. Ma Xiaotian started pouring before either of us sat down. The 3 of us talked for 3 hours about the Chinese internet. I was the youngest man at that table by a decade, and I kept saying things that made both of them stop and stare. Then I had to pull myself back from the edge. A man with 20 years of memory, sitting in a room full of people who are living through it, has to be extremely careful about how much he explains. Zhang Xinran and General Manager Ma sat at the end of the table and ate, having been comprehensively excluded from the conversation. The next morning, Zhou Jianhua arrived at Wave Technology, took the lift to the 52nd floor, and walked out into 3,000 square meters of absolutely nothing. Bare floor, no desks, no people. A view. I watched his face, and I knew precisely what was happening behind it, which was a man reviewing the last 24 hours of his own decisions. You are on the boat, my friend. There is no getting off now. So I put him to work, and the two of us spent that entire day carrying furniture. The fit-out crew came in to change what needed changing, starting with the previous tenant's name over the door. The office furniture arrived and had to be unpacked and assembled and arranged. The network had to be run through the whole floor. We did all of it, and I did not stand and supervise. I carried desks, because there is one moment in a company's life when the founder can do that, and it is worth more than any speech he will ever give. By evening, there was a company in there. General Manager Ma produced a camera from somewhere, and all of us stood under the new sign and took the first photograph of Wave Technology. Then I bought dinner. Honestly, Zhou Jianhua said, halfway down the first glass, when I saw the office this morning, I had regrets. And then we set the whole thing up ourselves, and it feels completely different. You are a founding member as of today, I told Zhang Xinran. First batch of employees. Me? A founding member? Of course, there are 3 of us in this company. If we aren't founders, what are we? Which was literally true. General Manager Ma and the others were on loan from my father's mining company. There were 3 people in Wave Technology, and 2 of them were at that table. She was so happy she toasted me herself. And General Manager Ma, at the other end of the table, went very slightly still, and I did not notice it at the time. I noticed later that night when there was a knock on my bedroom door in the suite, and it was her, with Zhang Xinran standing behind her looking confused. General Manager Ma says she needs to talk to you. Xinran, alone, if you don't mind. Zhang Xinran looked at her, then at me, and went back to her room, where, she has since told me, she immediately began constructing an extremely dramatic theory. It's late. What couldn't wait until morning? If I wait until morning, I won't sleep, said General Manager Ma. I don't want to go back to the mining company. I want to stay at Wave, which was exactly what I had been intending to arrange. Because in 3 weeks, she had built more of that company than anybody, and I had been trying to work out how to raise it without looking like a man poaching from his own father. I'd have to discuss it with my dad. You 4 were lent to me. Isn't that one word from you? You're his son. I'll talk to him. It shouldn't be a problem. Which is how Wave Technology got its head of administration and human resources, and how a public relations manager from a mining company in Anhui ended up running personnel for a company that within 2 months had 500 people in it. I did tell my father when I got home. I expected an argument. He gave her a full leaving bonus and let her go without one. 3 days later, Ma Xiaotian delivered 200 computers personally, on trucks, and stood in the middle of my office directing men with trolleys. The staff who had started that week watched brand new machines come through the door one after another and got extremely excited about the possibility that everybody would get one. Everybody got one. The games division got laptops. Everyone else got desktops. Then Zhou Jianhua took delivery of the source code and disappeared into it with a handful of engineers, because a Korean game does not simply arrive in China. It has to be localized, rebuilt in places, and stripped of a number of things that would not survive contact with a Chinese regulator. In my first life, the 9 went from signature to launch in 2 months, and it detonated on arrival. I wanted it live when term started in September, October at the absolute latest. Boss, Zhou Jianhua came out of that room after 4 days looking like a man who had seen something. This game is far stronger than Legend. Graphics, story, controls, all of it. It isn't close. And is that what made Legend popular? He stopped. He knew. Of course he knew. He was a serious gamer. And the truth is that the biggest game in China had rough graphics and a mediocre story, and controls that people complained about publicly, constantly, while continuing to play it for 6 hours a day. It won because there was nothing else, and because it was simple. Don't overthink it. Localize it. That's the whole job right now. The graphics and the story are our advantage, and we also have money, which they did not. Boss, he said, and I could hear him having an idea. We should also build a proper games forum. Real information, real guides, real detail. Gather every serious player in China in one place. Then we can promote our own games from it, and it establishes us as professionals. I had been in that room 4 days, and he had already produced, unprompted, the exact thing he would spend the next decade building. Do it, when you have the staff. But the forum was not the weapon. The weapon came to me a week later in an office, looking out of a window. I called him back in. Small thing. We start promoting MU Online now. Not at launch, now. Already started. We're understaffed, so it's slow. I've had a better idea. 90% of gamers in this country play in internet cafes. And there is a very stupid problem in every internet cafe in China, which is time. They bill by the hour, and almost all of them are still doing it with a man and a notebook. He waited, politely, for me to get to the point. Suppose we build software that times and bills automatically, controls every machine in the cafe from one host, powers them on, powers them off, pushes software updates, one button to call the network admin. Would the owners use it? He thought about that properly, which is what I liked about him. They've used it. Right now they need a dedicated person and they still get it wrong. If it bills automatically, most of them would use it. Now, suppose we make it networked, and we can reach it from the back end. I did not finish. I did not have to, because his eyes came up off the desk, and he did the rest himself, out loud, at speed. Networked, back-end control. Every internet cafe in China running our software, which means MU Online can appear on the desktop of every computer in every internet cafe in China overnight, which means a pop-up window, timed, on all of them. Boss, he said, and his voice had changed. With that, what game on this market is a competitor? Legend is nothing. All of them are nothing. There are somewhere north of 100,000 registered internet cafes in China, and that is only the registered ones. 50 machines each is conservative. That is 5 million computers. In an era when almost nobody owns a computer, whoever controls the internet cafes controls the internet in that country, and that is not a metaphor. Is it difficult to build? The software is easy. The promotion is impossible. You'd need a field sales force covering the entire country, and that is not a thing you assemble in a month. Build the software. I'll handle the promotion. I did not have the faintest idea how I was going to handle the promotion. I had about 6 weeks to think of something. Meanwhile, I had told General Manager Ma to go hunting, and I need to describe what she did because I did not expect it. Contact the largest headhunters in the country. We are poaching. Shanda, the portals, all of the games divisions, engineers, planners, marketers, operators, anyone who meets the bar. Pay whatever it takes. If we can lift an entire team, double the commission. Bosses, that's a lot of money. Stop thinking about money and start thinking about time. Talent can be grown later. Time cannot be bought later. Only now. A week after that, she came in with a folder. We've hired over 100 people. How many? 100. 50-something in operations and planning, 40-something engineers, and we're in talks with a team of more than 20. She was visibly enjoying herself. The headhunters went insane when they heard your terms. Every internet company in this country with a name became a target. People got a call offering double salary and agreed on the phone. I opened the folder expecting Shanda or the portals at the top. The largest single source was a software company in Zhuhai, whose game studio had produced 2 of the most beloved Chinese titles ever made, and had then been slowly starved as the market moved to online play. That parent company was in serious trouble that year. They were struggling to make payroll. A team of more than 20 people were coming to me from there in one block. The man running that company at the time, incidentally, went on to found a phone manufacturer that everyone on Earth has heard of. He was 32 years old and having the worst year of his professional life. I thought about it for a while and let it go, because they were in Zhuhai and I was in Beijing, and there are limits. How many people do we have now? Just over 200. 2 weeks. 200 people. In 2002, a 100-person company was a large company, and the 4 biggest names on the Chinese internet were all in roughly that range after years of building. Keep hiring, but ease off the poaching unless it's an exceptional individual or an entire team. She agreed instantly and told me why, and it was a better reason than mine. Too many of the new arrivals came from the same places and had worked together before, and in the short term, that looks like efficiency, and in the long term, it becomes a faction. Then my father called and shouted at me on the phone until I moved the receiver. "You brat, you've been back in the country for a month. Where exactly are you?" "I'll be back in a few days." "A few days. Come back tomorrow. You were home 4 days and then you vanished for a month." "Fine, fine. Tomorrow." Then my mother took the phone and began, in a completely different register, to explain how much I had hurt her, and I capitulated in 11 seconds. "Ma, first thing tomorrow morning." "That's better. What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it." I hung up and sat there and worked out that I had been played by a pair of professionals running a 2-person routine they had presumably been using on me since I was 6. At home the next day, the interrogation began before the plates were down. "Son, I hear you did a few things on that trip. Anything you'd like to tell me? My stomach dropped, because I had done a number of things on that trip, and I could not immediately tell which one had reached him, and half the people who went with me worked for him. Our son just got home. Eat. Ask him after. That was my mother, and my father shut up instantly, and I very nearly laughed into my rice. Then the plates came off the table, and he was next to me on the sofa before I had finished sitting down. You bet on the World Cup in Japan and won $100 million US. True? That one. Yes, true. The two of them absorbed that in silence. They had heard it secondhand from 3 employees discussing it in an office and had not believed it. Sit with that number for a second the way they had to. They had worked for over 20 years. They had built a mining company from one leased pit. Their net worth was a little over $1 billion yuan. Their son had come home from a holiday with most of that. That's not right, my father said, and here we go. I heard you bet $20 million US. Where did 20 million come from? Would you believe me if I said I also won it? They looked at me with the shared expression of 2 people deciding whether to be insulted. NBA Finals. I called the score. The odds were long, 30 million. Really? Winning once is luck. Winning twice is a question, and I had no answer available that was not the actual answer. Where else would the money have come from? You think I robbed a bank? That stumped them, because it is genuinely hard to argue with. There is no other explanation for a teenager producing $100 million that is more plausible than gambling. It took an hour. An hour of my father circling the same 3 questions from different directions like a man checking a fence for a hole, and at the end of it, they concluded that their son had been extraordinarily lucky twice. And then my father, who has never in his life left money on a table, leaned forward. Son, have a look at this Champions League match. Who do you think wins? Pa, I don't know that. Let's stay on solid ground. Luck is not a business model. I was only asking, he said, deeply wounded. Your father is right, said my mother, who had said nothing of the sort. So I gave them a business model instead. I've thought of something very profitable. It suits you. What? Real estate. My father made a face. How much money is in real estate? You buy land with your own cash, then you spend 2 years building houses, and then you have to sell the houses. It doesn't come close to a few shovels of coal. Appreciate that sentence. There is exactly one category of human being in Chinese history who could say that with a straight face, and my father was one of them. Pa, that is ancient history. Nobody waits until the buildings are up. You pre-sell. You take money for apartments that do not exist yet. I let that land. And you do not use your own money at all. You go to the government and you say you want land, and you paint them a picture, and you make the picture very large. Then you take the agreement you signed with the government to a bank, and the bank lends against it, and you pay for the land with the bank's money. Then the project gets approved, and you start pre-selling to the public. From beginning to end, you have not put in 1 yuan. He had been listening politely for the first 30 seconds. He was not listening politely anymore. You can do that? That's the basic version. Someone more ambitious takes the same agreement to several different banks and mortgages the same plot at each one, because the banking systems are not connected. Then he takes all of that money and buys more land. Repeat. And the land he buys does not even have to be developed. He holds it for 3 years and it appreciates, and then he builds on it or sells it, and either way, he has made an enormous profit. Everything I said was true, and half the developers in the country were already doing it, and regulation at that time was a rumor. Is this all right? My mother asked, and she was the only person in that room asking the question. Ma, what is not prohibited is permitted, and I am describing a method. But if the Chen family does this, we take the money and we build the houses. Every time. We are not going to be that kind of business. I meant it, and I want that on the record. Because everything that eventually blew up in that industry 20 years later blew up for exactly one reason, which is that the money from pre-sales is not your money, and a great many people spent it anyway. He did not sleep that night. My mother told me later that he lay there turning over and kept her awake doing it. The next morning at breakfast, he wanted to buy a plot immediately, just to try. Huainan is too small, I said. This city rose on coal, and it will not keep pace. If the family goes into real estate, the money is in first and second tier cities. But practicing on one plot here is fine. He accepted that, reluctantly, because he knew it was true. Pa, before anything else, do you want to be a property developer or a property tycoon? What's the difference? A developer buys land and builds houses. He makes a great deal of money, tens of billions eventually. He is known in his province. I put my cup down. A tycoon is the industry. When he moves, the sector moves. Right now, when we want land, we go and find the government. If we become the other thing, the government finds us. They will not sell us the land. They will give it to us. Cities across the country will invite us in and write us policies to get us. We will not need to go to a bank. The banks will come here. He was looking at me the way you look at a door that has appeared in a wall. How does a man become that? You build a brand. First you make the name, then you make the name famous, and then everything else arrives on its own. And to do it fast, you do not build houses. You build an urban commercial complex. A what? Speak Chinese, said my mother. So I gave it to them properly. A single enormous development anchored on a shopping center, and around that, offices, a hotel, apartments, a supermarket, a cinema, a hospital, a school. Retail, business, hospitality, residential, entertainment. A city inside a city. You go in and you do not have to leave, because everything you might want is already inside. There were things a little like it in the first-tier cities already, but they were single malls with ambitions. The two of them sat there with their mouths slightly open. Son, how much would that cost? If we sold everything we own, could we build one? That depends on how it's run. If it's run correctly, exactly as I said yesterday, we do not pay for it. Somebody else pays for it. How? Look at the size of it. Count the upstream and downstream industries it pulls in. Count the jobs. Count what it does to the city's economic figures. I shrugged. We have a design firm draw the plan. Then we go to the government and we paint the picture, and we make it grand, and we make it good, and every single thing in that picture is a political achievement for somebody. Land will not be a problem. Money will not be a problem. My father sat back with the expression of a man who has spent his whole life making money the hard way and has just been shown a shortcut he can absolutely operate. And now, I said, the important part. What is it called? They both nodded seriously and started thinking. Minghao Real Estate, said my father, after about 11 seconds, extremely pleased with himself. That is too rustic, said my mother, before I could get a word in. Rustic? What's wrong with it? Fine, Chen's Real Estate. It matches Chen's mining. There are 9,000 companies in this country called that, I said. Then what? My mother suggested a name that was good, catchy, and easy to remember, and my father's eyes lit up. And I had to inform them both that it had been registered years ago by an existing property company. There was a silence in which two extremely successful adults discovered that naming things is hard. Global International, I said. That is a good name. It's a good name. Then that's the name. And that is how the brand that eventually appeared on skylines in 30 cities got decided over cold breakfast by 3 people, one of whom was cheating. He went out that morning to register the company and was back by noon, because registration and hiring and premises are things you delegate, and there was one thing he could not delegate. We've talked and talked. We don't have a plot. You can't build a picture on nothing. So we got in the Mercedes with Uncle Lay driving and went looking for land in a city that has been standing for 1,000 years and is not large. We drove without a destination for an hour, and then we passed a stretch of waste ground, and I sat up. Uncle Lay, stop the car. I got out. My father got out after me, confused. What? That, he looked at a field of weeds. That's nothing. It's flat, it's enormous, and there is nobody living on it. No demolition, no relocation, no negotiating with 400 families for 2 years. We get it and we start. He looked again and had to concede the logistics, and then produced the real objection. It's a long way out. Is it too far from the center? And here is where I had to be careful, because I could not say what I knew, which is that I was standing in the middle of the commercial heart of that city. In 15 years, that intersection was the busiest ground in the province, every square meter of it. The location is excellent, I said. The city is going to grow in this direction. As it does, this becomes the best plot in Huainan. If you don't believe me, ask someone. My father walked 20 meters away and made one phone call. That is the part of the business I could never have replaced. I had 20 years of memory. He had a number in his pocket for a man in the planning office, and a relationship built over 15 years of doing things for people that did not need to be written down. He came back looking slightly winded. It's exactly what you said. The city's development plan runs in this direction, and the plot has not been sold, and there are no projects on it. He stood there, staring at a weed field, like a man in love. Pa, get in the car. It's 40 degrees. The weather is unbearable, he agreed, and did not move for another minute. On the way home, I asked him the other question. How is the coal business, actually? He took a while. Bad. Coal has been sliding since the late 90s. We made money for a few years. Since 2000, breaking even is a good year. Several bosses I know are selling their mines. That is why I said yes to your property idea. That surprised me, and it should not have. But the state stopped setting prices this year. It's market pricing now. On paper, he looked out of the window. The commission still intervenes on thermal coal prices and on transport. There is still a guidance price at the annual ordering conference, and the policy changes constantly. Nobody knows what it will be next year. He was entirely correct, and the situation did not resolve for another 3 years, and I knew what was coming because I had lived through it. Starting the following year, coal went up, and it kept going up for a decade. That decade is when the phrase coal boss entered the national vocabulary as a synonym for money. It is when they bought apartments in 4 cities at a time and walked into the film industry with cash in a bag. Pa, you're looking at it wrong. The state has moved to market pricing, so it will get implemented because the direction only goes one way. We joined the World Trade Organization last year. The market has to align with the outside world. There is no going back to price setting. And joining means trade expands, which means the economy expands, which means electricity consumption expands. 80% of the electricity in this country comes from coal. I shrugged. It is very hard for that price not to rise. My father did not answer. I looked over, and he was staring at me. Pa, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. You've grown up. He said it quietly. In a few years, you'll be able to take the company. Absolutely not. I intend to be a wealthy layabout. Eating, drinking, and being entertained. You brat. That evening, my mother came home, and he told her everything, and she looked at me and said my son is amazing, and my father immediately became jealous, and my mother told him off for being jealous, and then he changed the subject at speed. About the mines, should we buy Laojiang's 3? Only one of the 3 is any good, said my mother. The other 2 are average. Buy the good one. She was not decoration in that company. She held the finances, and she was in every decision, and she had been for 20 years. And I sat there with my chopsticks halfway up and thought, oh no. Because in my first life, this exact conversation happened at this exact table. My father hesitated. My mother was not enthusiastic. They passed, and another mining company bought all 3. And one of those 3 had been surveyed wrong. The actual reserves were more than 10 times the estimate. That company rode that single pit to over 100 billion yuan. The Chen family peaked at 30. For years afterward, my father would bring it up out of nowhere, in the car, at dinner, and go quiet. Ma, I said, we have to buy all 3. Both of them turned. Why? Because in 11 years, a man in another company is going to become one of the richest men in this province off a pit you are about to decline. Because as a package, it's cheaper and you can negotiate. If you cherry pick the good one, he'll price it high, and he may not sell it separately at all. Mine prices are on the floor right now. You cannot lose. It was a terrible answer that I invented on the spot. That does make some sense, said my father. We'll talk to Laojiang tomorrow. My mother did not object, and I put my head down and ate rice and did not trust my own face. They bought all 3. 20-something million yuan for the set, because Laojiang wanted out and was in no position to argue. The family went from 10 mines to 13. My father came home that night and wanted to drink about it, which he did approximately 4 times a year. Why are you telling our son to drink? He's an adult. It's a few cups. Ma, I'm happy today. I'll drink with Pa. So we drank, and I let him get 1 cup down before I ruined his evening. Pa, 13 mines is too few. Prices are at the bottom. We should be buying with both hands. I think 130 is about right. He choked. Genuinely choked. He coughed for a solid 20 seconds while my mother hit him on the back. You brat, do you know what 130 mines means? There are not 130 mines in this entire city. Those 3 cost 20 million. What do you think 130 costs? Here is the thing about my father that people misread. He had a net worth over 1 billion yuan. His actual liquid cash, at any moment, was about 100 million. That is what having 1 billion means. It means you own things. Money is not the constraint, I said. We have 13 mines. Mortgage them. Take the loan and buy mines. Mortgage those and buy more. And you do not even have to pay in full at signing. sign the contract, take the contract to the bank, and pay the seller with the bank's money. Repeat that, and 130 is not a fantasy. I refilled his cup. Huainan does not have 130 mines. Shanxi has more than that in one prefecture, and cheaper. So does Ordos. So does Xinjiang. There is no shortage of coal mines in this country. There is only a shortage of people willing to buy them at the bottom. He put his cup down and did not pick it up again for a while. He did not know real estate, and he had listened to me about that on faith. He knew coal all the way down to the bones, and I had just described his own industry back to him in a way he had never once considered. "Worthy of being my son," he said, and hit my cup with his hard enough to spill it. And then my mother, who had been quiet, put her finger directly through the middle of the whole thing. "If you do it that way, doesn't the funding chain eventually break? Real estate on borrowed money, coal on borrowed money. One link fails, and everything fails." She was right. She was completely right. That is precisely the mechanism that eventually took down some of the largest developers in the country 20 years later. "Ma, if anyone else did this, it would fail. We have mines. Starting next year, coal goes up, and with 13 mines and rising, we will be collecting money with a shovel. That cash covers the property loans and funds the property business, and there is no chain to break." "That is a guess," she said. "What if coal does not go up?" And there it was, and I could not say the true thing, so I said the second best thing, which is that the loans do not all mature at once, and that pre-sales generate cash that funds construction, and that, with enough time and competent scheduling, there is no crisis, only a calendar. She let me have it, not because I had won the argument, because coal genuinely was showing signs of turning, and she could feel it in the invoices, and because my father had already gone, and she had spent 20 years watching that man be right about exactly this kind of thing. I did not tell them about the rest of the plan, which is that if the whole edifice ever wobbled, there was $2.2 billion sitting in a bank in America with my name on it. Meanwhile, my father had flown to Hong Kong. I had described an urban commercial complex to him on a Tuesday. He was on a plane on Wednesday. He came back 7 days later with an entire design team. The firm in Hong Kong had taken one look at the scope and sent their best people to the mainland to survey the site, because a commission of that size was rare even there. So there we all were on the weed field, more than a dozen cars parked along the road, 30 people standing in the sun with measuring equipment. "Boss Chen, this plot is enormous. I'm afraid the design cannot be finished in a month." "That's impossible. I'm waiting to take it to the city." "1 month is not enough, not even with overtime. There are too many components." My father was going gray, because he had built his entire strategy on walking into a government building with a drawing. "Produce a preliminary," I said, "the framework only. Massing, zones, the shape of the thing, details later. He does not need a finished design. He needs a picture." Right, just a rough one. How long?" "Half a month." "Half a month it is." Back at the office, they put me in front of the Hong Kong team because my father physically pushed me forward and announced that since I had proposed this thing, I would be explaining it from beginning to end and that nobody understood it better. I rolled my eyes at him and did it anyway. The anchor is a shopping center. Around it, a hotel, a central business district tower, residential, a supermarket, a cinema. Functions for leisure, entertainment, living, medical, education, and business. Not a mall with extras, a complete environment. The lead designer stopped taking notes about 90 seconds in and started asking questions. Their model was mall first, everything else optional. Mine was popularity first, and everything else drafts off the traffic, and every component makes every other component more valuable. After that, whenever they had a spare hour, they pulled me into a room to argue about it, which was flattering and which completely destroyed my summer. Half a month later, there was a preliminary design, and my father took it to the city. I was not in that room. I have the account from 4 separate people, and they all tell it the same way. He had submitted a proposal in advance, saying that this was an unprecedented project for the province, and rare for the entire region. As the largest single taxpayer in the city, when that man said he wanted to present something in person, everybody came. Party secretary, mayor, several deputies, the department heads. And my father, a man who did not finish middle school, stood in front of the government of a city of 2 million people with a slide presentation and sold them a dream. International Shopping Center. World-class 5-star hotel. The tallest business tower in the province. The most luxurious residential district in eastern China. A private hospital. A school running from primary to senior. Everything you could want inside Global International, so you never have to leave. He used the word international so many times that people began to lose track. On completion, this will be the landmark of Huainan, the star of the province, the largest and most advanced complex in eastern China, and the benchmark for the country. It will drive employment across upstream and downstream industry for more than 100,000 people, and the effect on the city's economic output is not measurable, and it does not stop. He finished. He had worked himself into a genuine state by the end, and he told me afterward that around the 4th minute he had started believing it himself. And then there was silence. Total silence, the kind where a man hears his own pulse. He stood at the front of that room for what he swears was 30 seconds and was probably 10, sweating through a good shirt, watching his entire plan die. Then the party secretary, at the head of the table, began to clap, and the room detonated. Most of the people in there had never heard of an urban commercial complex and did not fully understand what they had just applauded, and none of that mattered even slightly, because the secretary had gone first. General Manager Chen's plan is excellent, as one would expect. I think this is very advanced. It drives the economy, and it creates a large number of jobs. I propose we apply to the province to have it designated a key provincial project. Views? Agreed, said the mayor, instantly. Once the two of them had spoken, nobody was going to sing anything different, and it passed unanimously. General Manager Chen, this must start as soon as possible. If there are difficulties, raise them. My father had been waiting his entire life for that sentence. There are some difficulties. I hope the city can help. He hesitated, deliberately, and made the room lean in, because political achievement of this size can move a career, and every person at that table had just worked out that they were in the room where it started. Say them. What can be solved will be solved. What cannot will go to the province and be solved there. First, we lack a plot. The scale demands a very large area. Have you seen anything you like? They were not fools. The moment he said it that way, everybody knew he already had a plot in mind. The intersection of Longhu Road and Chaoyang Road. It is large, flat, and it is waste ground. Director Zhang, check whether there is a development plan on that land. If not, approve it. If there is, and it is not critical, hold it and make way for Global International. Done. That fast. In one sentence. Any other difficulties? Say them all at once. There is also a funding gap. How much? And my father held up 5 fingers. 500 million is not so much. Not 500 million, said my father. 5 billion. And the room went quiet again, and this time it was a different quiet. 5 billion yuan in 2002. When the average wage in Beijing was a little over 1,000 a month, and apartments there cost 3,000 a square meter. There were cities in that country whose entire annual economic output was under 5 billion. My father, by his own account, began to sweat again and had one clear thought, which was that this was my fault, and that I had told him 5 billion at the kitchen table, and that 1 or 2 would have been the sensible number, and that he had never even considered saying 5 out loud until I put it in his head. He has told me since that at that moment he had fully decided to hang me up by my ankles when he got home. And then the party secretary, at the head of the table, nodded slowly and said, "Is 5 billion enough?" My father stopped breathing. A project this size must be done properly. It must become the calling card of this city. He recovered in under 2 seconds, which is the fastest I have ever known that man to move. That is enough for now. The company has funds of its own, which is exactly the right answer, and which is why he was rich and I was not yet. 5 billion for now. If it is short later, we will add more. The land, free. 5 billion yuan, interest-free. He called me from the car, and I could hear that he had the window down. Son, it's done. I don't believe it. Free land, and the 5 billion went through. A pause. If I'd known, I'd have asked for more. He had entirely forgotten about hanging me up by my ankles. They actually gave 5 billion? Of course they did. When your father makes a move, is there anything that cannot be settled? You should have seen them. Every one of them sitting there with their mouths open, completely suppressed by your father. It took no effort at all. I said nothing and gave the phone a thumbs up that he could not see. After that, my parents effectively stopped existing. The mining company was buying pits, and the property company was hiring an entire staff from nothing, and there were nights they did not come home at all. Which left me free, and I spent it exactly the way you would expect. I rode to her house every day. The first time I went back after that month, I had not even got my phone out to call the landline when the door opened and she was standing there. "You're back." "I'm back." She had come out because she had a feeling, she said, that I was outside. She had not looked out of a window. She just knew. I put the bike down in the road. I did not put it down carefully. Later, I asked her how, and she could not explain it, and she said the thing that I had by then heard from two separate people, which is that it did not feel like meeting me. It felt like recognizing me. We rode to a park and sat on a bench by the water. It was full of retired men playing chess and walking in circles, and two teenagers, and that was the entire population. "How was the trip?" "It went. It's finished." "Will you be gone again soon?" "I'm home until at least August." She was extremely happy about that for about 4 seconds, and then she did the arithmetic on September, and I watched it happen on her face, because that girl could not conceal a single thing. "Don't. Flying is fast now." Then Xu Guang called and announced that he was holding his college banquet and that I was required. For anyone who has not been to one, this is a rite. When a kid gets into university, the family throws a banquet, and unless you are wealthy, it is held under a tent outside your own front door with round tables, and everyone comes, and everyone brings a gift envelope. Xu Guang, being efficient, had combined it with his 20th birthday on the entirely sound reasoning that you cannot collect gift money twice. "And tell the class monitor," he added in a tone I did not care for. We arrived together with a small gift she had insisted on buying, which I had not thought of, because he and I had never given each other anything in our lives, and we walked into that house holding hands, and the room stopped. Not because of me. For 3 years, Zhao Yanru had been a school uniform 2 sizes too big, with hair across the face and a permanent position at the top of the rankings. That afternoon, she was in a dress with her hair down. The room genuinely did not recognize her. There was a full 10 seconds of my former classmates trying to work out which beautiful stranger I had brought. "Chen Wei, is that your girlfriend?" "Yes, isn't she pretty?" "Class monitor, is that you?" Her old deskmate got there first, and then everybody arrived at once, and 30 people surrounded her, and I got squeezed out of the perimeter and stood at the edge watching a girl who had spent 3 years being invisible get mobbed by her own class. The boys were doing a different calculation. I could see it going around the room like a current. It was 3 years. 3 years, and none of us looked. And Jiang Xiaoyue, who had also come, and who had spent the last month finding reasons to be wherever I was, stood at the side of that room and watched the ugly duckling turn out to have been the whole time a swan and comprehensively outrank her. "Wei Ge," Xu Guang arrived and gave me a thumbs up. "Outstanding." I need to be clear that he had also thought I had lost my mind, right up until that afternoon. The banquet was 2 hours, and mostly beer. Every table opened bottles, everyone drank them dry, and 20-year-old boys have no concept of pacing, and I spent most of it intercepting drinks aimed at the birthday boy, which is what a best friend is for. He was still nearly horizontal by the end. Then we went to a karaoke room, where he lay down and fell asleep immediately. There were 2 microphones in that room. Jiang Xiaoyue had one, and she came over to where Zhao Yanru was sitting against my shoulder and asked me to sing a duet with her. I did not answer her. "Do you want to sing?" I asked Zhao Yanru. "No. But I want to watch you sing." So I stood up, took the microphone out of Jiang Xiaoyue's hand while she was still processing the previous sentence, and told the boy running the machine to cue a specific song and move it to the front. And I sang it looking directly at Zhao Yanru. I can sing. That was a genuine surprise to everybody in that room, including my best friend, who woke up halfway through. In my first life, I put a band together in Los Angeles. It lasted 5 months, and I have always maintained that this was the fault of American audiences, and not of us. Between that and 4 years of nightclubs, a karaoke room holds no fear for me. The room went quiet in about 2 lines, which never happens, and Zhao Yanru looked at me across it and did not look away once. Jiang Xiaoyue watched that, and I saw the exact moment she stopped being angry and started being something worse, which is envious. When it ended, there was actual applause and several requests for another. "Wei Ge, when did you learn to sing?" "I know a lot of things now." Then I handed him the microphone, and he immediately ordered a Wu Bai song and made a noise like a farm animal in distress for 4 minutes, which he was entitled to do, being the birthday boy. She leaned over during it. That song was lovely. If you like it, I'll sing it to you whenever you want. You said that. You can't take it back. When have I ever lied to you? And she went still and looked at me strangely, and I did not understand why until much later, which is that I said it in the tone of a man referring to a long history, and we had known each other for 6 weeks. Afterward, the three of us went for beef and glass noodle soup at the place he and I had always gone, which she had never been to. Should I be calling you sister-in-law now? He asked me. You have no sense at all. Do you even need to ask? She put her head down and ate her noodles with a smile she was not able to control, and gave me most of the beef out of her bowl, claiming she was dieting. Xu Guang lost his appetite entirely and told me, with feeling, that he was going to find a girlfriend at university and bring her back specifically to make me suffer. August ended the way summers do, in one afternoon. She was going to Shanghai, Fudan, Law, which is their flagship. She was taking the train, so I took the train, and I bought 4 sleeper tickets, which was 3 more than I needed, so that nobody would be in our compartment. Her father came to see her off, obviously. He had raised a girl who had never once fallen out of the top 3 in her year, who scored 680 and turned down the 2 best universities in the country because the department at the 3rd was better, and there was no possible version of the world in which that man let her get on a train to Shanghai alone. He was carrying most of her luggage, and she was carrying the rest, and there was a great deal of it. Meng Shui, who is this? This is my classmate. He's also going to Shanghai. That was the story we had agreed, on the grounds that we were 18 and did not want a family meeting. Hello, uncle. I'm Chen Wei. And he shook my hand and looked at me with the specific expression of a man who has already seen his daughter get on the back of your bicycle through a window and is going to sit on that information for 8 hours. Which is what he did. 8 hours. A green-skinned train, no high-speed anything, that whole afternoon. He started gently. Which university in Shanghai? Uncle, I didn't get into a university in Shanghai. I'm not at university in China. I watched his entire face reorganize itself because he had heard that as a boy who had not got in anywhere and was following his daughter to Shanghai, which is an extremely specific nightmare for a father. Zhao Yanru could not stand it for more than 4 seconds. He's at the University of California in Los Angeles. That's a world-famous university. There was a pause. Ah, said her father. In that year, if a Chinese kid was studying abroad, it meant one of exactly 2 things. He was so gifted that the state or the school was paying for him, or his family was rich. There was no third category. The cost was not survivable for a normal household. Either way, I was not what he had thought I was 30 seconds earlier. And then, having established that, he spent the next 7 hours conducting the most thorough interview of my life. History, culture, the relationship between China and America, the state of the economy, what I intended to do afterward. I answered all of it, calmly, without boasting, and not once nervously, because I was 38 years old on the inside, and this man had no idea he was interrogating a contemporary. She sat between us the whole time. She started out terrified that her father was going to eat me. By the 4th hour, she had stopped even trying to hide her face. He bought lunch. I tried to pay, and he stopped me with one sentence. I am the adult here. I am not letting a child pay. Shanghai at 4 in the afternoon. Fudan was 2 days from the official start of term, so the campus was half empty, and I shamelessly attached myself to the whole operation on the grounds that I had always wanted to see it. Registration, tuition, meal card, water card, dormitory key, bedding, the whole grinding process, done in an hour because there was nobody there. The student union people at the law school desk noticed her arriving from about 30 meters away and had a small competition over who would take her round, which the one senior girl among them broke up on site. 4-person room, bunks over desks, private bathroom. Very good for that year. Then her father went to the campus guest house and invited me to stay there too, and at that point even I could not hold the line, so I declined politely and went and checked into the Peace Hotel on the Bund, the Sassoon suite on the top floor. 300 square meters, windows on the whole river. The next day, I bought her a phone. She fought me the entire way. She had 800 yuan for the month, which was more than usual because it was her first term. A brand phone was 5,000 and up. The counter staff had watched us look at every case in the shop without touching anything and had correctly filed us as students. I asked to see a Samsung Flip. The woman behind the counter handed me the display dummy. The real one, please. and there was a small pause where a shop assistant decided whether I was wasting her afternoon. This is the newest model, 5,299. Are you sure? Take it out. If it's good, I'll buy it. Zhao Yanru was pulling on my sleeve and doing arithmetic in her head that ended with her living expenses for an entire year. I put it in her hand and asked if she liked it, and she said it was too expensive, and started handing it back to the counter, and I said, over the top of her, "We'll take it. A new one, not that one." The assistant did not believe it and asked twice. "It's too expensive," Zhao Yanru said in a small voice in the street outside, holding a 5,000 yuan phone she had already decided to secretly repay me for. "A cheap one breaks, and you spend the money anyway and lose the time. Listen to me once." There was a prize draw at the mall entrance, and she went and entered with the receipt and won a hairdryer and came back skipping. That evening, I took her to a French restaurant on the Bund. I want to explain that choice because it was not romantic instinct, it was strategy, and I am not proud of the clarity of it. She was 18, beautiful, alone in Shanghai, and I was about to be on a different continent for 4 months at a stretch. In 2002, in this country, one partner going abroad was functionally a breakup, 99 out of 100. There was no video calling, there was a phone card and a queue. I could not compete with proximity, so I did the only thing I could, which was to make her world larger than the boy who was going to be sitting next to her in a lecture hall in October. The doormen in tailcoats nearly turned her around at the door. I felt her hand tighten. The private room looked directly at the river. The menu was in 3 languages, and the cheapest thing on it cost several hundred yuan, and she put it down without ordering. "Don't say anything," I said. "Just enjoy today. That's the whole job when you're out with me. Nothing else." She had never had Western food in her life. The starters came, and she looked at them like exhibits. And when a violinist started playing in the corner of the room, I watched an 18-year-old girl from a coal city receive every single thing she had ever imagined from a television drama, all at once, and have to put her napkin over her face. She ate an enormous amount. I had expected to be taking most of it home, and we finished all of it. The dessert nearly finished her. Afterward, we walked along the Bund and looked at the water. The night view here is beautiful. I know somewhere better. And when we arrived at the Peace Hotel, she gave me a very specific look. I took her up to the suite and put her in front of the window, and the whole of Lujiazui was on the other side of it, the tower and the river and the ships going up it with their lights on. It was not yet the skyline everyone knows, half of it had not been built, and it was still the most impressive thing she had ever stood in front of. I wasn't lying, was I? You weren't. Did you stay here last night? I did. So that's why you wouldn't stay at the guest house with my dad. That is slander. I was worried it would be awkward. It was the first time I met him. I'm joking. Why are you so nervous? You're joking with me now? Let's see about that. And I chased her round the furniture of a presidential suite until I caught her, and she went red, and I kissed her against the glass with the Huangpu River going past behind her. Then she went to take a bath, and stayed in there so long I fell asleep on the bed, waiting. When she came out, I had a hairdryer, and I dried her hair. That is what happened. I sat behind an 18-year-old girl on the edge of a bed in the most expensive room in Shanghai and dried her hair because it was wet, and it was September, and it took about 10 minutes. She had come out of that bathroom braced for something entirely different, and I watched all of it go out of her in stages. Then I put the blanket over both of us. Sleep. Good night. She did not say anything for a while. I have been told since that she lay there and felt something she had never felt before and could not identify, and that she slept better that night than she had in years. The next day the term started and the campus filled up, banners and flags and 10,000 people with luggage. Her 3 roommates had arrived. She introduced me generously and without qualification as her boyfriend, and all 3 of them went off like alarms. I spent 2 hours as free labor in the campus supermarket, which on that day was a contact sport. I did the actual buying because 4 teenage girls do not get to the front of that queue, and I do. Also because certain 2nd and 3rd year boys treat the first week of term as hunting season and the supermarket as the best ground. They thanked me all through dinner, which I paid for while they were arguing about who would. Consider it from both of us, I said. In exchange, I'll ask all of you to look after Meng Shui. Of course, you didn't have to ask. Her hand closed on mine under the table. Afterward, the two of us walked around the campus in the dark. I leave tomorrow. She did not say anything for a long moment. Then you have to come back often, and call every day. I will, and I meant it, and I could afford it, and that is the entire difference between me and every other 18-year-old having that conversation on a campus that week. I flew to Beijing the next morning and did not tell anybody I was coming. The lift doors opened on the 52nd floor, and there were 3 receptionists in front of a wall the size of a truck with an ocean painted on it, and 2 of them did not know who I was. The one who did stood straight up. "Hello, boss." "Long time. You're getting more beautiful." "Thank you, boss." "You're getting more handsome." The other 2 caught up about 4 seconds later. Then I walked into my own company and stopped dead in the doorway. When I left, there had been 200 people, and half the floor was bare. There were 500 or 600 people in there. 3,000 square meters, and it was nearly full. Departments that had not existed a month earlier had their own areas. Somewhere behind the games division, there was an entire wall of engineers I had never seen. People started greeting me as I walked through, which had not happened before, because a boss who is never present becomes an event. General Manager Ma came into my office about 90 seconds later on a pair of heels I heard from the corridor. "You finally remembered we exist. I assumed you'd emigrated. You're getting more beautiful, and your mouth is getting worse." Humph. She gave me an hour of report, and it was, technically, extremely good work. 300 new people, every department staffed, a new marketing division built from scratch. Salary bands, job grades, benefits, the whole skeleton of a real company. And she had put it together in 2 months from a standing start in an industry she had never worked in. "You've done a great deal," I said. "Did you go home?" "Once. I resigned from the mining company properly, and I have to thank you. Voluntary resignation, full salary, and they gave me a bonus. I had asked my father for that in one sentence over dinner and forgotten about it completely, and he had made a note." Zhou Jianhua was waiting outside and came in the second she left. "Boss, you're back." "How's the game?" "Development is finished. Closed beta soon, which lines up with term starting. Public launch in October." "The forum? The cafe software?" "The forum's live, not many users. The cafe software is done. You said you'd handle promotion, so we haven't touched that." The forum being live surprised me. I logged in and looked at it, and it was a beautifully built ghost town. So I went and looked at the largest and most serious games forum in China at that time, which was enormous, and where a popular thread had tens of thousands of replies, and where somebody had already written a very long, very detailed introduction to MU Online that people were begging in the comments to be allowed to play. "That's ours," said Zhou Jianhua. "We've seeded those on every forum." "Good. Now here's the other half. Put a team on it. Go to every games forum, every portal, anything to do with games, and move all of it onto ours. Then go back to those forums and post threads that drive traffic." He looked at me. "Boss, if we simply copy it, is that a problem?" "What problem? Does the law say we can't?" Which was, at that specific moment in history, a completely accurate legal analysis. There was no internet law worth the name. Content posted online in China in 2002 had no meaningful protection. Was it graceful? No. Was it what every single company that survived that decade did in some form? Also, no comment. And the traffic threads are written far too politely. Nobody will read those. "Look." I turned his keyboard around and typed a title of the sort that would eventually be given a name and a whole industry, and put a picture under it and one line of text and a link. Like that. Zhou Jianhua stared at the screen for a while. "Boss, isn't that a bit..." "A bit what?" "A bit that. It's an example. Don't copy me exactly. Just understand the direction." He nodded slowly, in the manner of a man who has understood the direction and has some feelings about it. Then Ma Xiaotian turned up at the front desk, and I went out to meet him personally rather than have him sent in, which the receptionists noticed. He was buying lunch, because I had bought another 300 computers from him that month, and he considered 500 machines a relationship worth maintaining. The 3 of us went to the same restaurant as the first time, and ordered the local spirit, which is 60 proof and tastes like an argument. "China's internet has moved fast," said Ma Xiaotian, somewhere around the 3rd cup. "So many new companies." "It's changing every day," said Zhou Jianhua. "The beginning of this century is the internet century," I said. "Nothing else comes close." Both of them looked at me, because they both believed the internet had a future, and neither of them believed that. "You remember the bubble," I said. Everybody remembers the valuations. Those were children's numbers. In a few years, they double and keep going. Is that why you started a games company? Asked Ma Xiaotian, and I had drunk exactly enough. Games are one part. What I actually want is to change how people live. I put my cup down. Imagine you never leave the house. You buy anything you want on the internet and it arrives at your door. You're hungry, you tap a phone a few times and food comes. You go out, you book a car on the phone in advance and it's waiting. You carry no cash at all, ever, because the phone is the money. There was a silence. They were not being polite. They genuinely could not process it. The phone in Ma Xiaotian's pocket had a monochrome screen and could not connect to anything. There were companies doing online shopping in China, and the experience was so bad that using it was a hobby. Can any of that actually be built, or is it science fiction? Some of it takes time. Shopping works right now, today. You sit at home, you go online, you buy what you want. The experience is terrible. The people doing it aren't doing well. There was no online shopping at all, and now there is. A bad experience gets better. Not doing well now is not the question. The question is whether the model has somewhere to go. I leaned in. You are an ordinary person. You can buy the thing you want without leaving your house at half the price of the shop. Where do you buy it? There are 1.2 billion people in this country. How big is that market? I could hear both of them breathing. That is a market worth hundreds of billions. Against that, a bad experience is a detail. You improve the experience. You control the quality of the goods. If logistics are bad, you build your own logistics. If delivery is slow, you buy trucks, buy planes, build warehouses in every city so that what a man orders today arrives tomorrow. I shrugged. If the market is large enough, none of those are problems. They're just work. I want to be extremely clear about what I had just done. I had described out loud in a restaurant to Ma Xiaotian in the year 2002, the company he had not yet thought of. Not the shopping site. Anyone could see the shopping site, the logistics, the trucks, the warehouses in every city. Next day delivery as the entire reason to exist. The thing that took him 15 years and nearly bankrupted him 3 times and eventually made him one of the most important businessmen in the country. E-commerce in this country has barely started, I said. I have people and I have money. The 300 million in that company is opening capital, and I can put more in whenever I like. If we go into that market, we will make the ground shake. I used the word we. I would love to tell you it was accidental. Jianhua has the games. For e-commerce, I don't have a director. I looked straight at him. Changzi, come over. Let's build it. He did not look surprised. I had said far too much for a stranger, and we both knew what the last 20 minutes had been. And he was moved. I watched it. He had ambition. He had started businesses in college and failed and started again. He was not a man who wanted to sell discs forever. But he had 3 problems, and I could name all of them from where I was sitting. He had a company. It was working. He had opened branches that year. If he came to me, he would be second at best and would take instructions for the rest of his life. And if he tried it alone, he would lose, and he knew it, because I had money and people, and I had just described his own future business to him more clearly than he could have described it himself. Thank you, Buddy Chen, he said with difficulty, but I have my own company. I can't walk away from it. I had not expected to land it in one meeting. That man had, in my first life, publicly stated that if he ever lost control of his own company, he would sell every share and leave. That is not a negotiating position. That is a personality. I understand, I said. The door at Wave is always open, any day you want it. Buddy Chen understands me. I'll drink this one. Drink whatever you like. And he put a full cup of 60 proof spirit down his throat in one movement, and I understood that I had been refused by a man who intended to remain my friend. The one thing I did not say was that a very bad year was coming for him, and that when it did, I would ask again. Back at the office, Zhou Jianhua followed me in and shut the door. Boss, was any of that true? Of course it was true. I assumed you were saying it to get Ma Xiaotian. I wanted Ma Xiaotian, and I also meant every word. When the beta's done, start building the website. I still have the game, I can't do both, and after launch it gets worse. There's nobody else. He said no, it's you. He made a noise like a man being loaded onto a truck. So I gave him the plan, which was the only part of it that was genuinely clever, and it was clever because I did not intend to go anywhere near the existing shopping sites. There are shopping sites already. We are not going to fight them for the same customer. We come in sideways. How? The first people in this country to get on the internet were gamers, and a slice of them have serious money and no problem spending it. They already spend money inside games, but there is no way to turn a piece of equipment into cash without an ordeal. You farm something rare and you want to sell it. First, you have to find a buyer. Then he has to agree to pay cash. Then you have to work out who moves first, because whoever moves first can be robbed. And if you are not in the same city, forget it. So we hold the money, said Zhou Jianhua immediately. We hold the money. Seller lists the item with a price. Buyer clicks and pays us. We tell the seller he's paid. Seller hands the item over in-game. Buyer confirms. We release the money, 5%. That's very good. He was already frowning. There's a hole. I'm the buyer. I take the item and I say I never got it. Or I'm the seller. I take the money and I never hand it over and I say I did. He found that in under 10 seconds, which is why I hired him. We tell both sides to screenshot and record and keep the chat logs, and we say it loudly, every single transaction. Whoever raises the dispute provides the evidence. If neither has evidence, we do nothing, and we have already discharged our obligation by warning them. Some people will still get robbed. Some people will still get robbed. It is impossible to prevent completely on virtual goods, and it will still be impossible in 20 years. I shrugged. But we are only a platform. We do not hold stock. We do not ship anything. We do not guarantee quality. Our costs are almost nothing. We take 5% for making the transactions safe. And gamers are a small pool. They're the entry point. We accumulate users on virtual goods, and then we move to physical. And by the time we do, we already have the wealthiest slice of everyone in this country who owns a modem. Then I went and found General Manager Ma in her own office and did not knock. And she looked up, ready to remove somebody's head, and had to switch expressions midway. What wind blew you in? Is this the first time you've been in my office? I've been in here. She rolled her eyes at me. Fine, what do you want? Can't I simply have missed you? You've seen me, you can go. Which is roughly how every conversation with that woman went for 2 years, and which is a large part of why the company worked. All right, the Internet Cafe software. I want to promote it through the student unions of every university in Beijing. I've done one myself, and it worked. It's yours now. Student unions? Can they do it? And that is the piece I have to explain, because it is the single best idea I had that year, and it did not come from the future. It came from knowing what a 19-year-old will do for money. A week earlier, I had asked Zhang Xinran to introduce me to the president of her student union. She was on that union herself, running the external relations department, which is the part that talks to companies, which is exactly why I had asked. He was called Sun Lei, glasses, sharp, the kind of student who is going to have a career. He had agreed to the meeting without thinking, because companies approach student unions constantly, and sponsorship money is how a union eats. Then Zhang Xinran introduced me as her boyfriend, and I watched a small piece of his afternoon fall over, because that girl had a queue of admirers and had never once said yes to any of them. What kind of software? Internet cafe management. You've been to internet cafes. They bill by hand and they get it wrong constantly, and it annoys the owner and it annoys the customer. Ours bills automatically, powers machines on and off, pushes updates, and lets a customer call the admin from his seat. And I watched him deflate. He had assumed I wanted to promote on campus, in which case he could take a sponsorship fee, hang 2 banners, mention it at an event, and go home. That is the business. Going door to door to internet cafes across the city was work, real work, with legs in it. Inside the school we could help, he said, with excellent manners. Outside the school, our influence is much weaker. I'm afraid we can't. Zhang Xinran started to argue on my behalf, and I put my hand up. President Sun, don't refuse yet. I let a pause happen. I intend to sell this at 3,000 yuan. For every copy sold, you get 100. Nobody else at this university knows that number, only you. I think you're an intelligent man, and I think you understand what I mean. And then I stopped talking and looked at him. 100 yuan in 2002. When the average salary in that city was under 2,000 a month, and a student doing part-time work was thrilled with 100 or 200 a month total. I watched him understand it in 3 parts. First, 100 yuan per copy is a lot of money. Second, 100 yuan per copy comes to me personally, not to the union. Third, therefore what I do with the union is entirely my own affair. 100 is a little low, he said, which is what a man says when he has already decided. 100 is high, and there are several thousand people in this city who would take it. You are the first person I came to. I paused. There are thousands of internet cafes in Beijing. You can do that arithmetic without me. And if you turn out to be capable, there are over 100,000 in the country, and that is only the registered ones. Then give me Beijing exclusively. No, I'll give you a 1-week head start on everyone else. He did not push, because a week is worth a great deal, and he could see I was not moving. I could have given him the city. I chose not to, because money moves people, and thousands of cafes in Beijing is hundreds of thousands of yuan in a student's hands, and I have never in my life met a 19-year-old who could hold that without something happening. Deal. I showed him the software. Install, 10-minute trial, then it wants an activation key, and each key works once. I gave him 10 keys. He was gone in 4 minutes. He did not stay to be polite. He had things to do. Zhang Xinran walked out of that building beside me with her forehead creased. Why did he refuse and then agree? And why was he suddenly in a hurry? The 100 yuan. But the money goes to the union, and I had to stop myself laughing at her because she genuinely thought that, and she was 19, and it was one of the reasons I liked her. Come with me. There was an internet cafe directly across the road from the campus gate. I walked in and up to the desk, where a middle-aged man with a belly was sitting with a notebook. Boss, how do you charge? 3 an hour, 5 for a private room. How long do you want? He did not look up. He picked up a pen. Boss, why are you still doing this by hand? Everyone's on automatic billing now. Manual is always wrong. The time's never right. What are you talking about? He said, and I watched a guilty man overcorrect. We have never made a mistake here, and what is automatic billing? He lost money on that notebook every single month. When the cafe was quiet, it was fine, and when it was full, he could not keep up, and he wrote the wrong numbers down, and half the time he was cutting people off early and arguing with them, and the other half he was giving away an hour. He had been considering hiring a person purely to hold a clock. It means nobody has to count. The machine tracks it. Time runs out, the computer shuts itself off. It warns the customer to top up. 1 button to power the whole room on, 1 to power it off, 1 to push updates, and the customer can call you from his seat without shouting across the room. Really? The whole tone had changed. Where do I get it? How much? You've asked the right person. I have it here. 3,000. And there it was. The instant he heard 3,000, he stopped wanting it, because 3,000 yuan hires a network administrator for 6 months, and because 2 people a day come through that door trying to sell him something. Boss, try it first, then decide. He agreed to that because trying it costs nothing. I put a USB drive in a machine he picked and installed it, which took 90 seconds, and set the timer on that seat to 5 minutes. A window appeared on the screen. Your balance is insufficient. Please top up. This computer will shut down in 5 minutes. Then, from that machine, I powered the neighboring computer off, then on, then pushed a software update to it, then rang the admin from it. Then we stood there and had a conversation about nothing for 4 minutes, and the machine turned itself off on schedule. He did not say anything for a moment. So, is it useful? I said. 3,000 really is not expensive. Work out what the notebook costs you every month, and then think about the other thing, which is that if you have this and the cafe 2 streets over does not, where do people go? Can you do anything on the price? I can't. It's already cheap. If you don't want it, I'll go to the one next door. And I picked up my bag. All right, young man. 3,000. I walked out of that cafe 25 minutes after walking into it with 3,000 yuan in my pocket. Zhang Xinran had not said a single word the entire time. How long does it take you to earn 100 yuan? When I was doing odd jobs, over 2 weeks. Right, now, that 100 yuan is Sun Lei's, personally. It has nothing to do with the student union. Whether he uses the union to sell it, or his cousins, or hires people off the street, is not my business, and I do not care. I looked at her. Now tell me, is he going to promote this hard? She was not stupid. It arrived all at once. He'll use the union. He'll use the union, and he will have to share, because those people are not going to work for free. He eats the meat, they drink the soup. Everybody is happy. I shrugged. And if the 100 yuan had gone to the union treasury, he would have sent 1 polite email and gone back to his dormitory. She was quiet for a while after that, and I could see her recalibrating something about me, and I do not think all of it was flattering. 10 days later, General Manager Ma came into my office with a face. That's Sun Lei. He sold 500 copies. He's asked me for keys 5 times. 500 copies, 1.5 million yuan less his 100 a copy, in 10 days, including 2 weekends. He had gone back from that meeting and mobilized the entire student union, and he had done the one intelligent thing, which is that he gave them 20 yuan a copy out of his own 100. He kept the majority, and he made sure everybody ate. 2 people to a team, 1 talking and 1 demonstrating, working a district a day. He had asked for 500 keys at once, which is 1.5 million yuan of product, and I would not give them to him. I brought him to the office instead. He came out of the lift on the 52nd floor and stopped. I know exactly what he had assumed. A student had made a bit of software and registered a shell company and was chancing his arm. Every campus in Beijing has 4 of those. He was looking at a wall the size of a truck, 3 receptionists, 3,000 square meters, and 600 people at desks. "Xinran," he said, "this is Chen Wei's?" "Of course." And she said it in the voice of somebody who had been there when there was nothing on that floor but dust, and who had carried a chair. "Why is everyone calling you Secretary Shen?" "He's the boss. I'm his secretary." I met him in the reception room with a contract. "President Sun, to go further, we need this formalized." He did not want a contract. He wanted the arrangement exactly as it had been, which was cash and keys and nothing on paper. He read every page carefully and took half an hour about it, which I respected. 100 keys at a time, and I can only take more when the last 100 are settled. That's tight, and the penalties are severe. 100 keys is 300,000 yuan of product, I said pleasantly. The moment they're settled, take 100 more the same day, and the penalties are a formality. If you don't breach it, you will never see them. Everybody in that room was intelligent, and nobody needed it spelled out. He was the president of a student union at a good university in Beijing, which is a person with a future, and a future is the most expensive thing a man can put on a table. 300,000 yuan is enough money to make a 20-year-old do something stupid. That is not cynicism, that is actuarial. He signed in 2 minutes. He also looked at General Manager Ma about 4 times on his way out, and I mentioned it to her afterward. "You've completely finished him." "Then why haven't I finished you?" And she walked off, which is the only time in 2 years I did not have a reply. The other thing that happened in September I did not plan at all. Zhang Xinran had classes, and I went with her to one, and sat in the back row of a lecture theater and talked through it, because I am a serious person. The lecturer was on political economy. He had watched 2 students come in late through the back door and then continue their private conversation for 11 minutes, and he did the thing every lecturer does. "The gentleman in the back row, don't look around, it's you. Tell us, in what direction does the Chinese economy develop?" The whole room turned. They did not recognize me, which started a murmur, and then they saw who was sitting next to me, which turned the murmur into something else entirely, because Zhang Xinran was extremely well known on that campus, and no boy had ever been observed sitting next to her. I stood up. "We've joined the World Trade Organization, so growth accelerates across every sector. Foreign trade, finance, real estate above all, which becomes the load-bearing industry of the economy. Housing prices are going to keep rising. If anyone here hasn't bought, buy now, because it only gets worse." The lecturer had intended to embarrass a boy and had received a position paper. He agreed with roughly the first 2/3 of it and objected to the last part immediately. "How did you arrive at that? Do you know what housing costs in this city? Tongzhou is around 1,800 a square meter. Chaoyang, about 3,008. Fengtai, 3.5. Haidian, 4,000. The 4 central districts, about 4,003. Average across the city, around 3,000. The room went quiet. I did not know that because I am clever. I knew it because I had bought a courtyard house 6 weeks earlier and had done my reading. "Then you know they are already extremely high," he said. "The average salary in Beijing is a little over 1,000. Prices are multiples of income. Serious economists are saying ordinary people cannot afford to buy. On what basis do you say they rise? Teacher, may I ask you a question first? What did housing cost in this city in 2000? He hesitated. "I don't have the exact figure. Lower than now. Around 2,000 a square meter. In 2 years, it has gone up by more than 1,000. I let that sit. Now, the economy improves. People come to this city from everywhere around it because that is what people do. More people, same amount of ground, less space per person. What do you think happens to the price? I went on because nobody was interrupting. Look outside China, New York, London, Tokyo, Los Angeles. As those economies grew, property in the center got more expensive every decade. Not one of them got cheaper. That is not a Chinese phenomenon. It is what happens when an economy concentrates. Then I gave them the one that made the room laugh. And there is a specific local factor. Chinese people believe you settle down before you start a family. Everybody wants their own home. There are 1.2 billion of us, and a very large number are unmarried. And Chinese mothers-in-law have extremely clear standards. No apartment, no daughter. That, by itself, is going to push prices up for 20 years. It took about 15 seconds for the noise to die down. That is one piece of it, I said. Here is the piece nobody in this room has thought about. Local governments need revenue. The fastest and most effective method available to them is to sell land, which means the government has an institutional interest in prices going up. That is going to be the primary source of local fiscal revenue in this country for the next 20 years. So they rise forever? No. An economy cannot grow at that rate indefinitely, and it slows, and prices slow with it. And eventually people cannot carry it and it comes down, but slowly. Not a crash, a long deflation back to something reasonable. I shrugged. That's 20 years away. Between now and then, if you can buy, buy. Sooner is better. The room came apart. Half of them thought I was scaremongering. The other half were visibly calculating whether their families had money. The lecturer had about 9 more questions and did not get to ask one of them, because the bell went and I took Zhang Xinran by the hand and went out the back door at speed. What's that student's name? Nobody in that room knew. Her 5 roommates knew and did not say. By that evening, somebody had posted the whole thing on the campus forum and the entire university was arguing about it. The closed beta opened on the 5th of September with 1,000 invited players on one server. I got an account with a full set of top-tier equipment because I am the boss and there are advantages. I logged in, walked my character out into an open area to look at the scenery, and a very large number appeared over my head. "Boss," said Zhou Jianhua from about a meter away, "you've been killed." Somebody had opened fire on me from behind. Half my health was gone before I had finished asking what was happening. I turned around and hit the key. There was a critical strike, a number the size of a bus, and the man fell over. "Right," I said, to a corpse on a screen. "You want to fight me? Have you seen my equipment?" Everybody in that room was extremely careful not to laugh. The feedback was excellent. Every tester was required to file a report daily, and they filed hundreds, and Zhou Jianhua had people fixing bugs around the clock. Start promotion. Already going live today. Every major portal, every games forum, everything. It runs for a full month. Don't stop it, not for a day. Keep the container up until launch. The promotion budget for that game was 10 million yuan. That number meant something very specific. Nobody in Chinese games had ever spent 10 million on a launch. The company that owned Legend had bought their license on borrowed money and had not been able to afford enough servers, and their marketing budget had been a rounding error. "Boss," said Zhou Jianhua, "I have never fought a battle this rich in my life. Wait for the news." If 10 million yuan could not break the launch record, he said, he would pack his own bag without being asked. Then he told me the cafe software was finished, and I asked him for one change. Add an activation key requirement. 10-minute trial, then it wants a key. Each key works once and only once. He did not ask why. He built it in a day. And then, a week later, I had the second half of the idea, and I called him in and gave it to him straight. "We have the cafe software. Now I want a navigation site." He sat there. A navigation site is the least technical thing on the internet. It is a page with links on it. You collect the addresses of websites, and you put them in rows, and you maintain the list. There were several in China already, and the biggest of them had been built by one man working at an internet cafe who noticed that his customers did not know how to find anything. Because in 2002, most Chinese people online were completely new to it. They did not know domain names. They did not know how to get to a website. A page of links solved a genuine and enormous problem, which is why that model still had a large audience 20 years later. Zhou Jianhua was not confused about how to build it. He was working out what I wanted it for. And then he got there, and I watched it happen. If the cafe software is on every machine in every internet cafe in China, and the cafe software sets the default homepage, and the default homepage is ours, and our own sites are in the first row of it, then we do not have a website. We have the door. Boss, give me 3 days. He did it in 3 days. Green, clean, extremely simple. Links along the top, with our forum sitting in the first row alongside the 4 largest portals in the country. News headlines below. And when I clicked a headline, it took me straight out to the original site, which surprised me because I had assumed he had copied the articles. We're an entrance, not a destination, he said. Nobody stays here, so everything is a link. We show the 10 hottest stories, and every one sends the reader onward, which meant, and neither of us said this out loud, that we now controlled a queue, and that the portals were shortly going to discover that they had opinions about their position in it. Very good. Publish it. Then use the back end and change the homepage on every cafe currently running our software, and put an icon on the desktop. Boss, shouldn't we name it first? Ah, right. I thought about it for 4 seconds. How about WO123? There was already a famous one called HAO123, so I had, in effect, changed one syllable. That's good. It's catchy. Is it? I can't think of a better one either. And that is genuinely how the name of that website was decided, by 2 men who were both bad at naming things in about 11 seconds. 10 days later, General Manager Ma came in with a number. 2,000 copies. The company has taken 5.8 million yuan. I had to have that repeated. 2,000 copies of internet cafe management software in under 2 weeks on top of Sunlei's 500 because I had signed the student unions of more than a dozen universities in Beijing, and they were all now running the same play. I had never intended to make money on that software. It was a delivery mechanism. The 5.8 million was an accident. There are only a few thousand cafes in Beijing. We'll finish this city inside a week. We need other provinces. Already moving. We've reached universities in Hebei and Tianjin, and Sunlei has taken it into Guangdong. I put the paper down. He's what? He has a classmate on a student union at a university in Guangdong. He called him directly and offered him half. They agreed on the phone. That young man had, entirely without instruction, invented distribution. He's very capable. He has a brain and he knows how to share, which is rarer. Push that model to all of them. Every student in Beijing has classmates in every province in this country. 1 phone call each, and this thing covers China. We're doing it. Faster. We have a month, 2 at the outside. Copies of this will exist by then, and after that, there'll be 20 of them. There was nothing difficult in that software. Give 4 competent engineers 6 weeks, and they will produce something similar. Zhou Jianhua had put encryption on ours, which slowed people down and would not stop them, because nothing stops anyone when there is money in it. But 2 months of a clear run is a very long time when your distribution is students, and students in that year were the cheapest and most motivated labor in the country. In an era when a university canteen meal cost less than a yuan, 100 yuan a copy was a fortune. And the crucial part was the one nobody outside the company understood. Every version of that software that had ever existed ran on one machine. Ours was networked. It upgraded itself, it accepted new features, and the back end could reach every installation in the country. 100,000 cafes, 50 machines each, 5 million computers, all of which I could write to. And yes, I had the thought. Of course I had the thought. The largest social product in China at that moment had over 100 million registered users and around 50 million active. It was, and it remains, one of the great products of that generation, and I could have uninstalled it from 5 million computers overnight. I did not, and not out of nobility. 3 reasons. Customers would riot, because a cafe machine without that software is a broken machine. The company would call the police, and there was precedent for exactly that. And it would have destroyed the cafe software, which was the actual asset. But the same channel, used the other way, meant that on a chosen morning, a game could appear on 5 million desktops at once, and a window could open on top of it. That was never a marketing plan. That was a weapon, and I had spent 2 months building it in plain sight while everybody watched me build a game. At the end of the month, I was in Zhang Xinran's small rented flat across from her campus, eating food she had cooked, and I told her I was leaving in 2 days. She did not say anything for a while. I'll come back often. It's not far in the way it used to be far. You'd better. 2 days later, she took me to the airport, and I got on a plane, and 12 hours later, I was in Los Angeles. Then was at arrivals and hit me at approximately walking pace. Long time. You've put on weight. No, no, no. This is robust. He gestured at himself as though presenting evidence. You have no idea how much women love this build. Are you certain? Certain. Last night, I was so ferocious that's enough. Where's the car? He had driven his own, which is a used Ford, because in an American university, everyone has a car, and almost all of them are second-hand. Chen, what have you been doing? You didn't answer anything. Also, is China good? Other than that chicken, what's good? There are more things worth seeing in China than you would get through in a year, and the food alone would take you that long without repeating a dish. Now I want to go. My Ferrari was under 3 months of dust in the driveway. What a waste, said Ben, with real grief. You should have left it with me. And what condition would it be in now? I called a cleaning company because I was not doing that myself, and they did the house and washed the car, and it cost several $100s for an afternoon because in that country everything is by the hour. Then I sat down and took stock. There were $2.2 billion in an account in my name. It was 2002. The bubble had cleared out the noise. The events of the previous September were still working through the economy, and there were millions of people out of work, and the market was soft and frightened. And I had cash. Not paper wealth, cash. At that moment, with that number, I would have placed somewhere in the top 100 individuals in the United States by liquid assets, and that is not a boast. It is what happens when everybody else's net worth is in stock that is just halved. I slept, and then I went for a run, because I had let that slide entirely in China, and then I went to see Sophie. Chen, it's been a long time. You're more beautiful. Thank you. You're more handsome. We did the cheek kisses and lied to each other, which is the correct way to open a business meeting in that city. She had cleared her entire day for me, which tells you what she thought of my file. And what she thought of my file was that I was the luckiest man she had ever met, and that she intended to remain nearby. How can I help? I want to register an investment company. Then I want you to find me a professional manager to run it. She lit up because that is exactly the business she liked. Simple and enormously profitable. Requirements? It is not registered in the United States. Register offshore entities in several jurisdictions, all tax-free. Cross-holdings between them. The ultimate controlling person is me, and it takes real work to get there. She did not blink and did not ask a question. She had done that 100 times, and so had half the corporate structures in the country. And the manager? He does not need to be exceptional. He needs to be steady and cautious, minimum 5 years of investment experience. That one confused her, and I could see it. Everybody who walks into that office wants the aggressive one, the one who has never lost, the one who reminds you of somebody in Omaha. Nobody comes in asking for careful. She assumed the structure was tax planning, which is what everybody assumes. Tax was a footnote. The real reason was that the relationship between my country and this one was going to spend the next 25 years going up and down like a lift, and when it went down, that country reached for whatever was inside its borders and belonged to somebody from mine. I had no intention of emigrating, so I built the thing carefully before anybody had any reason to look at it. And the manager had to be steady because I did not need a genius. A genius has opinions. I had 20 years of memory, and what I needed was a professional who would execute, argue once, and then execute. I rented an office myself rather than let her do it, because it is not good to let one firm hold every thread. 300 square meters, which is nothing, but an investment company is not a games company. It is 15 extremely expensive people in a room. I signed on the spot and put a decorator in it the same afternoon. That evening, Ben rang. Chen, there's a party. It's full of gorgeous women. Are you coming? I sat there for a second and genuinely envied him, because that man went out every night and it never once occurred to him that this was a strategy that expires. No time. I'm building a career. You're what? I hung up on him. The interviews were in a coffee shop because the office was full of men with Sanders. The first candidate was called Michael Clark. 5 years at one of the largest banks in the country. Early 30s, glasses, tall, and extremely well put together. And when he shook my hand, something went across his face and left again. It took about 1/5 of a second, and I caught all of it. He had come to meet a principal, and he had found an 18-year-old Asian student, and he had decided, before he sat down, that his afternoon had been wasted. The only reason he did not walk out is that Sophie's firm was the largest of its kind in that city, and he was not going to insult them. Mr. Clark, 5 years there. Why did you leave? Differences in investment philosophy with my superior. They grew. I resigned. That was not true. He had been let go. An investment he led had gone badly, and it had cost the firm a great deal, and it had been avoidable, and it had been his. I did not know that yet. I found out later. What I knew was that a man who leaves a bank in that year over philosophy is a man telling me half a sentence. What is your philosophy? That the current weakness in the American economy is temporary, and this is an excellent moment to invest. There are companies whose share prices bear no relationship to their value, which is correct, which is completely correct, and which is what everybody says. What do you think of Apple? And he leaned back. Apple is a great company, but that was in the past. It isn't working. Not even the founder's return can save it. Look at the share price. 5 years since he came back. It hasn't risen. It's fallen. I want to be fair to Michael Clark. In October 2002, that was not an unusual view. It was close to the consensus view. Serious people had been writing that company's obituary for years, and the device that changed everything had not been announced. But I did not stop the interview because he was wrong about Apple. He could not have been right about Apple. I stopped it because of the 1/5 of a second at the door. Mr. Clark, I think we're finished. He came up out of the chair. What does that mean? I'm rejected? What a complete waste of my time. Do you even know what investment is? Joseph. Sophie's voice went about 10 degrees colder. Please mind your tone. Chen is a valued client of ours. Go home. I'll be in touch with the result. He picked up his briefcase and left, and the word result was doing a great deal of work in that sentence. Sophie, if they are all like that, I don't need to see the others. There won't be another one. The next is David Carter, 10 years at Goldman. His reputation is stability. Nothing he has led has lost money. That got my attention, and I sat back down and ordered another coffee. And a middle-aged man in an immaculate suit arrived, and I could not put an age on him at all. Mr. David, how old are you? He paused, because that is not how these begin. I turn 40 today. Today? Today. You don't look it. You look about 30. What's the secret? And the man smiled, which is the first useful thing that had happened all afternoon. 10 years at Goldman. Why leave? I was laid off. There was a small silence. You're very honest. The economy is bad, and the firm's performance requirements went up. My style is conservative. I missed the number, and I was let go. Sophie had told him in advance that this client wanted a cautious manager, which is the only reason he gambled on the truth. The rest of it I learned later. He had been out of work for a long time. He had a mortgage and 2 children, and the offers had stopped coming, and a young Asian man with no track record was not a risk anymore. It was the last door in the corridor. What do you make of the internet sector? It had a bubble, and the bubble removed the excess. What's left has real potential. Yahoo and Google? Yahoo has bought its way to growth for 2 years, and the street likes it. Google acquired an enormous number of users through the Yahoo partnership last year, but they depended entirely on Yahoo, and that dependency is a fatal flaw. If I gave you $100 million, what would you do with it? He thought about that for a genuinely long time, which I liked more than the answer. Inside technology, Microsoft. Outside it, real estate. You just told me the street likes Yahoo. Why not Yahoo? Because the economy is uncertain and Microsoft's results are not. I would not make a great deal quickly with Microsoft, but I would not lose. And when the economy comes out of this, that price moves. Yahoo I am not confident about, so I would not buy it, which is a mediocre answer if you want fireworks, and an outstanding answer if what you want is a man who will not lose your money while you are in a lecture hall on another continent. Last question. Suppose you take this job, and suppose the owner of the company wants to invest in Apple and in Google. What do? He knew that was the test. I watched him take it apart, and then he remembered what Sophie had told him about the kind of manager I wanted, and he found the exact answer. I give you my professional opinion. I analyze both, honestly, including everything I think is wrong with them. And then, if you still want to invest, I respect your decision and I execute it, and I work to maximize the return on the investment you have chosen. I stood up and put my hand out. Mr. Carter, congratulations. He did not follow it. Then he did, and he stood up so fast the table moved. and he took my hand in both of his, and I looked at a 40-year-old man on his birthday and understood exactly how bad that year had been for him. Thank you for the chance. I will not let you down. Sophie congratulated both of us and meant it, because a general manager placement pays a commission you can see from space. The next morning, he was in the office in a suit before I was. Good morning, boss. You're early. Just arrived. He had been there for an hour. I know because the decorator told me. The company is still being fitted out. I've taken a short lease next door. We work there for now. He was not remotely disappointed. He had known the company was new. 300 square meters of empty was, to him, a very large amount of somewhere to be. Boss, this is nothing. Working from home would be fine. We spent the following days interviewing. I set the bar deliberately high, which was that everyone had to have worked at a top 10 American investment firm at a level of middle management or above, and a year earlier, that would have got me nobody. That autumn, I got a stack of resumes, and every one was better than the last. The finance manager had spent 3 years at a Wall Street investment bank and had never made an error. Hired in the room. The head of personnel was a woman who had been through several very large companies and arrived with an address book that was, at that moment, the single most valuable asset in the building. Hired in the room. And then Sophie called. Chen, it's registered, exactly as you asked. The name is Hao Han Capital. I sat opposite her in an office that was half furniture and half boxes. Thank you. That's excellent news. She left to bill me, and David came in, and I told him the number. I've put $1 billion into the company. He did not react. Then he did. Boss, did you say 1 billion? 1 billion. Of that, 100 million is yours. You decide, you deploy, you do not ask me. The rest, acquire as much Apple and Amazon as you can get without moving the price. I want to describe the size of that for a man in his position. In 10 years at a top firm, he had never had personal discretion over $100 million. The Apple and Amazon I understand, he said when he had recovered. But you were very interested in Google in the interview. Why not Google? Because I do not have the money, obviously. Google isn't public, the shares are difficult, and the price is absurd. Which was true. That summer, Yahoo had made a run at buying Google and offered $3 billion, and Google had come back and said $5 billion. My entire net worth on Earth was less than half of that. Boss, said David, carefully, I should tell you something. After the talks collapsed this summer, the two of them fell out badly. Yahoo has bought a different search company and intends to build its own. Google's business has taken a serious hit, and the valuation has come down a long way. The capital markets are not enthusiastic about them at all right now. He paused. If you genuinely want Google, this is the best moment there will ever be. I don't have $5 billion. And David Carter, 40 years old, careful, conservative, laid off, said the sentence that changed the following 8 years of my life. Boss, in the capital markets, acquiring a company does not necessarily require your own money. If you are willing to pay a sufficient price, a great many institutions will provide the financing for a transaction that size. I put my cup down. How exactly? He gave me an hour of it. Bank lending, equity financing, debt financing, staged payment, performance-based structures, bridge arrangements, and the one that made me sit forward, which is that once the acquisition completes, you can pledge the shares of the thing you just bought against the money you borrowed to buy it. There are structures, he explained, in which a small entity swallows a large one, and the small entity does not put in a cent. The price for that is high, but it exists. And I sat there and thought about the fact that I did not understand a single mechanism he had just described, and that I would not know if I was being cheated, and that I had known this man for 11 days. If you want it, he said, I would suggest a combination, cash, plus a pledge of the acquired shares. That gets you the largest possible outcome for the smallest possible cost. Fine, I am a top-tier client at Citibank. My money is there. Let them lead it. Have them produce an acquisition plan and provide the lending. I have another $1 billion outside the company, so the borrowing capacity should be real. If it is still short, we pledge Google shares after completion. And here is the other half of it, which is the part I actually cared about. I did not want to own all of Google. I wanted control, and I wanted the two founders to stay, and I was extremely firm about that. In my first life, that company became one of the most valuable enterprises in human history, and it did not do that by accident. It did that because of the two people who built it. Take them out and put a professional in the chair, and you have a search engine, and search engines die. Share people in. That is the whole lesson of the last 20 years. Greed takes the cake away from you. I did not need the equity. I needed the votes, and that is a structural problem with a known solution. Boss, said David, and he was more excited than I was. I will handle this. Which was funny because I had specifically hired a cautious man. I called my account manager at Citibank and made his month. He had been trying to visit me for 3 months. He arrived the next day with gifts because bankers everywhere understand exactly one social protocol, and it is universal. Mark Johnson, early 30s, and visibly unable to reconcile my face with my file. Mr. Chen, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. This is from the bank. It was a black card, not the famous one everybody knows, the other one. Mr. Chen, Citibank issued the first black card. The famous one copied us. He said that with feeling. This is our highest tier, a dedicated team, 24 hours, airport privileges at more than 300 airports, personal escort from departure, assistance through immigration and customs, private jets and helicopters arranged, cruise upgrades, preferential treatment at 600 destinations across the finest hotel groups in the world, including, he was going to keep going. He was going to name every hotel. You said the limit is unlimited, I said. So can I spend $1 billion on it? $2 billion? He stopped. Ah, Mr. Chen, you're joking. I knew it wasn't unlimited. I took the card and the watch and everything else in the bag because I did not own a watch and because luxury goods are extremely convenient to have in a cupboard. I asked you here because I have business for your bank. His posture changed instantly. What kind? We provide lending, mortgages, financing, securities, trusts, insurance, bond issuance. I want to acquire Google. I want your bank to run the transaction and provide the funds. Mark Johnson stopped breathing for a second. Everyone in finance in that city knew the Google story that autumn, the failed acquisition, the falling out, Yahoo replacing the search engine on their own site, the general market view that a company which had just lost its distribution to an internet giant that now intended to compete with it directly was, at best, in serious trouble, which is precisely why it was buyable. Mr. Chen, we would be delighted. Citibank has deep acquisition experience and can provide a complete service with our best team, and lending is not a problem. You are a super priority client. We can provide $2 billion, and if you need more, we can discuss it. I had $2.1 billion in that bank. $2 billion of borrowing on top of $2 billion of cash is $4 billion. Yahoo had offered $3 billion. I have confidence in Citibank, I said, which is why I called you first. Otherwise, I would simply have gone to Goldman. David here spent 10 years there and still has the numbers. David smiled at him pleasantly. Mark Johnson knew exactly what that sentence was, and it worked anyway, because Goldman genuinely is better at acquisitions, and everybody in that room knew it. Leave it with us. We will produce a plan, and you review it, and only then do we sign. We signed a preliminary document, not a contract. Until I saw a plan I liked, I could walk at any moment. He left almost at a run. David, stay on it personally. Report to me daily. Boss, don't worry. And I sat in that half-furnished office and looked out at Los Angeles and thought about a company that in 20 years would be worth more than most countries, and about the fact that I had a lecture at 9. Term started on the 20th of September, and I went to it, and Ben drove. I had intended to take his Ford, because a red Ferrari on the first day of term is a decision, and I had reached the age where I would rather not. Ben took my keys off the counter and put the roof down and refused to discuss it on the grounds that if you do not chase girls, they get old, and if you do not drive a car, it breaks. I sat in the passenger seat of my own car while a large American whistled at strangers, and I want to record that I was annoyed about this for approximately 4 minutes and then began to enjoy it. I was a sophomore now. In American universities, getting in is negotiable and getting out is not, and a very large number of people every year do not finish. In my first life, I graduated by means I will not describe, because there is no other way a man who spent every evening of 4 years in a nightclub receives a degree. This time, I sat down and listened, and the reason was not virtue. The reason was that I had spent a week in meetings about acquiring Google and had understood perhaps a third of it, and there were people in my own business school who ran actual companies and were teaching what they knew. Chen, when did you get serious? You used to sleep in these. From today, I intend to improve every single day. Oh, come on, I know you better than that. After the lecture, Wang Fang came over. Chinese, from my class, from a wealthy family, tall and extremely well presented. And I had, in my first life, spent a certain amount of energy on her before I found easier ground. Chen Wei, there's an international student party tonight, all Chinese. It's good to know people. We can help each other later. I'm busy today, I said. And a word of advice, go to fewer of those. And I left, and she stood there and did not understand what I meant. I will explain it once and then leave it alone. Those gatherings started well, genuinely. A room full of 18-year-olds a very long way from home, and there is nothing wrong with any of that. And then they got larger, year on year, and the people arriving had spent their entire lives being held down and had just been released into a country with no supervision at all. And by the time I left that university, a meaningful proportion of them were something else. I got invited, repeatedly, in both lives. The word for what I am is old-fashioned. I am aware of that. I did not go then, and I did not go now. Then Ben produced the two people I had asked him for. Chen, this is Ethan Brown and Josh Green. Both of them are computer people. They looked like it. I have hired a very large number of engineers in my life, and I had never seen hair like that. Ben says you want to build software? I want to build a campus network. They looked at each other. Before I said one word about it, I put two documents on the table, a non-disclosure agreement and a contract for hire. This was not employment. This was two students building software for a man who was paying them, and the idea was mine, and there had been enough litigation on that campus about exactly this to fill a library. They signed both without argument, because that is the culture, and because everyone there has heard the stories. It looks a little like a campus forum. You post, people comment underneath, but you can post photographs, eventually video, and you can follow anyone, and once you follow them, their posts appear on your page, so you see everything they do as it happens. Everyone finds everyone. I stopped there. They wanted more. I gave them nothing more because a good idea is worth exactly as much as the number of people who have it, and I had known these two for 11 minutes. What's the biggest feature? That it is a free personal website. You build it however you want, your own style, your own look. You put your life on it, your photographs, what you are happy about when you are happy, what hurts when it hurts. That's cool, said Ethan. That is the correct reaction from a 19-year-old in that country, where the entire culture points outward and being visible is not vanity, it is the point. Why a campus network? Because in the first phase, only currently enrolled students can register, verified at sign-up, no workaround. What about graduates? Also no. Beautiful, said Josh, and Ben, who had been leaning on a bookshelf and had absolutely no technical opinion, straightened up. A world with no adults. Chen, a world with no adults. That is the coolest thing I have ever heard in my life. He was right, and he was the only one in the room who identified it as marketing. They raised one real problem, which was video, because in 2002, the bandwidth was not there, and the machines were not there, and forcing it would produce a stuttering mess. Video comes later. Photographs are not optional. That is the core. And I want the images processed on upload because the pictures people take are terrible and the pictures they see should not be. First version in about a week. A week it is. Now, the timing mattered. At that moment, the young man who would eventually build this thing had just started his first year at Harvard. He was 3,000 miles east of me and about 2 years from writing the first line of it. There were social products in America already. None of them mattered, and none of them had done the one thing that made it work, which was to lock the door and only let students in. I had a memory of a website and no moral position on using it. I did not even change the name. They went into a dormitory and did not come out. Chen, said Ben 4 days later, I have been supervising and I have to tell you that those two are insane. They have not slept. Keep watching them. Tell me the moment it's finished. On the 30th of September, I got on a call with Beijing. Boss, the cafe software has covered the country. General Manager Ma and I could hear her enjoying it. Every prefecture-level city, more than 100,000 cafes are running it. Company revenue on it has passed 300 million yuan. 300 million yuan. I had built that thing as a delivery truck, and it had turned out to be a business. Push down, county towns and townships. There are cafes there too. As of today, the commission goes to 300 a copy. She was quiet for a second, doing the arithmetic on 10%. Then she got it, which is that the universities are all in the cities, and no student is riding a bus for 2 hours into a county town for 100 yuan. Any problems? She hesitated, which she never did. Some, dozens of collection cases, students who took keys, sold them, and said they hadn't. We can see activation in the back end, so we know. Most of it came back through the student unions. A few we had to call the police about, which was inevitable and which I had structured for. My contracts were with presidents. Their sub-distributors were their problem. But some of them had 5 and 6 layers under them by then, and at the bottom of a chain like that, a 20-year-old with 3,000 yuan in his hand makes a decision. Money first, keys after, from today. They are all making so much that they will not argue. Jianhua, are you ready? Boss, we are ready. He sounded like a man who had not slept in a month, which he had not. The promotion has run across the entire internet for a month. Anybody in this country who plays games knows this game. The commercials are on every online channel, and the response has been extraordinary. We are getting phone calls at the office asking who the 2 girls in them are. We had filmed 3 commercials with 2 students from the Beijing Film Academy, which had cost 50,000 yuan each and had turned out to be the best money in the entire budget, because nobody in Chinese games had ever put a real human being in an advertisement. Everyone else cut together footage of the game. Technical risk? None. We've simulated 5 million concurrent. We have more than a dozen server clusters staged. And at midnight tonight, the cafe software downloads the game automatically from the back end. He said it flatly, like a weather report. By tomorrow morning, it will be sitting on the hard drive of at least 5 million machines in this country. That was the entire point of the last 3 months, and it had taken him about 11 words. Pop-up schedule? 10 in the morning, then 2, 5, and 8. We went round the contingencies twice, and I gave a few instructions, and the call ended, because the time difference makes long meetings a form of self-harm. I went to bed at about 11 at night, Los Angeles time, intending to stay awake for the launch. I fell asleep. At 10 in the morning on the 1st of October 2002, which was 2 in the morning where I was lying unconscious with my shoes on, MU Online opened its public beta in China. Zhou Jianhua sat in a conference room in Zhongguancun in front of a screen with a number on it. Zhou Zong, it's time. Start it. Until that second, the game could be downloaded but not registered. The number on the screen was 0. It stopped being 0 immediately. In an internet cafe in Beijing, a young man named Wu Fan, who had been a hardcore player of the other game for over a year, finished registering and got in, and stopped moving. What is this? It isn't legend. Look at it. He had first seen the commercial on our forum weeks earlier, and had watched it for the girls, and had realized only at the end that it was a game. Nobody had ever advertised a game that way. Then he had gone back to that forum every day and read every thread about it. Then the second and third commercials landed, and the whole thing broke out of games entirely, and people who had never played anything were talking about it. The man at the next machine leaned over. "Brother, what game is that?" "It's not Legend, it's the new one. Beta opened today." And then a window opened on the second man's screen, a poster, the 2 girls, left and right, and across the top, in letters you could read from the door, "The public beta opens today. Enormous rewards are being given away." He clicked it and started registering. That is not a story about one cafe. At 10 o'clock that morning, in every internet cafe in China running our software, which was more than 100,000 of them, every single person online got that window. Some of them already knew and clicked immediately. The rest clicked because a window appeared, and it was interesting. And in 2002, a cafe machine was so full of pop-ups and unexplained web pages that one more caused no suspicion whatsoever. Zhouzong, registrations have passed 100,000, and the rate is increasing. 10 minutes. It was the morning of the first day of a 7-day national holiday. Half the country was still asleep. The peak would not come until 2 in the afternoon. He wanted to call me and worked out the time in Los Angeles, and did not. By 3 in the afternoon, it was 1 million. Every server was full. There were queues to log in. Damn, I'm 10,000th in the queue. I'm 2,000 and something. Whoever's inside, do not log out. You will not get back in. Zhou Jianhua called me then, and I answered from a dead sleep and thought it was somebody else entirely. "Boss, 1 million registrations. Every server is full. There are queues. That is already a record for online games in this country." He was not quite shouting. Should we expand? There were about 8 million people in China who played games at all. He was telling me that 1 in 8 of them had opened an account in 5 hours. Expand at 4 o'clock, not before. Boss, people can't get in. I know. Expand at 4. And that instruction was not purely operational. If you expand the instant a server fills, you have not solved anything. You have simply hidden the only free advertisement you are ever going to get. On day 1, everyone is curious, and half of them will be gone tomorrow. And a queue is a queue. A queue is people telling each other, in a room, out loud, that they cannot get into the game. There is a long tradition in that industry of servers being mysteriously full on launch week. I am not going to name anyone. Send me the full write-up tonight. Then I hung up and lay there in the dark in California and did the only thing there was to do, which was nothing at all, for 6 hours, while 8,000 miles away, a number went up. I woke up at 6 the next morning to my phone ringing and grabbed it, expecting Beijing. It was one of the 2 actresses from the commercials, calling from China, where it was 10 at night, and she was extremely excited about something. Brother, are you awake? I wasn't. I am now. Sorry, I was too excited. I just wanted to call somebody. Somebody had recognized her on campus that day and asked for her autograph, first time in her life. She had signed her name on a piece of paper for a stranger, and had then, apparently, been unable to sit still for 6 hours. There will be more of those, I said. Eventually, you will not be able to walk down a street. You should start getting used to it now. That's ridiculous. It will be far more ridiculous than I am describing. Prepare for it. And then it came out, which was the actual reason for the call. She had been reading the comments under the commercials on the portals, and most of them were flattering, and a small number were not, and she had gone into the replies to argue with them. She was 15 years old, and she had gone into an internet argument in 2002, and she had been eaten alive. Some of them said I was terrible. Don't read them. Everyone reads them. Then read this instead. I sat up properly. That is nothing. Right now you have 3 commercials. When you are actually famous, and you will be, the volume of rumor and slander and invented nonsense aimed at you will be 100 times this. 1,000. You will not be able to count it. So the thing you need is not thicker skin about today. It is a strong heart, starting now. Because the thing that ends careers in that industry is almost never the work. There was a long silence on the line. Thank you, brother, she said, in a completely different voice. I know what to do now. Then Zhou Jianhua rang, and he had been trying for 20 minutes. Boss, 2 million. Say that again? 2 million registrations on day 1, 1 million concurrent. I sat on the edge of a bed in Los Angeles and did not say anything for a moment. 2 million. There were 8 million gamers in that country. The largest game in China, the one that had put its founder on top of the national rich list, had a peak concurrent player count of 800,000 after 18 months of operation. We broke that in 1 day. Across the Pacific, in a conference room in Shanghai, the man who owned that game was having a considerably worse morning than mine. He had asked at the start of the meeting whether our first day numbers were out yet. They were not at that point. How much did we drop yesterday, according to the statistics? The executive who had to say it dropped his voice without meaning to. Concurrent players down 50%. 50%. He had played our game himself the night before, out of professional curiosity. He had thought it was good. He had expected it to hurt. He had not expected that. And here is the thing he had missed, and it was not a small thing, and it was the whole thing. Almost every gamer in China played in an internet cafe, which means they played in a room, with their friends and with strangers, and with 40 other screens visible from where they sat. And when a room full of people can see what everyone else is doing, curiosity is not individual, it is weather. One morning, every machine in that room had a new game on it and a window telling them about it, and 30 people tried it, and the 20 who did not try it watched the 30 who did. What about today? There's a noticeable return. We're at 75% of where we were, which is better, which is still a quarter of his business gone in 48 hours, and which, if it holds, is not a dip, it is a slope. What has the operations department prepared? Nobody answered him. He looked around a table of senior executives with their heads down and understood something extremely unpleasant, which is that he had spent 18 months at the top of an industry with no competitor and had built a company in which nobody had ever had to think. He was not wrong to be angry. He also, to his enormous credit, did not waste more than 4 seconds on it. National holiday event. 20% off game cards and 20% off everything in the store, plus a carnival. Anyone online more than 2 hours a day for the holiday gets a package, live tomorrow morning. Chairman, the development team can't. Then they can leave. That goes for every department. If any department drops this, the director packs his desk. And then his secretary came into the room. Boss, Wave Technology has published its announcement. Say it. MU Online. 2 million registrations yesterday. 1 million concurrent. They are calling it a new era for Chinese online gaming. And the room went completely silent. That man did not shout. I have thought about this a great deal, and it is why he was who he was. He sat in that silence, and he got calmer, because that is what he is like at the bottom of a hole. Everyone go and work. The event goes live tomorrow. He stood up. And from today, every move Wave Technology makes is monitored. Every one. I did not know that had happened for another 2 months. Back in Beijing, the company had come to work on a national holiday and nobody had complained, and when the number went up on the wall, they made a noise you could hear on the street. They had reason. Before that morning, nobody in that building knew whether any of it was going to work. $10 million for the game, an enormous sum on development. 10 million yuan on marketing, servers, salaries, 3,000 square meters. More than 100 million yuan in before a single customer existed. And Wave Technology paid better than anyone in the sector because that is how I had built it in 3 months, which meant that everyone in that room had a great deal riding on the answer. So I sent Zhou Jianhua an email at 2 in the morning my time and had him read it out. Triple pay for all 7 days of the holiday. 7 days of compensated leave afterward, rotated, and bonuses with the October salary, starting at 3 months of salary and going to 12. I am told the noise was worse than the launch. 3 months of salary as a project bonus in China in 2002, when almost no company paid a bonus at all. I have been given credit occasionally for inventing the Chinese internet bonus culture. That is generous. I bought 7 days of maximum effort from 600 people with money I had won on a football match, and it was the single best purchase of my life, and I slept through the whole thing. The next morning I went shopping. I had not bought one item of clothing in America since the day I came back from the dead, and everything in my wardrobe had been selected by an 18-year-old with a personality disorder. Rodeo Drive is the most expensive stretch of retail on Earth, and it does not pretend otherwise. Every house has a shop on it. I went into all of them and bought whatever I looked at twice in enormous quantity, and by the middle of the afternoon, there was a logistics problem. And then I went into Armani because the business had reached the point where a man in a hooded top is a liability in certain rooms, and I put on a suit for the first time in my life. That suits you very well, but you should have it made, a voice from behind me, pleasant, amused, and vaguely familiar. I turned around and it was Tiffany Pence. She was there collecting a suit she had had made for her father. She had walked past a fitting mirror, noticed a man wearing something that hung well on him, but sat wrong in 3 places, and had been unable to stop herself. Then she recognized me. "It's you. Miss Pence, it's good to see you again." She had been carrying a small amount of guilt about a drink and a shirt since May, and had not been able to do anything about it because I had finished my glass and left without leaving a number. "You disappeared so fast last time, I never got to apologize properly. It was a shirt, and you did not do it on purpose. And you were with your friends. Staying would have been strange. I'd still like to apologize." "Then help me with this. It's the first suit I have bought in my life, and I have no idea what I am doing." She was extremely good at it. She walked the rails, looked at me once, pulled a black one off, and handed it over. "You're young. This one is less formal. You can wear it to a meeting, and you can wear it to dinner." I came out of the fitting room, and she made a small noise of professional satisfaction. "I told you. Your eye is very good. Have it made. It will sit properly and you will actually want to wear it." So the tailor came out and measured me, and with her help I ordered a second one that was entirely formal, and I want to note that the whole transaction took 40 minutes, and that I have worn variations of those 2 suits for 20 years. "To thank you for the help, would you have dinner?" She considered it for about 3 seconds. We went to an Italian place at the western end of Sunset with a view, and I ordered too much and told her to try the lobster pasta. "You come here often?" "A few times." I had come there in another life, and there was no way to say that. Here is what I understood about her that evening, which almost nobody understood at the time. That woman had no money. She was from that family, and in America, once you are an adult, the support drops away sharply, and the large families in particular are extremely deliberate about it. Elite education, no restrictions on what you learn, and you earn your own living. She had bought her first stock at 6. She had been working as a model since she was 16 at a serious agency and had been on magazine covers and had hosted a national pageant at 17. She was 2 years into a business degree at Wharton, and she was at that dinner because she found me interesting and not for any other reason. You're at university here? 2nd year. And you? I transferred to Wharton this year. Also 2nd year. Then we should drink to the coincidence. She raised her glass the way somebody raises a glass when they have been trained since childhood to do it correctly in front of cameras. I have been told since what it was that she found interesting, and it was not the car, and it was not the suit. It was that I was completely relaxed, and that I did not look at her the way every other man in that city looked at her. That was not virtue either. That was 2 lifetimes. And when I told her that I was building a company, and that we had a website, and what it was called, she put her fork down. When does it launch? I want an account. Soon. It's built. I'll tell you when. Then it's agreed. Oh, I don't actually have your number. I had spent the entire meal working out how to ask for hers, and she got there first. 2 days after that, Ben came running. Chen, it's done. Do you want to see it? I did not attend the lecture that morning. Ethan and Josh's dormitory smelled like a machine room. Both of them had eyes like road maps. Josh got out of his chair, and I sat down in front of it. Black background, extremely clean. Navigation and tools top left. Menu down the left side. A banner across the top that you could change to anything. Below that, a box, and in the box you could write whatever you wanted and attach photographs. Underneath, filters. Today, this week, this month. And a location selector. My school, schools in Los Angeles, schools across the United States. Down the right-hand side, a column of notifications. Somebody messaged you. Somebody replied to you. Somebody you follow has posted. I changed the whole visual style from black to something else, and then to something else again, and it took 2 clicks each time. I posted something, then I got on Ethan's machine, followed myself, and watched it appear. Reply, like, repost, message. All of it worked. Excellent, I said. It's very good. Both of them sat down at the same time, which is what a week without sleep looks like when it finishes. Chen, have you thought about how to promote it? That was Ben, who was, and I say this with genuine respect, the only person in that room who consistently asked the correct commercial question while contributing nothing technical whatsoever. Not yet. Before that, something more important. I'm setting up a company. Ethan, Josh, do you want in? This thing has to be built for years. It doesn't work without you. They looked at each other and said yes at the same time, without negotiating. Because in that country, at that age, starting a company is not a risk, it is a right. And because the one thing that had genuinely delighted both of them was the student's only rule. Chen, don't you forget me. I have been supervising this every single day. Obviously you're in. Nobody else can do what you do. Exactly, said Ben to the room. You'd be finished without me. Go and apply to the university's entrepreneurship program. If we can get space, good. If we can get money, better. I had money. I had a great deal of money. But an American university putting its name behind a student company opens doors that cash does not, and I was not going to leave that on the table out of pride. Leave it with me. Then David called and told me Citibank had finished the plan. The conference room was full. One side of the table Citigroup, the other side mine, and a vice president called Richard Smith running the presentation. Regarding the acquisition of Google, we propose 3 steps. Step 1. Yahoo holds a block of Google shares. The 2 of them have fallen out publicly. Yahoo is now building a competing product. That holding is no longer strategic. It is an awkward asset on a balance sheet. Approach them. At the right price, they will sell. Step 2. The rest of the register. A significant early holder from the hardware industry sits on around 10%. 2 of the most important venture firms in the country hold about 10% between them. The market is cold on Google right now, which means those positions look very different in a partner meeting than they did in the spring. Approach all 3. If steps 1 and 2 land, we hold over 20%. Step 3. With 20% in hand, we are no longer a stranger with a checkbook. We are, after the 2 founders, the largest shareholder on that register, and at that point we make a formal offer. The negotiation in step 3 is where this is won or lost. David's people took it apart for the rest of the day. What if Yahoo refuses? What if one venture firm sells and the other does not? What if the founders find out at step 1 and lock the register? Citigroup had answers for almost all of it, and where they did not, they wrote it down and solved it in the room. I did not say a word for 6 hours. Everyone in there was a professional, and I was a 19-year-old with a good memory, and there is a specific kind of foolishness that consists of talking in a room like that, and I have watched a lot of men do it. The meeting ended at 5 because it was 5. There will be several more of these, Richard Smith said, a month to finalize the plan. And the acquisition itself, if it goes smoothly, several months. If not, it could be years. Years does not work. It was October. I had a specific window and it was closing because that company was going to have a very good 2003, and after that, nobody sells anything. I have complete confidence in Citigroup's professionalism. We will do it in the shortest time possible. Then I'll wait for the news. Then I went home and sat down with a blank page and worked out how to launch a social network. And I did not get up until Ben called. The university accepted the application. It still has to go to review. There are a lot of applications. Of course there are. They are not going to hand a room to anybody who asks. It comes down to whether you look like you are going somewhere, which meant we had to make a noise. I knew exactly how the original had spread because I had watched it happen in another life. It started at one university, and inside the Ivy League it went sideways at incredible speed because students at those schools all know students at the others, and once a new campus opened, 70% of it signed up almost immediately. So the plan was the same shape. Get this university first. Then the 23 campuses of the state system, then American universities, then everywhere, then high schools, then take the door off entirely. Which left one question, which is how you take a university. The way it was done originally, I could not use. That young man in Massachusetts broke into his university's network, took the photographs of every student in it, pulled out the women, and built a page where you were shown 2 of them at a time and asked to pick. It went across the whole campus in a night and nearly got him expelled, and it is the single most effective piece of software marketing in history. I was not going to break into a university network. Beyond the obvious, that young man was an American on his home ground with a very good lawyer somewhere in his family. I was a Chinese student on a visa. There is no version of that where I am still in the country in April. But the observation underneath it is not illegal, and the observation is correct, which is that people that age are extremely interested in each other, and that if you build a thing that lets them look at each other, they will use it every hour of every day. So I built the legal version and made it enormous. I gave Ben the list. Find a group of women, good looking, and specifically the ones who are already at every party because we need them seen. Get a factory to make shirts, black and white, clean, with the site name and the logo on the front, and flyers. What's the campaign? Who is the most beautiful person in your school? And underneath it, she will be chosen by you. The whole thing happens on the site. Anyone can enter by uploading a photograph. Every student on the campus votes. The winner of this university gets $10,000. Then made a face I enjoyed. And after every school has its winner, they go into a national round. The winner of that gets $1 million. He stood up. Chen, are you serious? 10,000 for every school and $1 million at the end? Yes. Do you know how many universities are in this country? About 4,000. That's $40 million. Where is $40 million coming from? It is not payable at once. If we genuinely reach 4,000 campuses in this country, then $40 million is a very small amount of money. I shrugged. 400 million would be worth it. 4 billion would be worth it. He sat back down and thought about it and had to concede the arithmetic, which is that we were not going to reach 4,000 universities in a month, and that by the time we did, the company would either be enormous or dead, and in one of those 2 cases, the money is trivial. I did not tell him the other reason, which is that a prize you never actually have to pay is the cheapest advertising ever invented, and by the time the national round is due, you will have raised money from people who will be delighted to fund it. We were sitting in a lecture theater having this discussion. Chen, are we doing this? Are we about to start a company like the ones they name buildings after? He said that at approximately the volume of a car alarm. Every head in a tiered lecture hall turned around. I pulled him down into his seat, and the lecturer walked in, and we made it about 11 minutes before we were whispering again. The 2 gentlemen at the back are clearly discussing something more interesting than my class. Perhaps you'd like to share it with everyone. We did not hear him because we were arguing about photograph compression. The room went quiet. We looked up. Chen, said the lecturer pleasantly, you seem enthusiastic. Come down and share it with your classmates. Please. Ben, who had been loud enough to be heard in the parking structure, folded himself into the shape of an ostrich, and then, on realizing that he had not been named, very nearly laughed out loud. Classrooms in that country are informal. I got up and walked down to the front, which nobody found strange. Ben and I were discussing our startup, I said, to the lecturer first. That is why we were excited, and why we disturbed the class. I apologize. The room made a noise, and it was not a hostile noise. It was 30 people going, oh. Because that is what that place is for. Half the room wants to build something. People share ideas at the front of lecture halls constantly, and companies come out of it. Can you tell us about it? I plugged my laptop into the projector. The site was finished, and it was launching in days, and I had spent a week trying to think of the right first audience, and the man had just handed me a room of 40 students with the lights on. The screen came up black and clean, and I heard the room register it, because in 2002, everything on the internet was gray and blue and covered in banner advertisements. This is called Facebook. It is a personal website that belongs entirely to you. You change the way it looks. You post what you want. You put up what is happening around you right now. Having coffee, sitting in this class, whatever you feel, whenever you feel it. And while I was talking, I changed the site's style from black to a hip-hop layout to a cyberpunk one. 3 clicks, and the room started talking. That is the smallest feature it has. You can upload your own backgrounds, anything, as long as it is legal. There are no restrictions on style at all. Then I took out my Nokia, 0.3 megapixels, no front-facing camera because such a thing did not exist. So I turned around, held the phone backward over my shoulder, and pressed the button blind. The photograph was blurry and badly framed and had every single person in that room in it. I plugged the phone into the laptop, pulled the image over, and typed underneath it, October 2nd, 2002, University of California, Los Angeles, School of Business, Economics, and Management. Together, we witnessed the birth of a great piece of software. I clicked upload, and the room made a sound, and then the photograph appeared on the page, and it was sharp, considerably sharper than it had been on the phone because the site processed images on upload, which was a feature I had insisted on and which those two had spent 4 days building and were still building. That is when the lecture theater genuinely came apart. You could put images on the internet in 2002. It was a process. You resized things. You lost quality. And you certainly did not do it from a phone in a classroom in under 30 seconds and get back something better than you took. I looked at Ben. He was already on his own laptop, and he followed me and commented under the post. That is so cool. Witnessing the birth of great software. Then he liked it and reposted it to his own page. A red dot appeared in the corner of my screen with a number 4 in it. Ben followed you. Ben commented on your post. Ben liked your post. Ben reposted your post. I clicked the second one, which took me straight to the comment, and I replied under it. History will remember this day. And the room was fully gone by then, everybody talking at once, and I was not finished, so I clicked on Ben's picture. His profile photograph was of himself on a beach in swimming shorts, and I have never been able to prove that it was altered. Several women in that class turned to look at him, and he whistled at them in a lecture theater during a lecture. And then I clicked through to his page, which was pink. Not a subtle pink, a vivid, saturated, unapologetic pink, wall to wall on every element. The room fell over. I found out afterward that he had been testing every function for a week, that he had discovered the style editor, that he had been showing off to a young woman the previous evening and had set it to that specifically to make her laugh, and that he had forgotten to change it back. He was the color of his own page by that point. I followed him back, and I sent him a private message, which appeared on the projector screen at a size visible from the back row. Brother, you are magnificent. When it died down, I gave them the rest of it. You have just seen most of it. Post text, post photographs, repost, like, comment, follow anyone you want, and message anyone directly. That is not all of it, and you will find the rest yourselves. And then the part that mattered. Facebook is currently open to university students only. You register with your school email address. There is no way around that, and there will not be one. I let that land because I had been thinking about that sentence for a month. This is a world with no adults in it, no lectures, none of their problems. It belongs to people our age, completely. You can be exactly who you are on it, post whatever you like, show what you actually care about, and let people see your life. And there are students on it from universities everywhere, everyone the same age. You can meet all of them. You might even end up in a relationship on another continent. The applause was real, and a number of the men whistled, which is not a thing that happens in an economics lecture. That's incredible. I'm registering. Post the address. Post the address. A world with no adults. I love it. I unplugged the laptop and went back up the stairs to my seat, past a room of 40 people who were all, without exception, typing. Sit with the shape of the year for a second, because I did, in that seat, with the lecturer trying to restart his class. In April, I stood on a roof in my socks. In October, my father had 13 coal mines and a plot of land the city gave him for nothing and 5 billion yuan of interest-free money in an account, and he was about to spend a decade watching the price of coal go up. The mine that killed him in my first life was being inspected every week. My mother was 30-something years old and had never been ill in her life, and had a wardrobe full of things she thought were too young for her. The company that went bankrupt could not now be bankrupted. I had checked it from every angle I know, and there is no version of it short of the sky falling. And I was 19 years old with $2.2 billion, a games company in Beijing with 600 people in it, a studio in Seoul, 100,000 internet cafes running my software, the biggest launch in the history of Chinese online gaming as of 2 days ago, an investment company in Los Angeles with $1 billion in it, an acquisition plan for Google sitting on a table 20 minutes away, and a piece of software on a projector screen that 40 people were signing up for while I watched. Nobody died. That is the only part of that list I actually care about. Nobody died, and nobody is going to. So that is the good news. There are two things sitting on the other side of the ledger, and I know about both of them. The first one I did not learn until much later, and it is this. In a conference room in Shanghai on the 2nd of October, a very capable man who had just lost a quarter of his business in 48 hours stopped being angry and got calm and gave one instruction to the people who worked for him. From today, every move Wave Technology makes is monitored, every one. 6 months earlier, I did not exist. I was a name on a class list and a Ferrari in a parking lot. You cannot fight a man who is nobody, and being nobody is the single greatest tactical advantage a person can have, and I had spent that advantage entirely in one morning on purpose. Somebody is watching me now. He is good. He is not going to make the same mistake twice, and he has more money than I had in April. Fine. He can watch. The second thing is smaller, and I think about it more. That night, after the classroom, I went home and lay in the dark and did the thing I had promised myself I would not do, which is that I went looking for the end of it. The roof, the wind, the white, then the black, and then the part after. There is something after. There is a great deal after. There is an entire crowd of pictures back there, and every single time I turn my head toward them, something goes into my skull like a nail, and I stop, and I lie there, breathing. Somebody gave me 9 years back. I have never once been told why, or by what, or what the terms are, and whatever the answer is, it is in there, and it is filed under the only thing in either of my lives that I am not able to look at. I will get to it. Whatever is back there has been waiting 9 years for me to turn around and look at it. It is patient. That is the part I do not like.